Yo, Atlas speaking and welcome to part 2 of What If I Was Reincarnated in Naruto as Gaara of the Sand with the gamer system. Let the tale begin. Chapter 21. Fire built in my chest as I held it in and spoke through gritted teeth. This is a stupid move, Terumi. For perhaps the first time since shit went to hell, I was no longer in control. My jounin promotion was now in danger. No way would Raza ever promote me if I succeeded in getting his kids killed. Oh yeah, and they were my siblings too. Couldn't let them die because of that, could I? A stupid move? No, I don't think so. I itched to wipe the smug off her face. You will surrender now or your brother and sister will say goodbye to their lives. Temari began to struggle against the binds that held her. They'd been taken out of the bags they were chucked in and forced to kneel in front of their captives, facing me. Oh no! This is actually a stupid idea. I can get behind coming for me. If you succeeded, you'd have gained a dangerous woman while robbing Suna of one. That was one hell of a way to discourage retaliation. No one wanted to face 3 Jinchuriki in the middle of the ocean. But do you see why threatening my siblings is such a terrible idea? No? I'll explain it to you then. You kill my siblings. You piss off Suna, and you have no weapons to match one of the Great Five. You're in the middle of a civil war, divided as ever, and only one of your Jinchuriki is still loyal. But Yagura has been erratic, hasn't he? Utakata has gone rogue. As it stands now, Suna will crush you like a fly beneath its boot. And that's just what happens to Kiri itself, I said, beginning to walk forward, the desert moving with me as it forced the Jounin to take their own steps backward. As for you, touch those children, and none of you will survive. I pulled on a trick my body had learned when under Shukaku's control. Killing intent. I could see it slam into them as they saw all the multitude of ways I would kill them if they kept pissing me off. One of the Jounin looked like he actually wanted to take off. Guess Kiri's standards weren't really all that. But your siblings will still be dead, Terumi said. My siblings? Please go ahead. I couldn't honestly care less, I said, projecting all my honesty into my voice and body language. Maxed out intelligence made deception much easier, but there was no deception here at all. I couldn't care less about their lives. I cared what their deaths might mean for me personally, but their lives? Nah. Not my concern. Terumi saw something that made her hesitate, and I exploded in motion. A great fireball traveled across the space between us in seconds as I executed the jutsu seamlessly. 2 clones formed from the sand beneath my feet and blasted at the Jounin holding my siblings hostage. Ao tried to get in their way, but I distracted him with an actual waterfall of sand that forced him to dodge out of the way. The shinobi themselves were little hindrance to my clones. A grinding sound made one of them hesitate, and his head was gone in the Yellow Flash's signature jutsu, and the other lost his life to a slit throat from a wind chakra-enhanced kunai after a single taijutsu exchange. Sand wrapped around my siblings and dragged them over to me. Placed behind me, I commanded a platform of sand to lift itself from the ground and begin flying away. One of my clones joined them on the platform while I dispelled the other for the chakra. Terumi had fought fire with fire by countering my fireball with one of her own. It was an impressive display of ninjutsu mastery, and I could see why she would become Mizukage one day. Today wasn't that day, however. She was not a Kage-level opponent just yet, and I had to stop treating her like one. Our fingers flashed in unison as 2 matching fire dragons clashed in the air between us before exploding and tossing quite a few of her ninja backward. I anchored myself with my sand, and from the way her feet moved, I guessed she'd done the same with her chakra. I ran for her, only for Ao to get in my way, Byakugan flashing. Fancy eye, I taunted as I sent a kunai I'd summoned from the inventory right at the eye, intent on extracting it. He leaned backward with ease and dodged out of the way of my next attack before landing a counter I was forced to block with my sand. I used the sand to skate past him and make for my quarry. Of course, there was no hope of catching her off guard anymore. Multiple balls of lava shot out at me before being caught in a sand shield that then had to be reinforced with even more sand until the attack lost momentum and splattered to the floor. In that time, she'd gone through more seals, and the ocean behind me began to rise. Oh, fuck this. When the tsunami crashed, I'd sunshine deeper into the town, chasing her as she tried to escape the impact of her attack. Ram, horse, snake, dragon, rat, ox, tiger, I went through and sent 3 flame bullets screaming after her. The fire managed to hit everything except her as it added damage to the waterlogged town. She turned back to me, fingers spread in the horse seal. Fire release, great flame annihilation, she shouted, and all I knew was fire. When I finally felt the flame stop licking at my sand dome, I dropped the front of the shield to give me some air and got a good look at the town, or at least what remained of it. Mei Terumi had just unleashed Madara-level fire release in the middle of a populated island. What the fuck? I searched for her, only to find her nowhere to be seen. What I did see was some of her compatriots escaping toward one of the only remaining ships. No, fuck that shit. My sand platform carried me towards them as I shaped a wall in front of me before sending it flying at them in a barrage of wind-release-enhanced bullets. They were turned into bloody mists as I searched more and more of the island for the rest of them. Only my automatic defense allowed me to survive the pressure Lance Terumi sent at me. The sand slowed it down enough for me to dive down to the ground. Watching the water shred through the sand clone I'd left behind like it was nothing was a sobering experience. Now on my feet on the island itself, I did my best to trace the woman. One good thing was that her flames had gotten rid of much of the water from the tsunami she created. Well, I guess I was wrong. Mei Terumi is most definitely Kage level in terms of raw power. 2 town-destroying attacks in quick succession was something else. Forget that. 3. My mind told me as I finally stumbled upon what her and her people were doing. Another tsunami was taking shape, but this time it was much, much larger. I had to have a concussion or something, because how the fuck was I just noticing the water rising up? The water got higher and higher, casting a shadow not only over me but over the entire island itself. I could fly away. I could. But I crushed that thought as quickly as it came. For some illogical reason, I wanted to test my ninjutsu against her own. A clone formed beside me as I felt my chakra have itself. I lifted one hand above my head, and the clone did the same. Wind gathered around us as I controlled and shaped it into what was perhaps my most powerful attack. The shuriken began spinning, going faster and faster. My clone was doing something far more dangerous. Fire release shaped itself in his raised hand as he controlled and compressed more and more fire to form the core of the attack. When the tsunami slammed down, heading towards us, I threw the Raisin Shuriken right at it, and my clone flashed forward, with the core of the attack complete and the shell much the same. He reached the Raisin Shuriken right before it exploded and thrust the fire attack into its core. The world went white as the wind release took the fire release and turned it into something else. And that's what happened, I told Raza as we arrived 2 weeks after the mess in the Land of Water. He just nodded, looking introspective. Baki was gone. If he hadn't died when the kids were captured, then there was no way he survived what went down on the island. Well, I'll write that one off as a success. The good news is that everyone is too focused on what happened to the island that the merchant's death was never investigated. Just ruled off as one of the countless hundreds that died in the battle. He said. By the way, congratulations, he said, handing a book to me. It was the bingo book, and the bookmark page had me staring right at a picture of me. They worked fast, as I noted the description they had of me. Name, Gaara of the Desert. Moniker, the Butcher of Okinawa. Age, 12. Rank, Chunin. Ninjutsu, 5. Taijutsu, 3. Jinjutsu, 1. Intelligence, 5. Stamina, 5. Speed, 4. Hand seals, 4. Total, 27 *. Danger rating, S. Gaara of the Desert, with the help of Mei Terumi, destroyed the island of Okinawa and Mizu no Kuni with a series of powerful ninjutsu and killed a dozen Jounin-ranked ninja of Mist's rebel forces as well as several hundred civilians. Bounty, 49 million Ryo. Recommended strategy, approach with caution. Teams of Jounin only. Rely on taijutsu and close-range combat, preventing the target from using ninjutsu. The target has also been shown to ignore all jinjutsu. Well, that's something else, I said, my throat aching as I stared at the bounty placed on my head. That was a lot of money. A crap ton of money. Flipping through the book to confirm, the only people with higher bounties were those who had done some serious shit like Itachi, Orochimaru, Tsunade, and Mei Terumi herself. My bounty was somehow even higher than Jiraiya's. Guess not many people wanted the best author in the world dead. The Kage was, of course, exempt. No bounties were placed on the sitting Kage. That was one of the only rules the International Bingo Book abided by. Indeed. And it is sadly out of date, Raza said with a smile that didn't quite reach his eyes as he handed me a Jounin vest. This time, I had one custom made in your size. I nodded gratefully as I took the thing in my hands. Some part of me ached to question him. To ask why I was still being honored like this after my mission had ended in an epic clusterfuck. Of course, like any kid with expertise in getting away with shit, I took the win and left it at that. Happy birthday, he said to me, and I nodded as I left. Today, I turned 12. The game had also shut down to recalibrate and mark the occasion, but that was fine. I felt accomplished, powerful. It felt like there was nothing in my future that I wouldn't be able to deal with. I knew it was a dangerous way to think, or even to live, but it was still the life I chose. I made my way home. A home I hadn't lived in months. It was empty, as expected. Yashamaru had moved out years ago. My mother's cousin had since determined that I had little need for him. My Jounin promotion meant I'd be spending much less time on missions and whatnot, so I actually decided to clean the apartment. It was all a matter of removing the dust that had been allowed to accumulate over time and scouring the surfaces with ungodly amounts of disinfectant to match my sudden need to be clean. I ached to turn off Gamer's mind to feel some of the regret and guilt that any human would after what I'd done. Mei Terumi might have started the escalation, but I was the one who allowed my pride and anger to get in the way of rational thinking. Hundreds of people had just been living their lives. The Butcher of Okinawa, they called me. What a fitting name. All I'd done there was butchery. Butchery of the most callous and immoral kind. Butchery not for pleasure or under some misguided sense of righteousness. Butchery because I did not care to prevent it. I wanted Mei Terumi dead, and I'd failed, and doomed an entire village with my failure. I grabbed the bingo book and searched out Mei Terumi's entry. I read it over for the second time, even though I could already recite every line of it from memory. She was on my list now. The list of those I would have to kill before the thought of a peaceful life could ever cross my mind. I added her while crossing Baki off the list. He'd always been more of a gag addition, but she? I'd drink wine from her corpse. 2 months. That was the time between my birthday and the meeting between Raza and Orochimaru. How did I know? Well, Raza had chosen to take me with him as a sort of statement. He'd told me I was to act as one of his guards and remain silent throughout the entire thing. I wasn't really sure when Orochimaru would betray Raza. I wanted it to happen today for my own reasons, but it could logically take place any time between now and the Chunin exam finals. We moved as a unit, with Raza forming the tip of the spear, and me bringing up the rear. At this point, none of the ANBU that guarded Raza would give me more than a second's pause if I actually intended to kill the Kazekage. But no! I'd leave that to Orochimaru. The risk of being caught out for kinslaying was too high. No matter how strong I was, there was no way Suna would bow to the man who actually killed their Kage. And if I returned with none of the guards and news of a dead Kage, the effect would be much the same. When we arrived at the chosen meeting spot, I almost felt a smile break out on my face. We were in no man's land. The spot of mountainous region that marked the space between the borders of the land of wind and the land of earth. Orochimaru had chosen his spot well. We were well out of the desert. No space for Raza to have hidden any of his golden dust anywhere. The ANBU member holding the sealing scroll that contained the mountain of dust Raza had prepared for this meeting was practically glued to the Kazekage's side as he watched his surroundings warily. Raza thought himself stronger than Orochimaru. That had been clear in the way his words to us during the prep for the mission had been placed. If Orochimaru was to spring a trap, he would deal with the Sannin, while the rest of us dealt with what reinforcements and support the Sannin brought with him. Speaking of the Sannin, when Orochimaru appeared, it was an emotion that most could not track. One of the ninjas next to me actually jolted in surprise and grabbed his weapon, a war fan. Most ninja, not me though, thanks to Gamer's mind, I was able to see through the Jinjutsu that hid him and his people from view, but when he appeared he was staring at me, intrigued. Seeming immunity to Jinjutsu. "Oh, what a fascinating ability," he said in a voice that made me want to rush to the nearest bathroom and scrub myself down. The anime really underplayed how creepy the man's voice and bearing were. He was in a body that looked identical to the original, but I didn't allow that to deceive me. Until I saw some evidence, I'd assumed this was some sort of trick from the snake. "Kazekage Dano, please accept my greetings," he said with a nod of his head. The Kage robes Orochimaru wore were some sort of facsimile of the one used by the Great Five. Raza seemed to not care about the possible insult, but I could only see his back. He nodded his own head before replying, "Orochimaru, you spoke of mutual interests." Okay. He definitely cared. That was a bit rude. Yes, I did, Kazekage Dano. We have a mutual enemy, Konohagakure. If Orochimaru was bothered, he did not show it. Konoha and Suna are allies, Raza pointed out. What kind of ally steals missions from their own allies? What kind of ally supports efforts to undermine their own ally? Konoha has not been an ally to you for a long time. And I'm just going to accept your word as truth? Raza asked with played-up skepticism. Orochimaru tossed a scroll that was caught by one of the ANBU members. He stepped away from Raza before opening it, and after checking it for traps, passed it to the Kazekage with a bow. Raza read the entire thing in silence. "And you have evidence of all these accusations?" he asked. "Of course. I stole a bit of it during my defection. Even the assassination of my predecessor." "You have evidence that Konoha ordered it?" "Oh, Orochimaru, you slimy fucker. I guess this is how Suna got involved in this foolish plan." Yes, I do." If one focused, they could hear the slimy snake in Orochimaru's voice. "And what kind of alliance do you propose?" Raza asked, biting the bait. "An attack on Konoha. When they least expect it. During the Chunin exams. We smuggle as much of our troops into the village as we can, and we begin the attack during the finals. Practically guaranteed victory," he said with a laugh at the end. "A good plan. A plan that requires breaking the Chunin exam treaty, however," Raza pointed out, and here the disadvantages of finishing the academy in a single day came out to play. I had no idea what the Chunin exam treaty truly was. In the chaos of the mess, after Konoha is gone, who will be able to say who broke the treaty? Who attacked whom? Besides, the other nations will not care over much. They hate Konoha as much as we do, Orochimaru said. No. I am Kage to thousands. I will not risk them for revenge. No, this plan of yours. I will have no part in it, Raza said, making to turn around and leave. I guess that's that, then. Then this will be where you die. Or not. Chapter 22 The truth about fighting against a ninja is that it was almost always fast. Very rarely did fights between ninjas last longer than 2 or 3 minutes. However, that rule only applies when both ninjas either have a measurable difference in strength or are objectively weak themselves. For example, no fight between equally ranked genin would cross the 10-minute mark unless they were both extremely stupid and relied only on slow-paced taijutsu. Generally, one or both of them would slump from exhaustion before so much time passed. Between jounin, as experienced as they tended to be with closing targets and killing opponents, a fight between evenly matched ninjas could range from a few seconds to half an hour, but almost never any longer. Why am I telling you this? Because all that was turned on its head when one considered the rare S-rank ninja and what happened when they fought. As both Orochimaru and Raza were solidly Kage level, it was no surprise that their fight had passed the 10-minute mark in virtually no time at all. And even worse, it seemed to be well placed to last even longer as they continuously faked each other out with near misses, clone substitutions, and tactical switches. Even the ANBU members that were faced against Orochimaru's guards, the Sound Four, were still occupied in combat. As for me, I had my time occupied with a certain bone-dead pulse wielder. Kimimaro was far superior to me in taijutsu, but I wasn't a taijutsu specialist, and between his durability and my chakra capacity, it was virtually child's play for me to extend our fight for as long as possible. My sand swarmed around my head to block the bone bullets that had been aimed at the space between my eyes, and that same sand separated into dozens of bullets that flew right at my target. Kimimaro was quick, so he had time to react and dodge out of the way of the attack. He didn't risk going underground this time, though. Last time he did, it was only my desire to drag things on that made me allow him to come up for air. The near-death experience had shaken him, and he was much more wary and cautious in his approach, which played into my own goals. What are those goals? I hear you ask yourself. Well, for Orochimaru to kill Raza off for me. That was it. I needed the Sannin to kill the Kazekage so I'd have an easier time ascending to the throne. Was this the best time? No, but unless I chose to kill him myself, I didn't see a better opportunity to get rid of Raza in the next few decades. Besides, I'd make a much better Kage than the man ever would. I was kinslaying for the good of the village. Oh, how proud my ancestors would be. Kimimaro blurred around the field before diving right at me. The contouring lines around his body told me he'd slipped into the curse seal. I swung my head down to dodge his kick, and as he switched to a stab with the bone sword sticking out of his palm, I blocked with my sand before slamming that sand right into his body and sending him flying. He was probably much stronger with the curse seal active, but the gap between us was such that even with the boost in his power, I was doing all I could to prevent myself from killing him accidentally. This was the gap between A rank and S rank. I'd thought myself undeserving of the ranking when I first opened that bingo book, but now that I fought with my sand as much as I did my ninjutsu, I realized how little there was that could actually hurt me. I could only hope that this strength allowed me to do what I needed to against Orochimaru. Just surviving would never be enough. I needed to kill the murderer of our Kage if I wanted Sune united beneath me. I needed them to be grateful, confident in my strength, and pacified if I wanted to get the necessary time to win them over with good policy. That was the only way my rule would stand. Kimimaro scowled at me as he landed on his feet some distance away. He said something about a dance of the willow or whatever and changed his entire fighting style. Bone swords poked out from him on whatever extremities he had, and now he was much faster than before. Not fast enough to overwhelm me, but obviously faster than I was. Chakra enhancement to my brain and my maxed intelligence stat were the only things even keeping me in this fight. Guess that was one advantage of Shukaku's release. If I hadn't upgraded my intelligence stat when I did, I'd probably be out of my depth at this point. Kimimaro wailed against my sand, trying to both outflank me and break through my defenses at the same time, but it didn't matter where he went or what he did. He didn't have the strength to break through my defenses, and I didn't particularly want to kill him for the time being. I turned part of my attention to the fight between Orochimaru and Raza and watched the snake Sannin breathe out a veritable firestorm with a single hand seal before instantly enhancing it with his wind release. Raza only stared at the jutsu dispassionately before lifting a single clenched hand. His golden dust swirled and surrounded him, doing so in layers with gaps in between to prevent him from getting cooked within his shield. It was small things like this that made me doubtful of my readiness to ascend to the throne of Kage. What Raza just did was so intuitive, but the idea never came to me until I saw him do it. What else could I be missing due to my lack of experience? Training could be good, but could it ever match the power of experience? I didn't think so, but I had to make do. No Kage would ever be able to do things like go on missions. It would never work. Ascending meant losing whatever chance I had of being on the front lines, fighting dangerous enemies, and getting tempered in the flames of battle. When Orochimaru's attack stopped, and Raza dropped his shield, it was to the sword of Kusanagi flying across the space between them. The golden dust dome Raza had just dispelled transformed into a wall to block the sword, but it did nothing as the sword passed through it, much like it sailed through the air, stabbing Raza in the shoulder. The sword of Kusanagi cuts through all, Orochimaru cackled before recalling his sword with the hand still attached to it. The Leaf Trader's plethora of body modifications never ceased to appear most strange. "Do not turn your attention from me," Kimimaro snarled as he slashed at the sand between him and the back of my neck. I twisted my said neck to look at him and remarked, "Prove yourself worthy of my attention, then." He seemed to take that most personally, jumping backward and shifting as his curse mark ramped up to the second stage of its activation. His appearance changed as his already darkened skin got even darker as more and more of his features shifted to become dinosaurian. The bone tail he grew was also a nice touch. All in all, it was a gruesome transformation. "Die, Gaara of the desert," he said before running right at me at a slower pace. He was much slower. I experimentally dropped a wall of sand in his path, concentrated into a shield, but he ran through it like it wasn't there. Well, that's one way to get my attention. And he was going to regret that, considering I could kill him now. Raza was clearly already poisoned, so he had no way of surviving this since I was the only menin in the squad he'd taken. Multiple bullets of sand slammed against Kimimaro's hard skin, breaking against his skin and failing to penetrate but succeeding in forcing him to slow down as he blocked his eyes with his hand to protect the delicate orbs. The mountainous ground he stood upon shifted and transformed into sand as I forced my sand to multiply by weathering the rock into fine, dry sand. With more than enough sand in my control, it was nothing to slam into him with enough sand to send him reeling. With that, I clenched my fist, and my sand surrounded him from all directions. The sand coffin I encased him in was multiple feet in diameter as I piled more and more sand in to crush his incredibly dense body. Of course, I wasn't as surprised as I should have been when multiple bones ripped out of the mausoleum I was in the process of creating. Kimimaro rode one of those bones and jumped right at me with a bone spear around his right hand that he stretched and speared out right at me. He moved slowly, giving me more than enough time to charge up a mid-power Raisin Shuriken. The jutsu made a telltale whine that drew the attention of all the battling pairs in the mountain range we occupied. When I threw it, Kimimaro had no chance of dodging, and the attack cut him in half before I clenched my fist, and multiple invisible blades of wind spread out from the impact site, atomizing practically everything in its field. When the jutsu had run its course, there was nothing remaining of the dead bone pulse user. "Kukuku," Orochimaru's voice rang out. "What a jutsu, Gaara-kun," the snake said with his slimy voice. I ignored him as he was forced back into combat with Raza. Instead, I focused my energy on the sound four. For some reason, all of them had tapped into the second stage of their curse seals and seemed on the verge of killing their opponents. The ANBU guard that had been saddled with the duty of fighting the flute girl was pretty much already done. I shunshined into motion, heading for her first. She swept the flute at me, but I ducked under it and tapped her heart with a single finger, ending her life in a second. Medical ninjutsu was just so OP. Fatso was my next target. He saw me coming and lifted an earth dome to protect himself from the ground, but I just stopped in front of the dome and touched it with a hand, flooding it with chakra and taking control of the jutsu. The ground shook as he fell to the floor dead from a spike through the skull. The two ANBU agents I just saved looked at me gratefully, and I just nodded, silently instructing them to help their colleagues while I went for Raza. A platform of sand gave me the high ground as I flew towards the Kage-level fight. Of course, with Raza on his last legs, the fight was turning into a completely one-sided affair. Orochimaru weaved seals so quickly I could barely tell what was coming next. When lightning built around his forearms before spearing right at Raza, I jumped between them, dispelling the jutsu with my wind-release jutsu. I placed a hand on Raza, using a diagnostic jutsu to make sure of my initial prediction, and yes, I was right. The poison was wreaking havoc on his system. The only thing keeping him standing was his powerful chakra. But he would not be surviving this. No fucking way. Even if he'd gotten medical treatment the moment the blade had stabbed him, it would still have been a coin toss. The poison was just that potent, and it was also completely unique in its design. What I could intuit was a biological basis, but that was no help in treating the man. I turned to Raza to deliver the bad news, but the man just shook his head at me. "I know," he said. "Just help me make sure I take him with me," he said after his body was racked by coughs. I just nodded. Orochimaru cackled. "A father-son team-up. How cute." "You won't be leading here alive, Orochimaru," Raza said, and the snake just laughed in reply. This time, when Orochimaru weaved seals, I matched him every step of the way. Both our fireballs clashed against each other before detonating when neither could overcome the other. Raza's golden dust flowed around us, before rushing at Orochimaru. The snake dodged every attack Raza sent, keeping ahead of him with a mixture of speed and maneuverability. But thankfully, he'd slowed since the fight started. Orochimaru and Raza had both pushed each other to the max for close to an hour. All I had to do was help the old man make it past the finish line. Of course, that proved to be too much as he dropped to one knee, the poison weakening him even further. Smelling weakness, Orochimaru flew right for us, pressing the attack. My sand shield was enough to delay his attacks and force him to shift tactics. Fighting with Orochimaru was a dance, but I had my trump card waiting. I just needed him to slip for 1 second, and when he did. When he was just too slow in countering a tendril of sand I sent at him, I activated it. A seal. A simple seal that did a simple thing. It flooded us with sand. It was a modified sealing scroll that only had one modification. The unsealing process. I made it nearly 50 times faster. The sand tore the seal apart, and if I wasn't who I was, it would have done the same with me. Only my attentions prevented Raza from falling victim to my jutsu. As Orochimaru and Raza had fought on a separate area, the ANBU had enough distance and warning to escape the sudden phenomenon. It was difficult to explain what just happened. Just know that where there was previously no sand, there was now enough to bury us all. I floated to the top of the sand unmolested with Raza caught in the grip of my sand dome. I could feel the sandine in the sand, and unlike with Kimimaro, I had no interest in letting him go. Sand pressed on him from all areas. With so much sand at my disposal, his attempts to flare his chakra to disperse enough sand to move were useless. He was mine, under the influence of my sand. First of all, I crushed his hands in my grip. And then I removed his head, leaving his body in the sand and only bringing up the head. It floated on a platter of sand as I examined it to make sure it was the real deal, and then I plopped it right into a scroll I carried in my pocket. I did the same with his body when I brought it up, sealing both parts in different scrolls. With that mess over and done with, I turned to Raza, bringing the dome over to me. The 3 surviving ANBU agents also appeared around me as we stared at the barely conscious Kage. "I am going to die," Raza spoke, and I nodded. There was nothing any of us could do. "Good. Bear, come here," he said, and the leader of his guard detail appeared. "Give me a scroll and a brush," he requested, and his request was fulfilled with no delay as the man began to write. He spoke as he wrote so there would be no doubting his intentions. "I, Raza, the 4th Kazekage of Sunagakure, do hereby name my son, Gaara of the Desert, to serve as interim 5th Kazekage until my daughter and heir, Temari, comes of age and proves worthy of the position." What the actual flying fuck? Chapter 23, I stood in front of them. The elders of Suna. A council of 12 shinobi, most of them too old to contribute anything militarily, but kept in service for their minds. The idea of the thing had always seemed stupid to me. Especially since whenever Raza spoke of them, it was like they were an obstacle he had to work around, being careful to avoid pissing them off too much while still getting his way. All those years ago, I didn't understand it. Now, I did. It had been 2 days since Raza died and he made his last decree. We'd rushed off from the border before the IWA shinobi that definitely knew we were there started getting ideas. Raza's body had been a hell of a thing to show up with, but the Umbu knew protocol. They answered to me, and we'd done our best with keeping Raza's death a secret. First of all, I'd come into the village in secret, infiltrating my own village and scumming around like a spy of some sort, doing my best to play the great game. 16 hours after Raza's death. Gaara of the desert, she said in greeting, hiding her surprise at finding me here with expert ease. I knew she was surprised though. Chio was good, but I was pumping chakra to my brain and eyes, enhancing everything I saw with stunning clarity. With peak human intelligence, honed chakra control, and knowledge of how the human brain worked, my pseudo Sharingan was something actually impressive. Few things could deceive me. What do you want? The old woman asked, walking further into her office and taking the seat in front of the desk, not bothering to say anything about the power play I was making by sitting on her own usual seat. Shinobi had a good sense of danger, and Chio must have felt it if the lack of snide remarks and commentary were any indication. Good. I'd kill her if I needed to. In the time between the meeting and now, 16 hours, I'd done a lot of thinking, and I knew what was necessary to win. I had to win. Raza is dead, straight and simple, to the point. Chio jolted at that, showing her surprise openly in a calculated attempt at getting me to drop my guard. The Umbu guards at my side also shook at the reminder. They were Squad Zero, the Kazekage's personal guards. They'd probably been closer to him than his own children, so they were probably the most hurt at his passing. They also took it as a personal failing of sorts. Saving some of their lives, and avenging Raza so quickly along with Raza's dying decree had been enough to get me their loyalty. How did he die? She asked, showing some of the curiosity I'd expect of a famous gossip like her. Alleged gossip at least. I only knew she was one from gossip from the Med Training Corps. Mabuki had loved spreading that bit of news. Orochimaru killed him. They met, they fought, the Snake Sandine won. And the Konoha Nin? There was a bloodthirsty tint in her smile. Everyone hated Konoha. It must not have been very hard for Raza to get the people of Suna to follow him to war. He beat Raza. I beat him, I said, fudging the details a bit. It was all true though, technically. Did it make it seem like I was much stronger than I actually was? Yes. That was the entire point. May the wind see him well, she said, making the traditional prayer sign that I didn't bother returning. I was an atheist. I'd always be an atheist. And even if I wasn't, that fucker didn't deserve to be seen well at all. That last stun he played was just a clusterfuck. Doesn't answer the question, though, she continued, poking, trying to understand. He named me Kage in his place. You're 12, and a Jinchuriki besides. She began with the common objections. They were the ones I'd face first and foremost. I am the strongest ninja in Sunagakure. The Ichibi no Shukaku has no bearing on the matter. Aside from a slip-up 6 years ago, I have been in full control. We both know there is no danger. If you've got it all figured out though, why are you here? This is the decree Raza made, I said, tossing her a copy of the official edict. The Umbu might be loyal to me, but I'd very quickly lose that loyalty if I buried their Kage's last words. No. I'd let the decree come out, but it wouldn't matter. Raza had limited power in naming his successor, especially posthumously. Chio devoured the words on the paper, the only sign of her being surprised at them at all being the raised eyebrows she sported after a few seconds of looking at the scroll. I have the feeling I understand what you want, but spell it out to me. I will not bow before a man who cannot say his mind. Raza's decree must be overturned. I cannot ascend to Kage myself on the back of that decree and then overturn the decree. Every rogue element in Suna would crown Temari as Kage and rise in rebellion. I'd win, let there be no doubt, but we'd all lose in the end. Kiri can survive a civil war. We cannot. And I also cannot ascend and accept the decree as it stands. I will not cede the seat to Temari. She is not strong enough. She will never be strong enough. A lot of faith you have in your sister, she interrupted, but I continued, ignoring the elder. And even in the unlikely circumstance that she gains the necessary strength, she'd more likely than not make a terrible Kage. I will see Suna to a brighter age. Having an heir foisted upon me by my predecessor would be a hell of a way to rule. No. I refuse. What I need is for the council to overturn Raza's decree but still crown me regardless. The former is easy. They do it without any prompting. The latter, though? The latter would be all but impossible. She said, not mincing words. This is why Chiyo was my first port of call. It was also why she warranted a personal visit. I had a clone speaking to the daimyo now, and another keeping a watchful eye on things, but Chiyo needed personal attention. But will I have your help in achieving the impossible? I asked her. Oh, you fool boy. You've had it since the moment you won the Chunin exams at the age of 6. Raza never saw it, but I did. You are the future of Sunagakure. The only hope we have of returning to the times when our enemies feared us. When we were truly one of the Great Five, and not the greatest of the minor villages. You will lead us there, Gaara of the desert. My heart and sword are yours, Kazekage-sama. The last words were joined with a bending of the head. Chiyo did not bow. Old knees don't bend so easily. Good. Now, we have to get to work. Apart from my brother and I, there are 10 other elders for you to convince. To get named as Kazekage, you will need 7 votes from the council along with the approval of the daimyo. I can help you with the former, but not the latter. I have that well in hand, I assured her. She nodded, and moved on in the conversation. You cannot speak to the entire council ahead of time. News of your presence here and your goal will leak faster than you can quell. No, there are only 2 elders you can speak to. But they are 2 of the thought leaders. With them on your side, turning another 3 votes will be doable. Not easy, but doable. However, you cannot kill them, she said with a severe look on her face. Any disappearances will be suspicious. Too suspicious. If the other elders suspect you of being behind it, then you will have no chance and will damn the village to the civil war you seem keen on avoiding. I nodded at her words. I had to be my most charming self here. I needed the old farts. I hated that I needed them now. I'd hate it even more in a few years, but it was something I could not avoid. Present. The Kazekage is dead, Ebizo proclaimed to the rest of the council. He has left us with a decree, conveyed through Jounin Gaara. The old man said in his droning tone. One of the umbu at my side passed me the scroll and I walked forwards. As I moved towards the council, my mind took me back. 21 hours after Raza's death. I am Gaara of the desert, a Jounin of Sunagakure. I spoke to the gathering of umbu agents. It wasn't the entire force. Not even close, but Squad Zero had done their parts in putting out feelers and getting me this collection of umbu captains and leaders. Altogether, they controlled almost 2/3 of the umbu agents. It was 21 hours since Raza's death, and my plan was well in motion. Chiyo was secured. Ebizo was secured, and the daimyo was well on the way to being convinced to see things my way. We know who you are. What we don't know is why you've called us here, one of them commented drily. I paid attention to the mask on their face. Dragon. The umbu commander. They only answered to the Kazekage. Ideally, they were the one I would have gone through to set something like this up. This was not an ideal situation. I could only hope they weren't too pissed at the snub, unintentional as it was. The Kazekage perished in combat 20 hours ago. He named me as his successor. I said, breathing in the shock that traveled through the room. But beyond that, they didn't speak. They showed no signs of what they felt, and once again it was Dragon who spoke. How did he die? Who killed him? Here, I stepped back and allowed Squad Zero to handle this step of the questioning. 8 days ago, Kazekage-sama received a missive from the traitor, Orochimaru of Sunagakure. Kazekage-sama weighed the risks of the mission and assembled a team consisting of 4 members of Squad Zero and Sabaku no Gaara as his escort. We left for the meeting 2 days ago. When the meeting began, after words were exchanged, the Konoha ninja sprung the trap. Sabaku no Gaara and the rest of us were attacked by the Sanin's own guards, preventing us from interfering in time. Orochimaru ended up succeeding in fatally poisoning the Kazekage, and Gaara of the desert killed the snake for the affront. Shark spoke, giving a Cliff Notes version of the mission that we had undertaken that led to Raza's death. The Umbu watched attentively, hanging on every word that was spoken. "Is there any evidence of this?" Dragon asked. Shark tossed them the scroll written in Raza's own hand and sealed with his own blood. They stared at it for a bit before nodding and passing it to the Umbu behind them. When it had made the rounds, I stood in front of them once again and unsealed Orochimaru's head before holding it up. I couldn't for the life of me figure out why I was doing it. It wasn't logical. It was a feeling. A feeling that gnawed at me, and from the general body language of the group, the feeling had been right. Dragon was the first. He led them in all things. Even dropped to his knees, and they all followed suit. "Our hearts and swords are yours, Kazekage-sama," they proclaimed in unison. Present. Umbu, and some of the elders had fallen in easily. Not all of them though. Some had needed more spirited convincing than I'd intended to give them. 29 hours after Raza's death. "I understand all you say, Gaara. But what I don't see is how you expect to convince me to take your side in this. I was your father's most vocal critic on the council. After all, the man sat across from me spoke. Unlike with Chio, I actually bothered to give this man some measure of warning at my coming. Not much of a warning. Not enough for him to do something unfortunate. But enough for him to not believe I'd come to kill him. It said a lot about the attitude within Suna that most of the elders I'd already seen believed I was there to kill them before I could get to explain my intentions. How else would I convince you? I am Suna's only choice as it stands, I told him honestly. A lack of options does not necessitate picking a bad one. The council might as well decide to rule Suna itself," he said, taking a sip of his tea, and I had to stare at the balding man like he was actually insane. Tajiro was pretty much the second most powerful man in the council after Ebizo, so to see him espouse such stupidity was a tad bit shocking. "You would have Suna downgraded to a similar status as the minor villages?" I asked him, trying to show him how stupid that would be. The 5 major villages had Kage. That's how it worked. None of the other villages could claim such an honor. Not even Hanzo the salamander had the guts to name himself Kage. To make Suna abandon the Kage system was announcing to the world that we had no shinobi worthy to be Kage. That we had no S ranks. No nation killers. In a world like that, all our negotiating power would die as quickly as water evaporates on the desert sand. Wouldn't be surprised if all our neighbors took the sign of weakness and invaded within weeks of the decision being made. Suna had an abundance of enemies and precious little friends. And what do you believe naming a child as a Kage will do? A Jinchuriki child? He screamed his words then, and I just stared. My sand ached to crush him for the disrespect. Do you know why Kiri was the first village to attempt a Jinchuriki Kage, boy? Before they hatched that insanity, it was understood by us all what Jinchuriki were. Your kind. All you are meant for is to serve the village as weapons of war. Kiri had 2, that's why they could attempt such. You would have us place Suna's greatest weapon behind a desk while our enemies take that as a sign of weakness and invade us anyway? His tone. His fucking tone. This time, when my sand rose up, I did not stop it. Instead, I harnessed it. Clones. Probably more clones than he could quickly count, but not more than I could handle for such a quick demonstration rose from the ground around us. I control these clones from anywhere in the land of wind. If our enemies will think me occupied, let them. Let them come and see why Gaara of the desert is uncontested in the desert itself, I said, but not in only my voice. All my clones spoke in unison with me in what would have been a fantastic display of coordination if I didn't essentially control them like puppets from the beginning. I see, Tajiro said without saying anything else before he coughed and straightened up. All right, boy, I will consider you. Now convince me. How would you tackle Suna's economic problems? He asked while staring at me, and I just smiled. Another one for the list. Present. At the end of the day, I'd only been able to personally speak to 4 members of the council to secure their support, and they all met my eyes at different times to show where they stood on this. To show me I still had their support. At least, I thought that was what they intended. I could have been reading way too much into things. But apart from those 4, I trusted Chio to speak to those she trusted, and to avoid placing all my eggs in one basket, I'd reached out to someone else. 32 hours after Raza's death. Gaara, she screamed and jumped on me with a hug that I was quick to return. I abhorred physical touch, but this was not a time I could afford to piss off the few friends I had. What's wrong? Mabuki asked instantly once she broke off from the hug, clutching my right hand in 2 of hers. Raza's dead. Oh, Gaara, she said, swallowing me in another hug. I couldn't truly tell her I wasn't sad about what happened. I was pretty apathetic to the whole thing besides a certain feeling of satisfaction that came over me whenever I thought of him. He tried fucking me up with his last decree, and that was the only reason I was forced to skulk around my own village like a thief in the night. It's fine, Mabuki Amudo, I teased her with the title. The manipulation seemed to work as it made her lean back a bit, and I pounced on the opportunity to change subjects. I want to succeed him, Mabuki. I want to be the next Kazekage. The 5th 1-inch, I told her, and her brain looked like it was running a mile a minute at this point. Oh, okay, Gaara. How can I help? That's why you're here, isn't it? You need my help, she said, staring at me. With anyone else, that would have been a red flag. With Mabuki, it was simply a statement that she intended to help. It insinuated that I would only ever truly come to see her if I needed her help, and not for the support of a friend, but Mabuki understood me. In a way, I didn't even truly understand myself. Counselor Kanado adopted you to sponsor you into the medical corps, did she not? Yes. Yes, she did. Good. How close are you? She sees me as the daughter she never got to have, she replied instantly. Good. I need you to prevail on her to support me when the time comes. Can I trust you with that? Of course, Kazekage-sama, she said with a wide smile. Not to you, Mabuki. I'll always be Gaara to you. Her smile got even wider and she engulfed me in another monster hug. Present. When Ebizo read through the decree for performative reasons, he passed the decree around to the rest of the council for them to verify its authenticity. When it had made the rounds, Ebizo spoke again. Are there any objections to this final decree? He asked, and Tajuro instantly had a hand up. Yes, Elder Tajuro, Ebizo said, giving the man the stage. What Kazekage-sama, when see him well, has left us with is preposterous. It is a decree to name one as Kage, while giving another the hat and robes. In his lifetime, I never knew the Kazekage to be so indecisive. When he made a decision, he stuck with it for good and for ill. I'm sure we all have some memories of that happening. Now, what I believe is that Kazekage-sama was not in complete possession of his faculties when this decree was made. We must set this perverse ruling aside. He spoke, before leaning back in his chair, allowing the others to think through his words, and some of them to whisper among themselves. Elder Chio, you examined his body. What say you? Ebizo asked, bringing order to the room almost instantly. I agree with Elder Tajuro. In my examination, it took me little time to discover the poison Orochimaru used in killing the Kazekage. While I haven't fully broken it down, the poison shows traits and ingredients similar to that found in several well-known hallucinogens and neurotoxins, she said in her customary drawl. This approach had been Tajuro's idea. We could not overturn Raza's decree lightly, so something like this had to be our only recourse. Thank you, sister. Is there anyone to speak in favor of the decree? Ebizo asked when it was clear that Chio had nothing further to say. Yura raised his hand, and Ebizo ceded the floor to him instantly. Yura was one of the few I hadn't spoken to either in person or through agents. There was no point in doing so, in my opinion. After all, he was never going to take my side. If there was anyone who would ever budge, it would be him. And with the whole being a brainwashed spy for Sasori thing, I wasn't going to be touching him with a foot-long pole. While I agree that certain parts of the decree are most unusual, it will not do to toss the baby out with the bathwater, so to speak. Yes. I agree that the entire interim Kage ruling has no place in Suna. That does not change the fact that our late Kazekage has given his preferred candidate, his daughter, Temari. We should still endeavor to recognize that. Of course he spoke for Temari. He'd been chosen to serve as her Jounin sensei after Baki's death. He wanted the next Kage to be someone he had guaranteed influence over. The bastard. The doctrine of election, Yura. We cannot approbate and reprobate at the same time. It is not our place to pick and choose which parts of a decree to follow. If we declare it null, then we do so to the whole thing and not just part. Tajiro pounced on the younger man's argument almost instantly, and from the nodding heads, pretty much the entire council agreed with him. Yura made to say something else, but only a look from Ebizo was enough to dissuade him. Now that we have heard arguments from both sides, all in favor of declaring the decree of Raza of the Golden Dust as null and void? He asked. Every hand in the room besides Yura's went up. All against? The motion passes as intended. He spoke, before turning to the rest of the council again. Now, on to other business. The position of Kazekage sits empty. Are there any nominations? Ikanago, the only other woman on the council, rose her hand at that. Yes, Elder Ikanago. Ebizo gave her the stage and she spoke in her low-toned drawl. I nominate Jounin Gaara of the Desert, son of Raza, the fourth Kazekage, grandnephew of Shaman, the second Kazekage, and great-grandson of Redo, the first Kazekage, the great unifier, Jinchuriki of the Ichibi no Shukaku, winner of the Chunin exams, and S-rank shinobi of Sunagakure. She said, going through the full list of claims to fame that I might have made. Who seconds this nomination? Ebizo asked. Iduchio raised her hand. Is there any need for arguments? My bones are beginning to tire, he asked. Let us take the votes first. If the margin is too small, we will begin arguments. Tajiro said. I agree. All in favor of naming Gaara of the Desert as the fifth Kazekage? Ebizo asked, and hands instantly went up. 8 of them in total. And seeing the majority on my side, 3 more hands joined the 8 to make it 11. As expected, Yura was the odd man out. His wife had been killed by Shukaku during that messed up accident 6 years ago, so I could not blame him. And now that that is settled, we must send our nomination to the daimyo for him to make his decision, Ebizo said, preparing to end the meeting. There is no need for that, I interrupted. The daimyo himself has given his approval, I said, walking forwards and handing them a scroll. If anyone was going to speak about the presumptiveness of reaching out to the daimyo before even being granted the position, it would be Tajiro, but that particular monster was on my side, so he held his tongue. I see. Ebizo said, reading through before passing it to the others. Gaara of the Desert, you are hereby named the 5th Kazekage of Sunagakure. Our hearts and swords are yours, Ebizo said, bowing. The council quickly followed suit. Finally, the game agreed with me because it chimed at that moment. Chapter 24 Shinobi in Okami POV. A 12-year-old Kage, huh? The world changes every day, doesn't it, Danzo? I asked my old friend as I took a sip of my tea while staring at the latest report from our network in Sunagakure. An official announcement was still forthcoming, but the boy had been sworn in and anointed as Kage already. I told you we should have killed him when we had the chance, Danzo said, showing his famous short-sightedness. I just sighed before I replied. Yes, we would have robbed Suna of a powerful shinobi and maybe gained a Jinchuriki of our own who would have become useful anywhere from a decade to 2 from now. But now, think of the benefits. The treaty with Sunagakure is bound to need some revision after so much time, and as inexperienced as Gaara of the Desert must be, Konoha will be able to get even more favorable terms. Why negotiate peace, though? Suna is weak. Their choice of Kage shows that. They would not have chosen a 12-year-old boy, and a Jinchuriki besides if they had any other options. They lack powerful shinobi, their Kage is a boy. This is the time to crush them beneath our boot. And then have Iwa and Kumo fall upon us as we gorge ourselves on Suna's flesh? I doubt the other villages will consider it above them to use the same tactics we used on them after the fall of Uzushio on us after we defeat Suna. Besides, we can essentially turn Suna into a vassal with the right kind of treaty. We could achieve all we desire without ever spilling a drop of Konoha blood. Is that one not sufficient for you? I asked him, staring over the cup of tea I'd raised up to my lips. It hid my smirk well when Danzo conceded my point. My friend was stubborn, so it was especially satisfying when I could get him to change his mind on matters like this. What about the rest of the report? Orochimaru killed Raza, Danzo mentioned, a set to his lips that I recognized from our time on the front lines. He could read between the lines almost as well as I could. Raza was planning on betraying us, I said the words we were both thinking. And he sought to partner with Orochimaru, that stain on the Leaf's history. A dead stain, I pointed out, with a bittersweet feeling. I felt happy to know that the weight on my shoulders was gone. The burden I felt for all of Orochimaru's atrocities was beginning to lighten as the man was now dead and gone. But there was still sadness. Sadness for the boy I'd taken under my wing over and above the granddaughter of Hashirama himself. The orphan boy I'd owed nothing to, but still saw as my son by every metric that mattered. Have you seen the body? Danzo asked, and I very nearly scoffed at the suggestion that I would do anything less. The moment the Suna Jounin had come to cash in the bounty and taken the payment for the corpse, I'd had the body sent to a private room in the Konoha morgue and booked an appointment to look at it. The separated head from the body had almost made me sob. Orochimaru had been a son, and his headless body made his death sink in even further. Yes. Yes, I have. Good. I have a request, Hiruzen. I lifted an eyebrow. Danzo's requests were always on the ridiculous end of the spectrum. I am listening. The body. I want it. Well, wasn't that just interesting? Why? Orochimaru was at the pinnacle of body modification science. My medical ninja will be able to find and harvest secrets from the body that can aid the entire Konoha ninja force. Just imagine the kind of progress he could have made in the last few years. Val progress, Danzo. What do ends care for means? Everything. Besides, I have medical need of my own. Why should I give you the body to be swallowed in those roots of yours? Let's not pretend that you will consent to doing what is necessary to gain what we need. I will spare you that pain, my friend. I will. The roots strengthen and support the great tree, Hiruzen. You know this. Fine. You may have it. But I want real results. I decided after a few minutes of consideration. I can trust Danzo. Danzo is my friend. The fence-sitter. Ha 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 ha, my laughter reverberated across the office, worrying my son and the gathered jounin. A 12-year-old Kage. Now, this is rich. The entire world has gone insane, I said, continuing my mad cackling. This Gaara of the desert would be the third Kazekage I'd have the displeasure of meeting during my reign as Tsuchikage. And the fifth I'd be seeing in my lifetime. For so-called Kazekages had come and gone, and here I still remained. The Will of Stone, indeed. Reports indicate that the boy is the strongest shinobi in Suna at the moment, and even killed Orochimaru of the Densetsu no Sannin. Kitsuchi spoke up, ever attempting to play devil's advocate. And so? The shiniest shit in a bucket is still just that, shit. Besides, those same reports say he managed to kill the snake after the snake had fought his father for close to an hour. Raza was strong, almost worthy of the title of Kage, so I can see how Raza was able to weaken the snake enough for his son to get the kill. I saw the boy myself 6 years ago. He was at most at the level of a weak jounin. To climb the precipice from jounin to Kage in 6 years? You yourself know how impossible the idea of it even is. And for a 12-year-old, not even a ninja in the prime of his life. I shook my head. No way the boy was strong enough to measure up with a true Kage. All he had going for him was that tailed beast of his, and Iwa has 2 of them. 2 more powerful ones at that. What will you be doing with this information? Shin asked. I liked Shin. Solid head on his shoulders. Much more solid than Kitsuchi's on some days. Suna is at the weakest they've ever been. Increase our border presence and prepare our shinobi. Recall Han and Rashi to the village. They must be at the ready for a concentrated push. What about their alliance with Konoha? A jounin in the group piped up, and instead of glaring at him for mentioning our hated rivals, I actually dignified his question with a response. Konoha is weak. They are not in much of a better position than Suna at this point. We won't launch our invasion until after the Chunin exams in Konoha. The tree huggers would be too busy managing their increased mission load to bother with an ally as weak as Suna. What of the other villages? They won't matter, boy. We in Konoha are the only ones who share borders with Suna. We will push in quickly and thoroughly. When we've taken Suna itself, with few casualties, we will be able to ward off Kumo with that. With the resources of Suna at our disposal, we can easily replenish what we lose in the invasion and prepare ourselves for the rest of the villages. This will break the peace, Kitsuchi commented. There was never peace, my son. Peace between hidden villages is nothing but the space between wars. It's better we invade someone else now, than we find ourselves the ones being invaded in a year or two. I said, passing on some wisdom for the boy to pass to that daughter of his. Kuratsuchi would be my successor, but she was still decades away from being ready for the hat or seat. It would eat her up the same way I knew it would eat up Gaara of the desert. Unruly eye. Has this been verified? Darui asked the Umbu agent who delivered the report to us, and the agent nodded before being dismissed. I turned to my right-hand man and possible successor and waited to see what he thought of the whole thing. I take it we are to prepare ourselves for war, he said, and I fought down the urge to smile. Darui had the brains for the seat. Just not the strength. Not yet, at least. Only a possible invasion at this point. We will let IWA handle taking advantage of Suna's weakness, I said. Would you let them strengthen themselves like that? He asked. I know Anoki and Sarutobi, and I got the measure of this Gaara of the desert. Anoki will invade at the earliest opportunity. Sarutobi will scramble to help his only ally among the five, and both Konoha and IWA will bleed themselves dry in the deserts of Kaze no Kuni. None of them will find much in the way of strength in those deserts. So we just stay out of things? That doesn't feel like you, he said, and I nodded. The thought of staying out of the fight wasn't one I was entirely comfortable with, but I could no longer think for myself. I had a whole village to consider in all the decisions I made. That was why I could keep my brother essentially locked up, even though it pained me to see his yearning to leave whenever I saw him. B could hide it better now, but not from me. The village bored him, but I could not let him leave. Both for his safety and that of the village. More the latter than the former, if I was being completely honest. I kept a tough shell about it, but I could tell when I'd been surpassed, and B had done that years ago. We have enough problems to deal with on our own without shipping ninja halfway across the continent to participate in an invasion we have no business in. Speaking of, how are the repairs going? I asked, pinning him with a stare. The fight bled into some commercial districts, but most of it was contained. The repairs will be complete in a week at the most, he said, and I nodded. I know how difficult that must have been for you, I said to him, trying to show my sympathy. No, it was not difficult. The Umbu were right. Noel had been in the process of deserting the village, and it was my duty as his sensei to stop him. I've scheduled a public execution for a week from now, he said, and ignoring the words he spoke to understand the feeling behind them with practiced ease, I saw the path I had to take. You understand why I could never promote him past Chunin, do you not, Darui? Yes. Yes, I do. The Yatsuki clan intended to use him to stake their claim on Kumo. Me allowing him to learn the lightning armor without consequence had been a mistake. It gave them hope that one of their number could be Kage, and that is a dangerous thing. Good. Kumo has never been ruled by a shinobi from a clan for a reason. The clans had been unwilling additions to the village. They seek their independence even as they compete with one another constantly. Raising any one clan above the others can threaten Kumo's integrity as a whole. Yes, Rikage-sama, he said. He still blamed me. Perhaps part of him would always do so. I should never have allowed Darui to take the boy under his wing. I should have seen this. Rikage-sama. A messenger screamed as he entered the office, out of breath almost completely. Straighten up, man. And speak, Darui chastised, bringing a smile to my face. The prisoner, Noel Yatsuki, has escaped. His cell was found empty, he said, and my table flew out of the window without me even noticing that I'd moved till I heard the glass shatter. Gaara of the Desert. Player has achieved Hidden Life Objective 3, become the Kazekage. Because of this, game will now be restructured to account for this. Tutorial section is officially over. Special note from System Administrator, good luck, kid. You're now in the major leagues. Initializing begin. Points and levels now calibrated to cater for new upper limits. New upper limit equals Otsutsuki level, previous upper limit equals Madara Uchiha. Stats now recalibrated to include new stats, perception, agility, to replace dexterity, and vitality. Stamina bar now completely removed. Chakra capacity between gamer and tailed beast now separated. Stat point gains now limited to 3 per level. Quests will now be auto-generated and accepted. Gamer must complete all quests or suffer penalties. Player now given the ability to observe other persons in universe. Ninjutsu now separated into ninjutsu and medical ninjutsu. Jinjutsu will now affect player if Jinjutsu level exceeds player's perception stat. The blue screen that popped up the moment I returned home kept going, dictating all the ways the game was either being nerfed or buffed. The part about Jinjutsu made me want to scream. Look at me, thinking I was Itachi-proof. However, apart from that, many changes seemed purely aesthetic, making things more sensible in the game itself. Sadly, the game would take 24 hours to initialize and implement everything. I didn't have 24 hours to spend doing nothing, so I moved through the house I'd grown up in, cherishing the last memories before moving to the home set aside for the Kazekage and his family. Sharing a house with Tamari and Kankuro would be awkward after always being separated from them. Still, I couldn't send them away. They were useful tools for anyone with enough ambition and stupidity to consider rebellion. I also couldn't stay away from the house. I needed every sign of legitimacy I could get. I couldn't allow anyone to get any foolish ideas. It was already a few hours after the council had submitted, and I was sure the other villages would soon receive reports about what happened. Spies were everywhere. No weaknesses would be tolerated. Speaking of strength, though, I had an idea after the fight with Kimimaro a few days ago. We would be sending Orochimaru back to Konoha. The bounty was too valuable for us to consider anything less. The money would be a useful boon. My victory at the Chunin exam had solved many problems, but the village was still bleeding money, passed on to the citizens. The first enemy I'd be facing as Kage would be a stagnant economy. So much fun. Instead of going straight to the mansion and confronting the awkward situation with my siblings, I chose to make a detour to the medical corps. Chiyo had been entrusted with the bodies of the Sound Five, and her first mission was to decode the secrets of the dead bone pulse. The Kagaya body was the most valuable thing to fall into our hands in a long time, and I couldn't let it go to waste. As I walked towards the medical corps, I came up with orders and issued them in the same motion to the ANBU guards following me, feeling them leave to carry them out before returning. It was efficient, if a bit unsettling, to speak into the air and know my wishes were being carried out almost instantly. First things first, our Genin and Chunin situation needed addressing. The academy had to be revamped, so I scheduled a meeting with the head of the academy to start. We needed higher graduation rates and condensed academy education for the next 2 years, at least. War was coming, and we had the smallest military of the Great Five. Ordinarily, I wouldn't care about that. In the desert, I was invincible. Suno would prevail against any invasion, but that wasn't relevant to my goals. Orochimaru had left behind a promising ninja village in the land of rice, and the easiest way to avoid being invaded was to invade someone else first. We would strike Odo, hard and fast, plunder their labs and people, and return the spoils to Suna. It was a perfect plan. A fascinating Kekkai Genkai if I've ever seen one, Chiyo commented as we stared at Kimamaru's body together. While she spoke, I examined the body using my own diagnostic jutsu, watching and learning how the body responded to specific stimuli. Yes, complete control over his bone structure by manipulating hormone and cell production at will. It's truly unique. However, how's the progress on the second objective? This isn't purely academic, after all. I know you believe Orochimaru had a method, but I still can't see how it's possible. Replicating an entire Kekkai Genkai is impossible. Transferring a Kekkai Genkai from one body to another? No. If that were possible, we'd be doing it all the time. Difficult but not impossible, Chiyo-sensei. Don't delude yourself, boy. I thought little of it, if anything. Doesn't change anything, does it? Indeed, Kazekage-sama. Indeed, she replied mockingly, her use of the title dripping with irony. That seemed to be her preferred way of using such a title. Her constantly shifting means of addressing me would eventually get on my nerves, but not yet, not now at least. And the other option? The body remains in perfect cellular condition, accommodating the cancerous state. Moreover, we can easily extract enough genetic material to start our own Kagaya clan. Ask the question, she prompted, holding back something in her words. I could tell she wanted me to ask by the way she framed her response. Chiyo's games could be quite tiring at times. She found amusement in things that often left others bewildered, even weeks after the fact. Fortunately, this time she didn't break into the kind of laughter that made it seem like she might collapse at the slightest push. However, the chuckle she released was grating in its own right. The Kagaya clan. The dead bone pulse is a powerful Kekkai Genkai, but the inherent madness in the clan is a risk Suna can't afford. We need powerful shinobi, yes, but not at the cost of loyalty. Loyalty is crucial. You're aware of what happened with Pakura of the Scorch release, correct? She asked, and I nodded. Previous Kazekages have been cautious about empowering their shinobi too much. Some might see it as a weakness or unhealthy paranoia, but it's the cold pragmatism the desert demands. We're unlike the other nations. We can't afford infighting and factionalism. That's why I supported your rise to Kage. Your strength will unify Suna, but if you bring in a clan with such instability, you might be lighting a fuse that's set to explode. Maybe not now, but in decades. Is that the legacy you want to leave for your children? She asked, walking past the table that separated us and held Kimamaru's body. When she stood beside me, she placed a hand on my cheek and gazed at me, conveying the weight of her words. The unsaid message was clear through her eyes. I supported you for Kage. That support will disappear if you do this. I merely smiled and nodded, suppressing my anger that flared momentarily, as if I were a gamer. Chiyo's arrogance was familiar to me. I had used it to secure her support, after all. But it seemed it would come back to haunt me much sooner than I anticipated. She would need to be dealt with. Not now, but soon. Have you thought about what to do with Temari? She inquired, her gaze intense. I stared back, trying to discern her motives. No. Keeping her as she is seems wise, I finally said, giving up on figuring out what the woman wanted. No. Yura will use her eventually. She remains a threat to your rule. She's my sister. Of course. I never expected you to do anything untoward with her. The desert doesn't forgive kinslayers. But she can't stay where she is now. What do you suggest? Remove her from him. Yura can't be her sensei any longer. His loyalty to you is questionable, and Temari is a tool that poses the greatest threat to your reign. She's my sister. Don't give me that, boy. Others might buy it, but not me. I've raised someone like you before. Given the chance and reason, you would kill her. Let's not fool ourselves. My Sasori was much the same. I simply stared at her, and she continued. What should I do, then? I honestly haven't considered it. Hand her and Kankuro over to Ebizo. He's one of Suna's greatest shinobi, so their development won't be jeopardized. You can also have someone loyal overseeing them. And you and Ebizo will have leverage for my cooperation. I completed the sentence with the unspoken part she left out. She just smiled, an ugly smile, like all her smiles were. I'll authorize the transfer, but don't test me, Chio, I said, staring her down and doing my best to communicate the many ways I'd eliminate her if sufficiently motivated. Chapter 25. When I woke up the next morning, it was to the notification that the system calibration had finished. Turns out there had been multiple notifications while I was asleep about the game changing a few things it was changing already, so the first notification had become obsolete. Apparently, a system administrator or something had gotten involved in the matter. If I was a more patient man, I'd have spent my time looking through the changes that were made and trying to parse them to understand what had happened. Instead, I just called up my stat sheet to look through everything at once, and oh was it interesting. Name, Gaara of the Desert. Age, 12. Level, 13. Title, Kazekage of Sunagakure. Chakra capacity, 4,500/6,000, regeneration, 250 CP per minute. Ichibi chakra capacity, 45,000/45,000, regeneration, 750 CP per minute. Strength, 21. Speed, 57. Agility, 63. Endurance, 61. Intelligence, 75. Durability, 26. Perception, 39. Charisma, 42. Stat points, 34. Skills. Gamer's Mind Mark II on. Taijutsu, 51. Ninjutsu, 82. Jinjutsu, 2. Fuinjutsu, 47. Medical Ninjutsu, 63. Sand Control, 75. Pain Tolerance, 28. Meditation, 76. Shade Manipulation, 67. Chakra Sensing, 10. Chakra Affinities. Wind, 49. Earth, 42. Fire, 48. I watched the sheet with a scowl building across my face. Pretty much all my stats had seen a notable downgrade. What kind of nerf was this? It wasn't until I read through the notifications again that I realized that this wasn't a nerf at all. In fact, it was quite the opposite. It was a buff. My power level was the same, but the numbers had changed. That meant my limits were being shifted. The game claimed that it was being shifted to the level of Madara Uchiha or something, so that was some serious scaling. And even when I hit that limit, I still had ideas for how to improve my powers. Beyond that, there was something else that caught my eye in the stat sheet. I still laid in bed in my old room in my old apartment, so I had the freedom to experiment. I stared right at my index finger for my right hand and watched it shift, becoming a yellow, earth-colored. I focused on it and changed the shape, thinning out the sand that had once been my finger, and sending it floating across the room before I returned it to its original position on my hand and watched it return to flesh and blood. Fuck! That was every bit as cool as I expected it to be. It made all the worries I had, the inner fears that I had even from myself, to fade away. I'd beaten Orochimaru by luck. It was a fluke. I was S rank, but barely. Nowhere near the level of any of the Kage fuckers floating around. But now, I'd basically become unkillable. With this kind of power, I'd gone from bottom barrel scum to hanging with the truly scary big guys. The fact that my effective chakra capacity had gone down by a fuckton didn't even bother me as much as it could have. From what I understood, 3,000 chakra points was more than enough to carry out all the jutsu I needed to. All I had to do was be more careful about how I spent the chakra that had become my own. A quarter of it was already gone in maintaining a clone that I needed to perform special duties at the capital. That was non-negotiable. Speaking of the capital, the first bit of aid was due to arrive today, and I needed to be ready to receive it whenever the time was necessary. It wouldn't do for me to not be there to take the credit for what I had done. I walked out of the room after taking a shower and freshening up. My home had enjoyed amenities beyond the pale for the average home in Suna, and luckily, the place I was moving to would enjoy similar amenities. I couldn't end up moving into the Kage mansion last night. By the time I'd finished with Chiyo, it was well into the morning, and I was happy to take the excuse to procrastinate the awkward meeting. I was also going to be doing that this morning as I walked towards the office to begin my day instead of the mansion like I'd told myself I would. When I was greeted by the secretary, she met me with some robes and hat in her outstretched hands. I accepted them with a smile. The Kage gear had to be resized to fit me, but Suna tailors worked quickly. Very quickly. I put it on and smiled at her, slightly disheartened when she seemed to cringe backwards a bit. She'd been my father's staff, and clearly not one of those ready to deal with me on a daily basis. If I was Naruto or pretty much any other anime protagonist, I would have resolved myself to changing her mind. I wasn't them though. I was more pragmatic. In my position, I needed a secretary I could trust to have my back fully and completely. She wouldn't be able to fulfill that role. Not now. Maybe not ever. Still, I maintained my smile till I walked into the office and made a gesture with my hands calling down the Umbu agents hidden around the office. My orders were simple. We needed information, so I had them liaise with others who would liaise with our agents in all the other villages. I needed to know which villages would be mobilizing and which ones would be staying put. If war would come, we would need to be ready. And I ended things by asking for a map of Tanokuni. War against Otogakure was still months away, but I had to make myself as conversant as I could with much of the geography. My meeting with the academy head was set for a few minutes for now so we could follow up on the changes being made to the curriculum. Toshiro-sensei, I greeted the man as he walked in. His white-haired form dropped into a bow almost instantly. I smiled at the respect. It was manipulative, he wanted something, but being treated like an actual Kage by someone who was, the Umbu who had sworn their lives to me was a refreshing experience. Kazekage-sama. My heart and sword are yours, he greeted. Good. Now let us dispatch with all the formality. We have work to do. Yes, Kazekage-sama. You mentioned changes to the curriculum. Yes, we will need a condensed curriculum for the next 2 years to match the village's militarization. The peace the 5 nations have enjoyed will come to an end sooner or later, and the village hidden in the sands shall not be caught lacking when the time comes. A condensed curriculum? This is most unusual, Kazekage-sama. Is it? I have it on good authority that something like this has happened twice before already. Those were all in the middle of war, Kazekage-sama. War is what I am preparing for, Toshiro. Believe it or not, war will come to these lands sooner or later. There has been peace for over a decade, Kazekage-sama. This is the largest era of uninterrupted peace in the history of the 5 villages. Which is precisely why we must prepare ourselves, Toshiro. Our Kage was assassinated by a rogue ninja from Konoha. Our allies do not remain as such, we are on our own and must be ready for anything. But a great ninja war. The greatest of them all is coming, Toshiro-san. Think. Use that brain of yours. Peace for over a decade means the other villages have had more than a decade to advance and prepare their war machines to deal with us. Unlike them, we have only suffered since the wars ended. Our daimyo has seen fit to humiliate us at every turn, and Raza's leadership was not the best. Suna is weak. We must fix this, Toshiro. Together. You are the only one that can help me with this. Can you do it? Your Kazekage requires this of you. Yes, Kazekage-sama. What changes are you suggesting? He seemed to have come over to my side of things and took out a notepad and pencil from one of his pockets. I'd had to raise a hand to prevent the Umbu from interfering. First of all, we will condense the curriculum to 2 years. Starting from the first year, Kazekage-sama? He asked, and I nodded, ignoring the frown that began to spread across his face. Kazekage-sama is a prodigy with unseen talent, but that is not the situation of the average academy student. The average 8-year-old does not have the body strength or chakra capacity to deal with the rigors of ninja life, he said, trying to put as much respect in his tone as he could to take out the sting of disagreeing with me. It was then that I noticed the fear he was doing his best to hide. Has that always been there? Yes. I understand. That is why the academy will be matched with a revamped Genin Core. The Jounin track will be abolished, and every academy graduate will be placed in the Genin Core for a minimum of 2 years. There, they will learn under the tutelage of a rotating roster of Jounin and Chunin. Graduates will be examined and instantly promoted to Chunin, I told him, and watched the dread build across his face. 10-year-old Chunin, Kazekage-sama? Do not limit your thinking to the way things have been. Prepare to understand new limits of what is and is not possible. We will graduate the best of the best. The remainder will be sent to various administrative functions within the village and the Land of Wind itself. Within the Land of Wind? Yes. Kazekage-sama. There is another issue. What will we teach in this accelerated curriculum? 6 months of basic education and physical fitness to begin with, and then ninja skills for the rest of the period. Ideally, we will focus on chakra control, the beginning of elemental control, taijutsu, bukijutsu, medical ninjutsu, and fuinjutsu. All of this will be expensive, Kazekage-sama, do not worry. The daimyo has approved increased funding to the village itself, and part of that will go to the academy. We will also be changing the rotation of academy teachers. All fit and battle-ready Chunin will be sent to remedial training to prepare for active duty, and only injured or aged Chunin will be eligible to teach at the academy. Kazekage-sama. I must protest. Noted and ignored. He slumped back in his seat after he'd made as if to rise. In Suna, the academy was basically a cushy retirement job. Chunin with little future prospects got to retire from active duty and earn a greater than living wage while doing little beyond producing mediocre Genin year after year. That had to change. If I wanted to change the way the academy operated, I could not do it with the same staff that had basically upheld and created the system I was trying to change. If there's a fire you're trying to douse, you can't put it out from inside the house or something like that. What else, Kazekage-sama? He asked, with a scowl building up on his face. Nothing for now. My next appointment begins in 5 minutes. My people will reach out to you to schedule another meeting to hash out the specifics, but if you could generate a draft curriculum based on the details I have given you, then I will be most grateful, I said, waiting for him to nod and scurry out of the office. I didn't have another appointment. Not for hours, at least. That meant I had time to solve my secretary problem. Mabuki lived in an apartment building on the edges of town. Adopted by a counselor she might have been, but that counselor also happened to have adopted a dozen other orphans that showed potential to be great in future. It was the business she was into, and while I did not judge, it might have made things more difficult for me in this particular instance. Should I be seen favoring one member of my council over the others so early into my reign? It was a balancing act. How to achieve what I wanted with the least amount of resistance from those who were ostensibly supposed to be helping. Still though, having someone I trusted around me was worth more than whatever ill will or suspicion it could generate within the council. Those old farts were so used to their petty games and backroom dealings that they would never contemplate me appointing Mabuki to such a sensitive position as the one I was about to without some sort of deal having been made. Still, even that would have its purposes. Division amongst the counselors was to my advantage in the end. If they were too busy questioning who had or hadn't made deals with me and being suspicious of each other, they wouldn't have the time in the day to fuck with me or my plans. Like all things politics, it was stupid and illogical, but somehow managed to work. When I entered the apartment, I was actually surprised to find her inside. When she rushed at me with a hug building up, I was only mildly surprised. The Umbu didn't react. I'd already prepped them for this. Mabuki was one of those they were not to harm under any circumstances. I understood the hole it left in my defenses, but I trusted her. And it was also a red herring for anyone who wanted to attack me. They'd see Mabuki as the weakness she was and focus on using her to get to me instead of the 500,000 other things they could try. Sometimes, it was better to have an obvious weakness, because you'd know exactly what to protect against and would have your guard up for it at all times. Even as Mabuki wrapped her arms around me, I scanned her chakra to make sure and my sand ran across and into her body without her detecting it. Years together had made her accustomed to having my chakra run across her body like this, so she had no reason to be suspicious. "I'm sorry," she said, suddenly bolting out of the hug once she realized who exactly she was squeezing the life out of. "Kazekage-sama, my heart and sword are yours," she said, dropping to one knee and bending her head in deference. I picked up her hand and held it tight as I could. "Gaara to you, Mabuki. Always Gaara to you." When she wrapped me in a hug the second time, I did my best to return it in the spirit it was given. After a few minutes, I finally managed to extract myself from her death grip. "What are you doing here? Can a man not visit his Oni-chan on his own? Must he have a reason? The first thing wrong with that question is you calling yourself a man. Still have a few feet to go." Methinks the laugh her statement got from me was real and full. A full belly laugh ripped itself out of my lips before I could stop it, not like I'd ever try. "I've got a job for you," I finally said when I sobered up. "I have a job." "A better job, then? Head of the hospital?" she asked, eyes comically large, drawing another laugh from me. I missed her. I missed this. Just someone who was with me for me. Not my strength, not my name, not what I could do for or to them. Nothing quite so impressive. "I'm in need of a secretary." "I'd never been a secretary," she deadpanned. "I'd never been Kazekage. We'll learn things together." "I'm pretty sure that's not how it works." "Well, I say it is, and I'm Kazekage, so I'm always right." The banter was smooth and easy. Just as I preferred it to be. "Why me?" she asked, and I could tell the question was a serious one. "Because I trust you. That's the most important thing to me. I trust you. I trust you to tell me when I'm wrong. I trust you to do what I need you to. I trust you not to hide things from me or spy on me. Am I wrong to do so?" "Never, Gaara." "Never," she said, and I nodded, expecting the answer. "Good. Now, will you take the job?" I asked her, and she nodded before glomping me with another hug. Mission accomplished. Hold on, she finally said after a bit. "I need to negotiate." "They said we should always negotiate jobs." I laughed right in her face at that. Mabuki was a genius, but could be an idiot a lot of the time. "I'm serious," she said, pouting. "Okay. What do you want?" I said, trying to take her seriously. "A better apartment," she said first. "You can have my old house. Apart from the location, it's practically a mansion of its own. Pay? Whatever you decide it is. Just be reasonable and I won't have any problems." She nodded, looking immensely grateful, not realizing she was the one getting the short end of the stick here. If I chose to pay her, I'd most definitely overpay, and the girl would never pay herself a ryo she felt was unearned. It annoyed me that even years after coming to this world, I was still applying lessons learned from my old one. A trick like this was pretty much based on the idea some companies had that if you gave employees unlimited time off, then they would actually take less time off. Using such tactics against Mabuki felt dirty, but I didn't know better. Couldn't be better. Like the scorpion always says to the frog, it is my nature. Energized from the meeting with Mabuki, I made my way to the Kazekage mansion next. I'd face off with my siblings and end this once and for all. I walked in through the gate and entered the living room. I was unsurprised to see Kankuro and Tamari sitting in the living room. It had become a habit to send my sand scouting the environment whenever I was entering a place I did not completely feel safe in. It was telling that I didn't scan Mabuki's apartment, but I was scanning the home that bore the last of my family. Raza had done a thing. A stupid thing in keeping us so estranged from each other. The living room was large, multiple couches dominating the place, and Fuinjutsu's script visible on every wall. Probably regulating the temperature within. It was the only way a building like this could be habitable in the heat of the desert. Too busy looking at the script, I paid no attention to my siblings, so I could not see them share a look before Temari ran right at me. For some reason, my sand did not stop her. He clutched me in a hug, seeming to hold onto me for dear life as tears ran down her face. She was taller than me, so it was a bit awkward, but Kankuro, who dwarfed the both of us, came right behind her and wrapped the both of us up in his own embrace. What was this feeling? Is this what family felt like? It was similar to what I felt with Lord Naruhea. This feeling of completeness. I felt complete with the both of them, like a part of my soul had been searching for something and found this in this group hug. Gaara. We've missed you so much, Temari said, sobbing increasing, and Kankuro squeezed us even tighter as if to show his agreement. Missed me? How? They did not even know me. How could they miss me? It was a lie. It had to be some sort of trick to make me let my guard down for them to take advantage of and pull the rug out from underneath me. If it was, why did it feel so perfect? Why was I so happy now? Why did my sand not defend me? Why weren't the Umbu doing anything? Why? Why? Why were the feelings disappearing? Where were they going? Gamer's mind? Why? Quest notification: you cannot turn off Gamer's mind to feel emotions fully until Shukaku is subdued. Subdue him. Objective: defeat and subdue Shukaku. Rewards: status, perfect Jinchuriki, plus 20 to all stats, plus 15 to sand control. Chapter 26. I stood in front of the teams we'd be sending to Konoha with a smile on my face. The smile brightened as my siblings caught it and sent theirs in return. Well, Temari did. Kankuro was careful not to do anything with his face that might distort the war paint he'd spent the better part of the morning putting on painstakingly. The fact that Temari had refused to help because she thought it was stupid, and my clone had been little help because he'd ruined it on his first 3 attempts and gave up to continue practicing meditation. It was actually impressive that he could get that much paint applied all on his lonesome. Impressive and fucking stupid. He was still going to have to spend a few days of travel before even getting to Konoha. Sure, it was paint that would survive the journey, but he still had days to spend in Konoha before the first stage of the exams would begin. What was the point in applying it now when he'd have to reapply later? I turned to the last 2 members of his Genin team, and my smile belied the depths of the pride I felt in staring at Shira as he stood near their sensei, Ebizo. His ASE had crossed my desk after I revised the Academy's requirements, and I'd been quick to approve both his admission and graduation as they occurred months after each other. My record of 1 day at the Academy remained undisturbed, but his 3 months there was something else. And I'd even looked in on a few of his training sessions, and he was good. Probably better than what Rock Lee was at this point. Unlike Lee, he was an actual genius. A genius of taijutsu only, but still a genius nonetheless. In 3 months under Ebizo, he'd become better at taijutsu than I was. Better than everyone I'd ever seen. Technically, at least. The other teams heading to Konoha also caught my eyes as I stood in front of them. We'd be sending around 11 teams this time to avoid drawing undue attention to ourselves by sending too little or too many. All of them were more than strong enough to survive the exams. I'd watched a few of their training sessions personally to make sure no Suna lives were being wasted by being tossed into the meat grinder that Chunin exams could be, needlessly. There was also the fact that this would be the last Chunin exams till I unleashed the hounds of war on Tano Kuni and sent my elite Jounin and Umbu tearing apart the countryside in search of Orochimaru's hideouts. I'd spent months coming up with a war plan, having Umbu teams scout the areas to point out probable sites of bases, and getting the approval of the council. They hadn't needed much convincing to get to my side of things, especially after Chiyo had gotten some success in transplanting the cells of the dead bone pulse into a few fetuses at the hospital. We had a while to wait till we'd know if we succeeded, but they were hopeful. Luckily, Chiyo hadn't managed to infect them with her unnecessary paranoia. When the last team arrived, looking shocked to already see me waiting for them, I coughed to get everyone's attention as I walked closer to them. Most of them were older than me, but they all still stared at me with a mixture of fear, awe, and reverence. All except my siblings, that is. The most devoted of them seemed to be a toss-up between Shira and the white-haired girl from Team 17. My ninja, I said in greeting to all of them. Genin of Sunagakure, I stand before you as proud as any Kage can be. A greater gathering of potential than this one has never been seen before, and might never be seen before again. Standing before me are the cream of the crop, the brightest candles of Sunagakure. Go forth and show the world our strength. Don't let the wind snuff you out, and make me proud, I said before disappearing in a shunshin I was sure none of them could track. One benefit of being Kage was that I never needed to go on missions, so I'd had months to work on my skills. Mostly the subtle stuff that could be trained in the Kazekage's private training grounds, but I'd still gotten a few city busters under my belt. They weren't perfect, but they were a work in progress. Speaking of works in progress, I checked in on the clone working on meditation only to receive a feeling of disappointment. After 6 months, it was time for me to give up on that avenue of attack. My inner world seemed to be inaccessible without turning off Gamer's mind, which wasn't even an option to consider. It seemed the mission to subdue Shukaku was going to take a while to be completed. I had another appointment for now, so I moved the responsibility of thinking through the conundrum to that clone. When I arrived at the training ground, I found Dragon waiting for me, Tanto in hand. "Are you ready, Kazekage-sama?" he asked, and I nodded. He disappeared in a blur, and it was all I could do to block his attack with the sword I took out of my inventory. Dark Sister, the Valyrian steel blade of Visenya Targaryen, and her great-great-grandson Demon sang through the air as I pushed his attack back and tried to retaliate with one of my own. The blade had been left without use until 4 months ago when I'd gotten the idea to pick up Kenjutsu as a hobby. I mentioned it idly to one of my guards, and the very next day, Dragon, the Umbu commander, was waiting for me at my private training grounds. The spell-forged steel sang as it clashed against Dragon's own chakra steel. The blade, enhanced with fire-type chakra as it was barely enough to keep me in the fight. Without it, I'd be bleeding on the floor dead already. Why fire nature chakra? The blade refused to accept anything less. It took it in droves and rewarded me by giving me a blade that could cut through anything if given enough leverage. I'd returned Orochimaru's sword of Kusanagi to a noble in the land of grass that offered to pay millions for it, so I couldn't know for sure, but I still theorized that the Valyrian steel would come out the better in that encounter. Even now, Dragon was careful to avoid prolonged contact between our blades and stuck to parries instead of blocks. The first time I'd cut his sword in two, he'd looked about to burst in tears. Of course, I had 7 identical copies sent to him the very next month, specially ordered from the Land of Iron. It had cost a pretty penny, but since I became Kazekage, grandfather seemed keen on tossing money at me like there was no tomorrow, and the bounty from Orochimaru had been a healthy addition to my personal coffers. Speaking of bounties, I had another idea on the back burner that was supposed to come into fruition today. The meeting should have been set for an hour or 2 from now, but I put it out of mind. Mabuki would remain on top of everything. It was what she'd proven to be an absolute goddess with. The same organizational talents that led her graduate top of her class from the Med-Nin training division made her hilariously overqualified for managing what was essentially an entire village. We'd both underestimated the job I was signing her up for, but hiring her still proved to be the right course of action. I leaned backwards, dodging out of the way of a wide slash that had been aimed at my head before I transitioned the movement into a backflip. My agility stat governed things like this, and the higher I pumped it, the more my body seemed to ignore the laws of basic common sense and things like leverage and body weight. At this point, the bullshit the Uchiha fuckers could pull off in the anime was possible for me. Jump in the air and twirl between 2 flying shuriken? Sure. Easy peasy. With the seconds respite I got, I bent towards the ground and shunshine forward till our blades met again. The higher perception went, the more usable the jutsu became in close combat. If I got it high enough, could I become the second coming of Shursui the teleporter? Maybe. Who knew? We'd find out when my level got high enough. That was just it. Dragon spun around my thrust before sending his blade at my neck. Dark Sister lashed up like a snake and sent his blade flying backwards, and I held it at the ready in both hands as I waited for his retaliation. Instead, he just sheathed his blade and said, "Our session is over, Kazekage-sama." I nodded and returned my blade to my inventory. I'd started using it publicly after becoming Kage, and so far no one had asked any questions. Chiyo had stared at me suspiciously for a while but just gave up without ever asking. The others hadn't even done that much. It had helped me understand the aura of mysticism that powerful ninja enjoyed even from their fellow ninja. I did strange shit, and everyone just ignored it, assuming it was beyond their level, or a secret jutsu only Kage could know, or something equally ridiculous. I nodded as I received a message from the clone I'd left in the office. It was time for the meeting. The gathered jounin and special jounin of Sunagakure were enough to fill up a whole hall in the Kage building, so I'd chosen to use a public training ground for this meetup. The fact that there was sand right at their feet should deter anyone stupid from living up to their nature. I wasn't expecting betrayal at this point, but that didn't stop me from realizing that this was the best time for anyone who'd gotten most of the jounin on their side to spring a trap. Civil war wasn't coming to the best of my knowledge, but leaders rarely ever knew when they were going to be deposed. I thought my policies were popular, but how would I ever truly know? Everyone could have been lying to my face. It was more likely that they were than they weren't, if I was being honest. "Is everyone here?" I asked Mabuki, and she nodded after consulting with our clipboard. "Yes, Kazekage-sama. Every jounin and tokubetsu jounin of Sunagakure within the village." Even the ones that had been on leave. I nodded, staring at them for a few seconds as I contemplated what my approach was going to be. "Welcome everyone. I will be straight to the point. Today, I am announcing a new division of Suna's military and a change in how we operate. The bounty hunting office will be headed by Yura, jounin of Sunagakure, and staffed by a team of chunin handpicked by me, and their functions are why I have gathered you here today." Nothing greeted my words but dead silence. They were all experienced shinobi. Hiding their reactions and emotions was child's play to them. Besides, nothing I'd said really concerned them. The part that concerns you is that Suna will now back all bounty hunting activities. In fact, we will do more than that. Each of you is encouraged to form teams that will and seek out targets on the bingo book. Any ninja with bounties you capture or kill can be turned in at the bounty office, and you will receive 70% of the bounties as yours to keep. This one sent a hush through the crowd. They'd been silent before, but the feeling of the silence was beginning to change. This one tasted of anticipation as they hung on to my every word. "How will that work?" one of the jounin asked when I opened the floor for questions. "Good question. First of all, Suna will distribute copies of the latest bingo book to each of you with a revised threat rating created and maintained by the Intelligence Division. Instead of just letters with vague lower and upper bounds, we will recommend strategies and numbers needed for each target. For those targets too dangerous to be approached by any of you, they will be marked as flee on sight. When you defeat any of them, you will turn over the body or captive to Yura-san's office, and then you will be instantly paid with 70% of the bounty while Suna works to clear the amount from the nearest bingo office." I said to them as I tried to be as specific as I could about what was coming their way and how the policy would work. "Is this compulsory? Are we no longer getting missions? Becoming full-time bounty hunters? That isn't what I signed on for," one of them said, causing a hush to spread across the crowd. I fixed the brave idiot with a stare and a blast of focused killing intent. "I am your Kage. You signed on for whatever I tell you to do. But to answer your question, no. You can take missions as you normally would. This is just open to those who seek to earn some additional income for themselves or who spot opportunity in the middle of another mission. Now, in the absence of further questions, I will outline the structure of a bounty hunting team. Each team is to have 2 jounin, 1 ninjutsu, and 1 taijutsu specialist, 1 chunin, who must have medical training, and 1 member of the sealing corps. After fielding even more questions about the chosen team structure, I was finally making my way back to the office with Mabuki by my side. "Have you done it?" I asked her, and she nodded before speaking. "I still don't understand the rationale behind removing all our bounties, Gaara. The elders might be right that it makes us look weak to others. Like I told them, I believe it will accomplish the exact opposite of that. Suna will now deal with her problems on her own. All our missing nin are to be hunted down exclusively by Suna nin, and those we'd see eliminated in the other villages will be done in by our own hands. I told her with a smile on my face. And the real reason? I asked no questions when you gave the order, but I admit curiosity. That's fine. I like curiosity. The real reason is that we don't have the money to pay off all those bounties we put up. There is enough in the village coffers to satisfy the total sum put up in bounties, Mabuki objected. Being able to afford something isn't the same as having enough money for it. The truth of it is that while we could pay all our bounties off, we'd have to wear a really tight belt for the next couple years if we did. Besides, with our ninja going out and hunting bounties from other villages to force them to put up the cash for us, we have to be wary of another village repeating our technique and robbing us blind. I see. I don't completely understand, but I see, she finally said after a few minutes of silence. Good. I told her as a platform of sand lifted us into the air and took us straight into my office through the open window that I had installed. Unlike virtually every other Kazekage, I had nothing to fear from the sandstorms that often plague the desert. I was the desert itself at this point. What do you think about our teams? I asked her as I walked towards my desk and dissolved the clone sitting within it before sealing the sand that made him up into my inventory. The ones at the Chunin exams? They'll do well. I don't know much about fighting, but you have faith in them, so I'll do the same, she said, beginning to walk towards her desk outside the office. Thanks for the reminder. Please report to Squad Zero's training by 0500 hours tomorrow, I said, smiling as she whirled around on her heels to face me. What? You just said it yourself. You don't know much about fighting. We need to fix that. As key as you are to Suna's future, we can't have you being easily killed, can we? I asked, and she scowled before biting out. My time is too valuable to Suna for me to invest so much in Umbu training, she bit out in reply. Your life is more valuable to me than your time, Mabuki. Report to their training tomorrow. That's an order, I said, and she scowled at me before turning around and marching right out of the office. Have a good night's rest, sweetheart. You have a big day coming tomorrow, I called out to her as she left the office and slammed my door behind her. I reached into my inventory the moment she left and took out a scroll before beginning to study. I had the clone that had previously been working on meditation begin Fuinjutsu practice and chose to join him, working on a different aspect of the art. Fuinjutsu was one of the few great equalizers out there, and masters of the art were both valuable and dangerous. As a Jinchuriki, Fuinjutsu would always be dangerous to me, so it did me well to learn it. Besides, I had a seal I wanted to recreate for my own use. What seal is it, I hear you ask? Tsunade's Strength of 100 seal. The ability to seal away vast amounts of chakra within myself to use whenever I needed some extra oomph was just what I needed as my next trump card. Natural energy wasn't going anywhere anymore, so I had to go for the next available mega move. After I got the ability to sense the chakra that made up the world, I hadn't managed to do more with it and was beginning to suspect that I'd need to find a summoning contract capable of teaching me Senjutsu before I'd managed to get that particular card added to my deck. And when I did, the thought of making another Strength of 100 seal for Nature Chakra only gave me shivers just from thinking about it. Sage mode anywhere and everywhere, on demand. That was the goal. 1 month later. I stared at the crowd as they returned, all downtrodden and despondent. As they saw me, their faces fell even further. The Chunin exams had been a veritable disaster. The messenger hawk that had been sent to me had me squeezing my fist in anger at the thought. For some reason, IWA had shown up to the exams being held in Konoha and had targeted the teams from Suna with unusual viciousness. Only Temari's team had been able to scale through the 2 stages of the exam and the preliminaries. The reports I'd received told me they basically repeated Kumo's stunt at my own exams. Except instead of sending a Jounin-level ninja under the auspice of being a Genin, they'd sent multiple teams of Chunin-level ninja that had run roughshod through the exams. IWA hadn't been on my list before this, but they'd done a good job of adding themselves. Still, I did my best to put an expression of pride on my face as the teams began to walk through the gates. Some of them slumped further upon seeing me, but that changed once they registered the look on my face and the parade waiting for them. Gathering the citizenry for a welcome like this one had been easier than expected. I'd just told Mabuki what I intended and had come out to find them all waiting for the teams along with me. They didn't even flinch upon seeing me. My strategy of taking walks through the village whenever I could to acclimatize them to my presence seemed to be yielding some dividends. "Welcome, Genin of Sunagakure. You have done your motherland proud." The shock on their faces was delicious to see. You drove such fear into the cowards of IWA that they had to send their Chunin hounds after you in great numbers, and you still prevailed. Each and every one of you is worth 3 of theirs, and you proved it at the exams. My pride knows no bounds. I said to them, fudging the truth a lot but still being broadly accurate. "Thank you for your service," I told them before dropping into a waist-level bow. The villagers behind me followed my example as we welcomed the Genin back to the village. When I straightened up, I wasn't surprised to see some of them already crying and others looking noticeably cheered up. Even the effects on the villagers were noticeable. This hadn't just been about the Genin. Sure, cheering them up was important, but they weren't the main goal. The main goal had been confronting whatever preconceptions the villagers had had in their minds and replacing it with a different one. I needed them to believe in my love for Suna and her citizens. That was the only way to get their support in the long term. With that bit of drama complete, I was able to return to my office after an hour of mingling with the crowd and joining the impromptu welcome festival the villagers had started. The fact that my presence hadn't put a noticeable dampener on things was a victory. A sign that what I was doing was working, even if only a little bit. Mabuki welcomed me with a smile and a new stack of paperwork. I looked through the steel orders, adjusting them where I felt was necessary before putting them in the outbox to be sent back to Mabuki for confirmation before being sent to the Land of Iron. The next document told me our water usage was going up noticeably. Dropping the prices each household paid for water had led to an increase in year-over-year consumption, apparently. When compared to this time last year, we were consuming as much as 1.5x the amount of water. The utility department had flagged it as a red, but Mabuki had changed it to a yellow as she added a note saying that most of the increase had come from people no longer treating water as a luxury and actually using as much as they needed. I agreed with her and signed off on her request to monitor the situation but do nothing about it. Sometimes I felt pity for the other Kage who were forced to do this job without having Mabuki by their sides. But then I remembered that each of them would put my head on a spike if they could, and the pity quickly disappeared. The next piece of paper had the report from the bounty hunting department for the last month. Apparently only 2 bounties had been turned in and Yura was already writing about it being a failure. I signed off on Mabuki's return letter politely asking him to be patient and maintain his post. I had no idea what the foolish man had been expecting. For 70 bounties to be turned in on the first month? These things took time. Chapter 27, After Gaara's send-off, the rest of the trip to Sunagakure had been relatively simple and straightforward. Like everyone had seen coming, Kankuro was already complaining about his face feeling itchy on the second day of the trip. Idiot that he was, he didn't take Gaara's suggestion of waiting till he arrived in Konoha to apply the war paint, or even my own suggestion of foregoing the paint entirely. Sure, it had been hip 70 years ago, but now it just looked comical. But apart from that, everything about the trip seemed to be going well. The other genin were nice and friendly. We got more attention than everyone else, but we bore it with ease. Being the children of the 4th Kazekage and the siblings of the 5th, it was understandable that the other genin would find us a bit odd, and there was also the jounin who watched us too with inscrutable looks on their faces. I would have feared for my life if I wasn't the sister of the Kage that I was. Gaara wasn't popular with the citizens or even the ninja populace as a person. Perhaps he never would be. People held grudges for a while, and memories of the Ichibi no Shukaku were slow to leave. But as a Kage? He'd probably go down as one of the best. He'd already fixed a lot of the day-to-day problems plaguing the average resident. Having lived in the mansion all my life, I didn't have much of an understanding about how living outside of it could be. I mean, Rin and the rest tried to give me context, but some things needed to be worked through. At least, according to the group of girls that I'd made friends with in the academy, things had been looking up since Gaara took the hat. Things like water and electricity no longer needed to be rationed so strictly, and more citizens of Suna were being given jobs all around the Land of Wind. Rin's dad had even been employed as a surveyor to help in increasing the mining efforts in the mountainous regions of Kaze no Kuni. I still remembered the way Naki had swept me into a hug and told me to thank Gaara for her. Both her parents were in danger of losing their home, but Gaara's policies had gotten the both of them highly paying jobs in the mining and banking sectors. I didn't understand everything they said. Things like economics and business were for career genin like them, not future elites like myself. But what I did understand was that Gaara was doing a good job. That wasn't the reason I wasn't scared of anything happening though. Everyone was scared of Gaara. I'm ashamed to say it, but until recently, both Kankuro and I would have fallen under that umbrella as well. It was just too easy to be scared of him. A prodigy like him? A Chunin at 6? A fully trained medical ninja before he turned 8, and Kage at 12? He was the kind of ninja you heard tales about? Not the kind you woke up to and met struggling not to burn the kitchen down as he tried to prepare pancakes for you because you'd told him your period had been kicking your ass the night before. The fact that he was so sweet contrasted way too heavily with the reputation he had. I remembered one of the first things I'd heard about Gaara from Baki, your brother? He wouldn't recognize you as such, so abandon that idea now. Gaara of the desert is a cold-hearted killer. Never have I met anyone so well suited to being a shinobi than him. He would stab right through you if he had to get to his enemy, Baki had said when I asked him about Gaara before we'd gone on that fateful mission. And then Gaara had proved him wrong by saving our lives. That was when I knew that the rest of the world was wrong. They'd never see the brother I saw. The Kage I saw. Gaara cared. He improved things in Suna because he cared about the village. He stepped in to help Kankuro and I because he cared about us as his siblings. He had a bigger heart than anyone who didn't know him would ever be able to guess. The sad part was that we didn't know him until a few months ago. It was what made me a bit happy about Father's death. We've lost one family member and gained another, because without having Father around to keep us separate, Gaara could be our brother. He could be an actual part of the family. Enough of that though, it was time to set camp for the night. We'd make it into Konoha tomorrow, and after that we had 3 days until the first stage of the Chunin exams began. The first stage of the Chunin exams. A written test. Of all the things they could go with, this had to be it. Bunch of weakling tree huggers. I'd heard of a Chunin exam where all the competitors were trapped in a death room, and whoever made it alive got to make it to the next stage. That was the kind of thing I was looking for, not this pansy stuff. At that thought, I did my best to clear my mind. Kankuro was clearly infecting me with his peculiar brand of Kankuro-ness more than I'd expected. When the sheets were passed around, finally, I just stared at the questions in shock. What was this? Barely anything here had even been covered in the academy. I mean, I could see some questions I could answer, but the knowledge for those actually came from the occasional conversation with Gaara. My brother was taciturn most of the time. But Kankuro and I had quickly learned that an easy way to get him talking for long periods was to ask a question about something academic that he had to explain. Sure, it wasn't the most entertaining way to spend an afternoon, but it was our brother. Our perfect little brother. Back to the questions, and after I answered the few that I could, I stared at the back of Kankuro's head, waiting to see what would happen. When something began to crawl up my leg, I did my best not to react as a puppet arm holding a piece of paper revealed itself. I waited till the examiner was busy sending someone out before I grabbed the sheet of paper and placed it right on top of mine on the desk. It had my name and exam number written in perfect script with all the questions answered correctly. I recognized the writing as Shira's and wasted no time in hiding my original paper and leaning back to watch the exam unfold. Of course Shira could answer the questions. The boy had been held back at the academy for so long, he'd studied the entire curriculum and then some. A few minutes later the proctor began to speak. I didn't pay complete attention, but I did hear the bit about those who failed this exam never being allowed to take the exams again. What a terrible clown. I almost actually laughed when people began to fall for it and resign. Who was this jounin from Konoha who thought he'd be able to tell actual Kage what they could and could not do with their own military forces? As if. When a team from Suna actually fell for it, I was tempted to toss my shoe at the idiots as they walked away. Fools! When the blonde-haired loudmouth Kankuro had argued with yesterday stood up to begin shouting about how he'd become Hokage even if he had to do it as an eternal Genin. What an idiot. But somehow, even his foolishness sounded inspiring. It gave me a lightness in my chest as he glowed with a light I couldn't see. Was this what it meant to be charismatic? He spoke like an idiot, but still, part of me wanted to believe in his blustering. Reality was too strong for that, though. Kage were unfailing prodigies in every way. Being a Genin by 12, he looked 12, probably disqualified him immediately. Of course, the stupid proctor then went on to reveal that the whole thing was a bluff after taking off his do-rag to show some pretty gruesome scars on his head. Fuck. That was metal as fuck. Hold on. Metal? As fuck? And now Gaara was in my head. Of course, the foul-mouthed Kage just had to infect me with his way of speaking. After some rest, we stood in front of the gates set aside for our team and waited for the nudist proctor to begin this exam. Just get another scroll and head to the tower at the center. Too easy. Of course, that just had to jinx it. It was only minutes into the exam. We'd barely traveled more than a kilometer into the forest as we tried to get as close to the tower as we could, when we were attacked. They came out from nowhere, dressed in Iwa's blood red that never ceased to make the inner rin in me clench at how it clashed with their varying skin tones. The very first one punched Kankuro right in the face and sent him flying. I ignored the impact and dropped to the floor before taking my fan out from the holster in my back and unrolling the first moon. This was the legacy Baki had left me, the training that led me towards the Sand Corps. My wind affinity wasn't as strong as Gaara's. I couldn't just lift things up from across the room by controlling the air around them, but I had power in spades, and my brother had taught me a few tricks that these bastards would soon become very acquainted with. Kankuro proved my faith in him to be well-founded when Senbon shot out en masse from the tree-line at the trio of ninja as they dropped to the floor in front of Shura and I. One of them, the fat one, went through seals before slapping his hand on the ground. The mud wall sprang up swiftly and surely, being just in time to shield them all from the Senbon. Shura looked at me before I nodded and he jumped right in the tree-line. If there was anyone who had gained a lot from training with Gaara's clone on the days when he could be convinced to stop wasting his time meditating and actually be of use to us, it was Shura. He listened to Gaara's words like they were the words of Kami himself, and soaked up his teachings like a sponge while coming back for more like a hungry dog. The lesson we be showing these bastards? Flank Tactics 101. Gaara's lessons always had stupid names like that. When the rain of Senbon stopped, I swung my fan right at them, kneading my wind chakra within myself and folding it up on itself to amplify my output. The storm of cutting winds ripped the stone wall apart to reveal nothing but loose rocks. They'd substituted from behind the wall the moment it went up? What kind of genin were these? I heard a sound from within the forest and I turned my fan in that direction and unleashed a storm of cutting winds in that direction that felled most of the trees to reveal nothing. I see. They were trying to bait me out or something. The bad news for them was that I was the one in the open, where I was best suited to be. In the forest with them were some of the most terrifying ninja I knew. Kankuro had taken the few hours of training Gaara could get him with Elder Chiyo most seriously, and Shura was Shura. The sound of bone breaking helped me identify their location, and I tore it apart with winds again. This time, along with the wreckage and remains of cut-up trees, there lay the slashed-up body of an Iwa Nin. Good Shura was playing his role perfectly. The moment they retreated into the forest, we'd fallen into Tactic 12, and the stratagem there was simple. Shura would confront the enemy, create a noise or sound to draw mine or Kankuro's attention, and we'd be the ones to actually take out the opponent. A sound to the left showed me one Iwa Nin running right out of the forest, eyes wide and looking like he couldn't see a thing in front of him. He was running right at me, but I was willing to bet a good chunk of my allowance that he couldn't even see me. The signs of Kankuro's poisons were obvious. That's why I waved my fan once to tear his body to shreds. It was mercy. Shira dropped from the tree line with a scroll in his hands and a barely perceptible smirk on his face. The last one? I asked. His smirk widened and he tossed me a scroll. Earth, the kanji read. Good, we already had a heaven one. He was easy. Surrounded his fists in earth and thought that made us equals. The older boy scoffed at the notion and my smile rose to match his. After Gaara had given him the chance and taken the shot on him, Shira was always searching for opportunities to prove his value. To show that he was the equal of any ninja who could use nin or jinjutsu. I knew Gaara had even given him some trump cards that made him confident in his odds. Gaara had given all three of us something, and until Kankuro and Shira told me what they had, I wouldn't be telling them what I'd been given. We were still competitors after all. It would be cruel for Konoha to make us face off against each other in the third stage, but it could happen. When Kankuro finally came out from the tree line, Shira spoke, "We have our scrolls. Nothing else awaits us in this forest. Let's leave," and quickly I agreed. Kankuro didn't. Why not help the rest of the Suna ninja? If we got ambushed, they might have also been ambushed. He said, showing unusual concern for our countrymen. Kankuro. Don't let your crush cloud your judgment. Crush? What crush? It's not about that. It's about helping our countrymen. Didn't Gaara teach you about that? Yes, he did. But Kazekage-sama also taught me to think things through. How will we locate the other Suna ninja? What is the guarantee that they haven't already fallen to their possible attackers? And the longer we wait here, the more we open ourselves up to ambush from another team. Maybe a stronger, better coordinated team will show up the next time around, and it will be your dead bodies Kazekage-sama comes to Konoha to collect. Fuck you, Shira, my brother replied before jumping on a tree and starting to run. Luckily, he was heading towards the tower. Good. I looked at Shira but he just shrugged before joining Kankuro and I joined them with a sigh at the end. Men. Preliminaries? Trust Konoha to make their exams so simple that too many people were able to pass it. We'd be getting a series of one-on-one battles to determine our places in the next stage of the exams. And the selection for who'd be facing who was supposed to be random. But after the Uchiha boy had faced down an IWA nin and torn him apart with brutal taijutsu and fire release, before a Hyuga boy had come down and done the same, the rest of the IWA nin seemed to face off against each other. I might have believed in the randomness, but I was a ninja, not a clown. 3 fights. IWA nin against IWA nin all 3 times? Only an idiot would fall for that. Add to that the fact that the third Hokage sat on his throne above all of us staring down at the IWA Jounin with hard eyes, and it was clear to see that there was some subtext here I couldn't understand. At least I couldn't until Kankuro whispered the answer to me. IWA had sent way too many ninjas here, and they were stronger than the average Jounin. The fact that there was only one other Sand team here proved that Kankuro's worries had been well-founded. But Shira's refutation still stood. The Suna team were also quickly eliminated as they went against a trio of Konoha Jounin, one after another. Each pairing seemed perfectly decided to give each foreign ninja the hardest path forward and the Konoha ninja the easiest path. Of course, Konoha ninja would end up being paired up against each other in the second round of these preliminaries, but this round seemed dedicated to weeding out the foreigners, with the Hokage sitting proudly on his throne daring us all to say something. My first match was against one IWA ninja. Daisuke, his name read on the board. I smiled as I took my place center staged. The Hokage might have thought this would be enough to get us out, but he had to be underestimating us. We were the students of Gaara of the Desert, Ebizo of the Roaring Winds, and Baki. We wouldn't be stopped. When the proctor signaled for the fight to start, I unrolled my fan to the third moon and swung it in the same motion. Gaara said it best, overkill doesn't exist. Strike hard, strike fast, and leave chaos in your wake. The winds hadn't been made to cut, though. So far, no one had killed their opponent, and I didn't fancy being the first. Mercy is a gift. Give it off. And the winds picked up my opponent and carried him right to the end of the room before slamming him against the wall. When the attack ended, he was unconscious on the floor. I smirked right up at Kankuro and Shira as the Konoha Nin exploded into discourse. They could be so loud. Chapter 28. We will need to draw a strategy for a possible invasion and counteroffensive of the Hidden Stone Village. If we make a push, how far could we get? What challenges will we face? What would a preemptive strike look like? Is there any key infrastructure we can damage in a blitzkrieg attack? I asked my impromptu war council as I sat behind the Kage desk. IWA had recently made themselves more urgent enemies with their actions at the Chunin exams. Speaking to the Genin after the festival had given me enough information to understand that while the IWA offensive had not been necessarily organized, they definitely sought out Sunanin above all others. It spoke of a hostility between our villages that went beyond the pale. As I hadn't done anything to piss them off recently, I was willing to bet that they were planning to do something to me. Propaganda to turn the troops against the enemy was one of the preludes to war after all, and that was why I'd convened this group. Apart from all the counselors, we had the ANBU commander, Dragon, the Jounin commander, and the academy head, along with Mabuki and a representative from the hospital here to offer what advice they could as I drew up plans and discarded them. Blitzkrieg? Dragon asked, unfamiliar with the word. I cursed myself again. Too much freedom had me slipping more and more into terminology and language from my old life. It's a kind of surprise attack using rapid, overwhelming force to take the enemy by surprise and get them disoriented and reeling. It's basically just attacking something important with so much firepower that they're paralyzed from the effects. I explained with a wave of my hand, and the masked man just nodded, taking a notebook out of somewhere and jotting down something I couldn't see. Thank you, Kazekage-sama, he said, and I nodded, trying to move on to something else. I also need a concrete projection of what they can do if they were to flip those tactics on us in the first place. What vulnerable targets do we have? What can they take? What do we seek to defend with our last breath if the worst happens and the wolves break through the proverbial door? I asked the silent group of people. The counselors rarely ever contributed to these meetings, most of them content to watch silently and judgingly. It was how I preferred them, so I couldn't complain. That was why I was surprised when Yura was the first to volunteer an idea, the hospital, he said, and I nodded, having already had that on my own list. The water storage and treatment facilities, Ikanando responded next, the woman giving me a nod as she did so, showing that she was coming around even more fully to my reign. I thanked Mabuki in my head and I waited for the next idea. The academy. The younger generation is Suna's future, Tajiro contributed, adding his own 2 cents, and I nodded at the good suggestion. All these things were already accounted for in my own mental models. This was just to make everyone feel more involved in the decision-making process. If a surprise attack did happen, these targets would be prioritized over and above all else, so anyone who lost something or someone because of that would need a place to pin their blame. Making the decision-making a group effort like this would make the counselors much more unlikely to simply turn on me once winds swayed from my favor. Sure, they could just lie, but that went against the vibe I understood from them. Opportunistic bastards? Yes. Dishonest ones? No. The archives. Suna's records and forbidden techniques are of paramount importance. Goza chimed in and I recognized the suggestion with a smile and nod, showing my approval for his thinking process and idea. The medical Nin training division should not have taken this long before being mentioned. Chio sniped from her corner of the room, pinning the rest of the room with her gaze. Second to the hospital, it has the highest population of medical ninja, without the burden of so many vulnerable targets in the form of patients. The head of the hospital seemed keen to speak up at that, but I just raised a hand to quiet him. Chio was right. As a trained medical Nin, I could see just where she was coming from. With all due respect, honored elders, there is one target that you all seem to have failed to mention. The most important one of them all. Toshiro began, and I turned to him wondering where this was leading. It is you, Kazekage-sama, he said with a seated bow at me, and I noticed Dragon nodding enthusiastically from the sides. I am no target to be protected, Toshiro-san, I said. I disagree, Kazekage-sama. Blitzkrieg, was it? The word you used. It's about leaving the enemy paralyzed into inaction with shock and awe, is it not? All the previously stated infrastructure will wound Suna, but none would truly cripple her as thoroughly as the loss of a Kage with no viable replacement. At the end of his words, pretty much the entire council was nodding along with him in agreement. I need no protection, Toshiro. Do not forget to whom you speak. I am Sabaku no Gaara. He who is the desert itself. If you think I will hide while my home is invaded, then you are sorely mistaken. I am no ordinary Kage. I pledge it to you now, I will not cease to draw breath while the deserts move, I said to them, projecting myself to them with a smile. If I didn't dump so many points into my charisma stat ahead of all this, then the speech might have gotten me laughed out of the room. With it, the council looked swayed. They probably thought it a boast, but it wasn't. None would kill me while the deserts of Kaze no Kuni still moved. I had made sure of it. Now, let us leave such gruesome topics and sketch out our own invasion of Iwagakure. Dragon, tell me of the border situation. Mabuki, update us all on the geography before we begin. Focus on the key landmarks and possibly vital infrastructure. I dub this operation Blitzkrieg, and with the powers inherent to my position as Kazekage, granted S-rank classification, I said, moving the meeting forwards, keen to begin the planning. Apart from planning a war, most of my time was spent in this very place. The Kazekage's private library. It seemed that all the past Kage had left some things of use here for their successors. The most useful by far were the third's writings on magnet release. While I wasn't going to go through the effort of learning to wield iron sand when my regular sand was already magnitudes more dangerous, he did include a lot of tips and tricks for defeating enemies from a distance with said iron sand. Not all of them were usable by me, but enough were that I could add a few things to my arsenal. Raza had written on gold dust and mining for gold in the mountains that made up parts of Kaze no Kuni's territory. Mining with ninja involvement had been limited in Raza's reign. As a result of my newfound affinity with the daimyo, he'd approved of me sending a clone out to the mountains every few weeks to help out with the mining. With me there, efficiency had nearly quadrupled, and now all I had to do was pop in twice a month to get the gold and other precious metals out in their crude form, and leave it to the miners and refiners to prepare it to be transported deeper into the country for further refinement and preparation for exportation. Jewelers from abroad were being subtly induced to either move manufacturing here or open outfits here. The daimyo had already passed strict border control laws, so not more than a fixed amount in unrefined precious metals could be exported every month. The real money was in refinement, and it was time to get our own share of the pie. Closer ties meant ninja could assist at every step, even beyond me, and civilians from Suna could be employed at the facilities. Already, the efforts were having effects across the board. Both Kaze no Kuni and Sunagakure were seeing the benefits of the new policies. And that was only from Raza's notes. The second Kazekage's notes were likely to have even greater effects. He was Suna's last true Fuinjutsu master, and while his work had never been on the level of the Uzumaki, whose teachings I was already working to devour, they were still useful in their own way. His grasp of barrier techniques was well beyond mine, and even if he hadn't managed to finish his magnum opus, he'd left enough notes and ideas behind that I could work to perfect it in time. As war was coming across the horizon, this seal was more likely to change the landscape of the world itself and Suna's place on the global stage. No, I am not exaggerating. In fact, I'm probably understating things a fair bit. The barrier he'd been working on was a miracle in writing. Not even halfway through before he died, but still done with the most important bit, he'd been working on creating a barrier that would allow the creator to change the climate and weather within a fixed area. No, that probably misstates things a bit. It lets the creator create a false climate within its range. His original goal had been to turn Suna from a desert into something else. Bold, but too ambitious, had been my conclusion after my first look at it. Sure, maybe if I was Mito Uzumaki or someone else, such a seal might have been within my abilities, but I wasn't going to have skill like that for a long while. Even months of focusing a single clone on Fuinjutsu and Fuinjutsu alone hadn't taken me to the level where it was feasible. Instead, what I could create were perfect glass houses, without the requirement for glass-domed ceilings. With the seal, I could set aside warehouses in the center of the desert that had Mediterranean-like climate and weather effects. Everything from rain to sunlight was going to be approximated by Fuinjutsu bullshit. It was going to take a shit ton of chakra to set up, but the good thing about a lot of barrier techniques was that maintaining them took much less chakra. The sealing core had gotten a lot of my attention for this very reason. I was having them scale up recruitment from the ninja populace so it would be possible to run an actual rotation of ninja that would power the seals. The logistics were coming together nicely, but I still had to do my duty of completing the seal itself. A clone had called me here because of the breakthrough, and I stared at him as he formed hand seals in front of a sealing circle. If this goes wrong, we'll be very dead people, I warned him. Not you, he said, and I shrugged in response. Of course, my life wasn't in any real danger. I watched in rapt attention as he slammed his hands down on the ground and flooded the seal with power. When it began to snow within the miniature house, he smiled at me and I smiled back. At least until he was blown to bits as the seal exploded right in his face. I'd transformed into sand and retreated to a safe distance away. I stared at the area where the clone had been before sand from the inventory transformed into a new one. One thing I noticed since the update had separated my chakra pool from Shukaku was that my chakra was growing. Some combination of age and constant stress from the clones I was always creating, and my training was probably to thank for the consistent steady rise. Temari, at the Chunin exams. After my match, we only had to sit through 2 more snoozefests until it was Shira's turn to show these foreigners what he was capable of. When he jumped right over the balcony and stood in front of a brash boy with a dog by his side, I almost felt sad for the Inuzuka. Of course, Gaara had told us about the Inuzuka at his Chunin exams. To think that the same clan would run into misfortune at the 2 Chunin exams graced by her family. At least this time, this one's dog was in no danger. Shira was a softie unless someone was bad-mouthing Gaara after all. Oh no, Akamaru, no need to be worried. He's from Suna. I heard their Kage is my age. They're totally a weak village, he said, making to reassure his mutt, but managing to seal his defeat in one stroke. Proctor, Shira said, gesturing for the proctor to hurry up and begin the fight. Ignore the stern look, Akamaru. He knows we're right, after all. What kind of village has a 12-year-old Kage? The Inuzuka boy had clearly been able to tell his first statement had gotten on Shira's nerves. Continuing on with that line of action was just stupid. Did no one teach him that pissing off enemy ninja whose abilities and techniques you have no idea about is a bad idea? Clearly they didn't, and I kept my eyes wide open once the proctor announced the start of the fight. As I expected, Shira did not move to begin the battle. Normally, he fought quickly and efficiently, trying to disable his opponent in as little time as possible to conserve his energy. But this boy had decided to strike at one of the few things that could get on Shira's nerves. When he was upset, his fighting style flipped right on its head. If I was someone like Gaara, I'd probably say something like how it was a holdover from his past of being looked down upon by people who were blessed with the things he was cursed to not have. When ticked off, Shira fought with arrogance. He stood still and allowed the Inuzuka and his dog to encircle him as they ran at him from different directions. I wasn't worried. Neither were Kankuro and Ebizo. We'd seen Shira fight, and I was willing to bet that when it came to straightforward combat, no one in this tournament would be able to measure up with him. He kept his gaze forwards, acting as if the dog and its owner were beneath his concern as he stared at the wall. The dog arrived first, jumping in an attempt to catch Shira's attention for the human's attack from the other side to progress. Shira moved. That's the best phrase I could use. 1 second the dog was in the air, mouth open and teeth flashing as it dove for Shira's throat. The next, and the dog was flying across the room before slamming into the wall with a worrying thud. Dog lovers across the elemental nations must have collectively winced at that. When the dog failed to get up, the human aborted his attack and ran right for it. Sloppy. Once again, Shira moved. He was next to the running Inuzuka in the space between breaths, and without a single word, twirled into a kick that sent the boy flying into the other end of the room. When he crashed into the wall and fell to the floor face first, he made to get up, but that was quashed when Shira appeared right above him and slammed his boot into the boy's head, smashing his face further into the ground. The sound of snapping bone was familiar to me, but the way it echoed around the room was harrowing. "Winner, Shira of Sunagakure," the proctor said, not even bothering to check up on his countryman to affirm his capability to continue. Of course he didn't. No one would be getting up after a hit like that. The medical staff swarmed into the room dressed in their white overalls and wasted no time in gathering man and dog onto stretchers and leaving the room. What was that? The blonde loudmouth from the first exam screamed down at Shira, making to dive down and give my teammate a piece of his mind. Only the hand of his sensei on the back of his jacket, dragging him back, seemed to prevent him from jumping down the balcony. "You bastard. Why would you do that to Kiba and Akamaru?" he shouted, and Shira just stared at him, shocked. I couldn't deny feeling similarly. What was he talking about? These are the Chunin exams. He was lucky his friend wasn't even killed. Because I could. This is the ninja world. The strong rule and the weak are left behind. If you cannot accept that, I implore you to retire from these exams at once and return home, Shira said with a bow before jumping back up to his place next to the rest of us, ignoring the boys' return screams. Did you need to be so brutal with the Inuzuka? Gaara still wants an alliance with these people, you know that, right? I probed. He insulted Gaara-sama. Shira said with a shrug, and I just shook my head. It could be so simple for him sometimes. I longed to live in such a simple world. A world where Jounin from my own village didn't stare at me with greed and as if they were spotting a massive opportunity. A world where my brother was not constantly pressured to kill me to bring an end to the threat I posed to his reign. Gaara hit it well. Both Rin's cousin's friend had an aunt in the council, and that was where I got the direct report. Father had wanted me to be Kage. My thoughts were driven away once Kankuro's name was called. He was matched up against a stone nin, and he walked down the stairs with deliberate slowness while his opponent had jumped down the balcony. The older boy smirked straight at Kankuro when he finally arrived. "I'm going to enjoy this, desert bastard," he said, and I almost burst into laughter at the absurdity of the nickname. "Me too, stone fucker," Kankuro replied, and Shira smirked while Ebizo coughed. The proctor signaled for the fight to start. If Shira was a prodigy, then Kankuro would be classified as the exact opposite of that. Shira only needed an hour or two a week with Gaara or Ebizo, but Kankuro had forced himself into every spare minute Lady Chio had in her day. He didn't need to be a prodigy to gain a lot from that. That's why the field with the both of them was consumed in a purple cloud in an instant, and when it cleared, the stone nin was on the floor unconscious. I could already hear the whispers from the audience. Poison, they whispered to themselves as Kankuro stood up and made his way to the balcony with the rest of us. They were right, of course, but only halfway. They thought the poison was the airborne smoke screen, none of them noticing the handprint around the stone nin's arm for what it was. Kankuro had clearly used the purple smoke to hide, unsealing his puppet, and using it to incapacitate his opponent in seconds. Kankuro's gift from Gaara, the minuscule sealing scrolls he hid in his clothing, were proving their use every day. Especially because he no longer needed to log around his puppet on his back in order to travel from place to place. The second rounds of the preliminaries passed with very little fanfare, as we finally got to see the Konoha nin face up against each other for the first time. The most noteworthy of those fights had been the one between the two members of Konoha's vaunted Hyuga clan. There was clearly some bad blood on the part of the stronger one, the boy. Niji, he was called. He'd sent his clanswoman to the hospital with pathetic ease after a dance that lasted the better part of 10 minutes, before having to be stopped by Jounin from his own village from becoming a kinslayer in plain view of everyone here. And then the loudmouth had to jump down and swear a blood oath to avenge the girl that lost. This village was just filled with drama. None of the fights were particularly entertaining. None until mine, that is. I was paired against a boy named Rock Lee. He disabled his Rock Nin opponent in the last round with a quick display of taijutsu and little delay. His fighting style was efficient and flowed in a way that reminded me of some of the kata I'd seen Gaara help Shira introduce to his fighting style. Even with all that, I had no fear in me. Taijutsu. I'd faced a superior taijutsu master every day for months, all in the name of training. The proctor began the battle, and my fan was out in a second. The chakra steel frame, allowing me to move it with speed that belied its frame. When the boy ran straight at me, I sent out a windstorm that he was just barely able to dodge away from. From another direction he came, and the same result followed shortly. I mentally prepared myself for him to try some nin or even genjutsu. Fire was the most common element in the land of fire, so I prepared myself to deal with it, until the boy ignored all the common rules of engagement and ran right at me again. I could hear his own compatriots questioning the action until his sensei let slip something that almost made me facepalm. Of course I had to be paired against Discount Shira. Another guarantee that this fight would be nothing to write home about. If he was just like Shira, then his only weapon was taijutsu, and he clearly was nowhere near my teammate's level. At least I thought so until the sensei screamed at him to take something off. I actually took a deep breath and prepared to close my eyes in case the last-ditch plan was for the boy to go nude to gain some form of advantage. Thankfully, all he removed were weights, as if a few pounds could make a difference in the chasm that existed between our levels. Of course, he just had to cause an earthquake once the weights hit the ground. While I struggled to keep my footing, he disappeared before appearing right next to me in a blur of pure speed. I dropped my fan to dodge out of the telegraph kick before pushing out both hands and sending him flying with a sealless grade breakthrough. Thank you, Gaara. He was able to spin in the air and land on his feet, but this time before he could bend his knees to move, I hefted my recovered fan and swept it across the room with my full power. The storm of cutting winds tore apart whatever stood between us and gouged scratches on the floor, but the boy was somehow able to outrun the winds as he ran across the wall of the arena before appearing right at the other end, behind me. No! I wouldn't lose. Not like this, I screamed as I forced even more chakra into the fan and executed my most powerful jutsu. Wind Hurricane. Already staggered from the sensation of losing so much chakra in one swoop, I was barely able to attempt dodging as the boy appeared right at my shoulder. I tried. I really did. But I just fell to the floor unconscious when his hand hit my neck. I'm sorry, Gaara. Chapter 29. I stared at the warehouse as my clone placed the final touches on the ceiling script that surrounded it. After that experiment a week ago that ended up with a very dead clone, I'd had a clone spending every hour of every day working on the project, and now these were the fruits. We'd already had close to 10 demo tests to ensure that everything worked as it ought. Now that the seal was set up, the clone turned to me and winked before dispelling itself. I walked forwards on my own, ignoring the whispers of the small crowd that had gathered itself once the project had begun to get some attention. Ninja were naturally curious beings after all, and their presence had dragged the more daring of the civilians. At least they were all used to my presence, so none ran for the hills when I arrived hours ago to supervise. Now, I closed my eyes and dispelled all my clones across the village and began to fold my chakra in on itself. This was the first time ever bringing my chakra capacity to bear like this, so I was a bit taken aback when the wood in the buildings around me began to creak in place. Still, I didn't relent and began to go through seals as I prepared myself to power the seal. Dog Borat Horse Tiger, I silently whispered to myself before slamming my hands on the ground and flooding the matrix with chakra. Dispelling all my clones ahead of time had proven to be a wise choice as the seal drank up the chakra I fed it and came back for more in no time at all. I felt it reach into me with greedy, grubby hands and suck my chakra dry like a vacuum pipe or something. When it was all over, it was all I could do to keep myself upright, resting against the floor as I was. If I were anywhere else, I'd have slumped to the floor and taken a nap. Here, a show of weakness like that could get me killed. So I steeled myself and stood up on my own two legs, operating off of pure willpower. I walked inside the warehouse and noted how the temperature and humidity were already noticeably different from how things were outside. Warehouse might have been a bad descriptor of the space that was to become the first of a dozen farms around Suna. It was about the size of 3 American football fields, and the others would probably be even larger to accommodate for the food needs of not just Suna but the Land of Wind in general. The goal was to supplement the foods we planted on the arable lands the Shodaime had been able to wrest from the leaf in the first Gakage summit and what we imported, not to completely take over food production. But if things went according to plan in a week, food immunity would be a done deal. I stared at the seal in front of me with a scowl on my face. It was only about an hour until I was supposed to leave for Konoha, but I had a breakthrough coming. I could just feel it. Level 74 in Fuinjutsu had to be enough for this. The farmland problem was really bothering me. It turned out I'd vastly underestimated the amount of land that could be needed to grow crops to feed the whole of Suna. Even to meaningfully supplement it, I'd fallen short. I guess that was a lesson to involve actual professionals before attempting to revolutionize an industry. I had only two choices: either make the seal more efficient so I could use it on many more locations and increase the land available to us, or make the land we could get much more productive than any other. Option A had been a bust. That's what led me to my current project, Spacetime Fuinjutsu. If I could somehow accelerate the flow of time within the barrier when compared to that outside of it, I'd be able to ramp up production exponentially. Gaara. It's time, Mabuki said from the door. No, I still have an hour. That's what you told me, I said to her in reply. That's what I told you an hour ago, she said, taking the wind right out of my sails. Fuck. The first difference one had to notice between how Konoha and Suna appeared from the outside looking in was that Konoha had all the appearance of a sprawling metropolis. It was more city than village, at this point, and the Hokage did not seem to be shy of this fact. My best guess was that he was well aware of the conditions of Suna, and this little show right here was as much a show of force as it was an attempt to cow me into submission before negotiations even began. I'd sent a request through Ebizo to be allowed to arrive at Konoha some hours before the exams to negotiate with the Hokage, and while he'd allowed it, it was clear that he viewed our alliance with as much respect as I did. If not, why else would he give me such a welcome? Standing in front of the village gates waiting to greet me wasn't the Hokage, or even the Umbu commander. No, it was one Jounin and one Chunin, flanked by hordes of hidden Umbu. The Jounin? One Isegai Aburame. The Chunin? Hana Inazuka. If this was an attempt to take advantage of the familiarity I had with them from my first Chunin exams, then it was a poor showing. Those exams had no especially fond memories for me in much the same vein that my breakfast 2 weeks ago did. It happened, I remembered it, and that was that. Welcome to Sunagakure no Sato, the girl had greeted, with her Ninken companions conspicuous in their absence. I doubted she'd have been the one sent to do the welcoming if a certain member of the Atsuki clan had been the one standing in my place. It's been a while, Hana-san, Isegai-san, I said, greeting them by name but not overly familiarly. Taking the hint, the Aburame had sent us moving almost immediately. That had been 20 minutes ago, and we were still yet to make it to the Hokage Tower. It would have been a statement about the size of the village if I wasn't aware that there were more direct routes they could have taken. Sending us through the bustling commerce district that probably saw more business in a week than all of Suna did in a month, at least before I took over, was an especially obvious piece of bolstering. I would have been more upset if it did not give me the opportunity to accomplish my own aims. On my back laid a new gourd of sand, and wherever we went, more and more grains of sand dispatched themselves to give me a comprehensive feel of the village and what was happening within it. Even with the sand practically baptized in my chakra, sensing through so many grains required a lot of concentration. That was why Hana Inazuka's attempts to stir up conversation mostly fell flat. No mention had been made of my father's death, our time at the Chunin exams, and anything they must have felt likely to set me off, so the available topics hadn't been particularly robust in the first place. It took us 40 minutes in the end. So close to an hour that I was sure no other village leader would have tolerated the disrespect. An attempt to feel me out? Now, the only question was how would I react? Explode? Be visibly displeased? Allow it all to pass with no reaction? What to do, what to do? Thank you, Hana, Isegai. And my condolences for your loss, Hana. I did not get the opportunity to convey them all those years ago. At least this time, There is no Inuzuka in the finals, so we can avoid a repeat. It's always a shame, I said, taking a sick form of satisfaction in the way her face twitched and the way Isai's hand settled on hers to prevent her doing anything unwise. A relationship? Brought together by the corpse of a dead teammate, maybe. We are not enemies, Kazekage-dano, Isai said, looking at me. Are we not? The walk here would have made me think otherwise, I said in reply to him, and began to walk into the tower, forcing the both of them to hasten up to walk by my side and guide me up the tower to the door to the Hokage's office. While we waited for the secretary to go in, another attempt to get on my nerves? Isai turned to me with an assessing look. Both of my Umbu guards similarly watched him. You do not want to find out what Konoha does to her enemies, he whispered to me as the secretary came out and waved me in. I just laughed in my head as I walked in. As if a village about to be razed had anything they could do to me. After going over my fight with Orochimaru, I'd been forced to come to the conclusion that there was no way the snake Sannin was actually dead, and that meant that he'd pop up on his own sooner or later. Konoha was definitely on the hit list, and this was the best opportunity to get to them. Welcome, Kazekage-dano, the Hokage began, rising to greet me as I walked into the spacious office. He stood behind the desk, and apart from the two Umbu that stood behind him, the office was empty. I guess it would be just us village leaders here for this one. Am I? I would have assumed otherwise. I started out swinging. Oh please, Kazekage-dano. I apologize for the long walk, but Konoha is quite a large village. We have been very fortunate over the years to gain such prosperity, but it has come with the cost of it taking an eternity to get from one point to another. It pains my old bones as well. I verbally grunted, allowing his poor excuse to stand as I walked deeper into the office and stood right across from him. We stood eye to eye, almost the same height. Me, yet to experience the growth spurts of teenagehood, and he, humbled by age. It was almost artistic how we represented two opposites of the ninja world. The aged veteran, and the young prodigy. Please sit, Kazekage-dano. I will like to begin by offering my utmost condolences for your father's passing. Passing? You make it sound like he slept one day and did not wake up the next. He was murdered. By one of your own ninja. I said, enjoying the reactions of his Umbu as they nearly imperceptibly straightened up at the menace in my tone. If Hiruzen had any reactions, I could not see them. Orochimaru has not been an agent of the Leaf for a very long time, Kazekage-dano. You know this. After all, your ninja took great pleasure in cashing out his bounty. He said, and I shrugged before leaning deeper into the seat. We are ninja. My Kage lays dead by one of your own. You claim that he was no ninja of yours at the time, but you trained him. He used your techniques. And when he died, it was with a headband from the village hidden in the leaves around his head. He is not dead, Hiruzen stated, shocking me with the admission. No. I can remember the way his body felt as I crushed it in my sand. I removed his head from his shoulders with my very own blade. I said, feigning disbelief. I believe you, Kazekage-dano. But still, he lives. His presence has been reported by some of Konoha's own intelligence agents. How? I do not know. But I will find out. But let us first get to our reasons for coming together like this. You seek to renegotiate the terms of our alliance? He asked, and I was beginning to suspect the only reason he admitted to Orochimaru being alive was to get me off my guard ahead of the negotiations. Alliance? That is a strong word, and not the one I would use. What word would you use then? Slavery. The old contract bound Suna to Konoha in ways that I find unconscionable and gave us little in benefits. A pledge to enter no other alliances without Konoha's consent without you promising the same makes me wonder for my father's sanity. It was an alliance forged in the fires of war. And now we are at peace. I completed it for him. Those terms no longer work for us. What do you want? A similar deal to that struck between the Shodai Kazekage and Shodai Hokage. Konoha has no lands to offer. My predecessor enjoyed that privilege, but now the lands of Hino Kuni are under the control of the daimyo. And even if they were not, what do you have to offer in exchange? An alliance, of course. We can offer you a pact of mutual non-aggression, and a pledge to not join any alliances formed against you and warn you if we become aware of any, provided you do the same. You clearly skipped negotiation lessons with your father, Gaara-chan. What sort of deal is this? Call me that again, and I will walk away. It's a deal that takes your present circumstances into account. How many stone nin are in this village now? How many do you know about? Dozens? 100? More? What about the hidden sound? They come in droves, have they not? Negotiation happens when the wolves are at the door. With all due respect, Hokage-same, they've snuck into the house, bent your daughter over the table, raised up her skirts and are about to have their way with her. Pardon the imagery, I said, smiling at his telling lack of reaction to my statement about stone nin and sound nin. I guess he knew he was being betrayed but could see no way out of it without coming across as the aggressor. Konoha is well aware of the threats she faces. We will beat them back as we always have, and that will be that. A weak statement. Kazekage Dano. Where are the Uchiha? How many Senju do you have? Your ninja force was gutted by the QB. You will not survive both sound and stone without help. That is a fact. Sure, you might force a retreat, but not without suffering catastrophic damage. What happens when Cloud decides to get involved? They'll be picking over your corpse in a year. And if we are so finished, why seek an alliance with us? Why not join Stone and Sound now? They are short-sighted. I am not. Konoha still has a role to play in the future of the ninja world. And how much land do you seek? Everything from Soraku downwards. The village is abandoned and my examinations have revealed that the area is not particularly populated. That is preposterous, Hiruzen said. The most we can offer is 10 acres from the border. I am not here to haggle like a fishwife, Hokage Dano. My terms are my terms, I said to him. If there was one thing about teenagers, it was that they could grow in extremely short periods. When Temari latched onto me from the moment I opened the door to her hotel room, I was struck by the fact that she had somehow managed to visibly gain an inch or two of height in just a month and change. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, she whispered to me as she held me, and I felt myself sigh before my hands rose up to envelope her in a return hug. You did not disappoint me, Temari, I said, making her rear back in shock. To make it past the first 2 exams in one's first try is commendable, and from all reports, you lost to a genin who fought like a Jounin-level taijutsu master. There is no shame in it, I said, but even as I spoke, it was clear that my words were doing a poor job of reaching her. Kazekage-sama is right, Temari-chan, Ebizo said, walking behind her and placing a hand on her shoulder. That was unusual. She seemed to agree in the way her face twisted to her sensei in surprise. Ebizo had never struck me as the most emotionally intelligent or caring of men, so this uncharacteristic show of support was definitely a surprise to behold. To pass one's first Chunin exams is all but impossible for even the most prodigious of ninja, and in my experience, one need not be a prodigy beyond compare to match up against them. Just look at me, he said, gesturing to himself. You? Temari sounded doubtful. I agreed. Ebizo was one of the most famous ninja in Suna's history. A wind-release ninjutsu and taijutsu master beyond compare who had been contemporaries with the second Kazekage in his youth. He and his sister were Suna legends who'd fought and torn Suna's enemies to shreds in 3 Sirei wars. Yes. Me. When do you think I became an officially recognized shinobi? He asked, and Temari racked her head while I didn't even bother. I'd checked. All the records from back then had been lost in the first raising of Suna. If the answers existed, we'd only get them from the horse's mouth. 80 years ago? She asked doubtfully, and I resisted the urge to snicker by turning my thoughts to more solemn matters. Ebizo's twitching eyebrows were not helping matters, but I did my best to act like I wasn't a wrong expression away from collapsing in laughter. Gamer's mind seemed shit at blocking out amusement, so I luxuriated in the emotion while I could. No. Not that. Back then, graduating from the academy was not what it is now. The exams were grueling and tortuous. My sister, the prodigy, did it on her first try. It took me 5. But in the end, it was the both of us the world spoke about. Your time will come. Just because you do not bloom so quickly does not mean you will not burn just as brightly as your brothers. Besides, that was a bad matchup either way. Some way somehow, while I hadn't been paying attention, Ebizo had warmed his way into my sister's heart. That look on her face. He'd turned himself into some sort of role model figure for her, and part of me swallowed a bit of saliva at the thought. If Ebizo ever proves disloyal. She let go of me and enrobed the older man in a hug worthy of Psalms, and I was quick to excuse myself at the closest opportunity. The time for the exams had arrived, and my senses told me Iseijai and Hana had been sent to get me, once again. Ah! Iseijai-san, Hana-san. What a surprise to see you here. These are not the accommodations Hokage-sama set aside for you. Yeah, needed to check up on a few things. Can we proceed? I said, smoothly sidestepping any questions either of them had. Iseijai visibly held Hana back from speaking as the Inuzuka seemed about to bite my head off. Yes, Kazekage-dano. I just smiled at the taller teenagers as they led me out. This time, they seemed less inclined to waste my time and took me straight to the stadium that had been scheduled for the exams to take place within. And then at the stadium, we were led to a cordoned-off section and began to ascend multiple flights of stairs. I wasn't surprised to arrive at the Kage box and find that I was the last one to do so. The Tsuchikage was already seated, as was the Otokage and Hiruzen. They all turned to me as I walked in and offered them all an incline of the head that they all returned. Anoki the fence-sitter, tales of your eminence precede you, I said, starting my greetings with the Tsuchikage. You sure those are the tales you've heard, boy? He said, staring at me through narrowed eyes. Of course. Is there anywhere where you are not pictured as the epitome of distinguished calm and martial might? You flatter well, boy. I'm sure you've met my guards. He said, waving at Kuratsuchi and her pudgy teammate, Akatsuchi. Ah, Kuratsuchi-chan. It's been a while. 6 years. She replied instantly, and I smiled. You have grown well in that time, I said admiringly, and it was true. Kuratsuchi had grown into a beauty. Black hair matched by back eyes that paid homage to her name. Black stone, indeed. Her features, angular and noble in bearing, helped to accentuate the beauty she'd been blessed with, and her body, lithe and dexterous. So have you. The 5th Kazekage, huh? It's a shame we did not get to meet for a match last time. She said, and I smiled at her. Maybe we will get the pleasure of clashing techniques sooner rather than later. With that ominous last note, I turned to the next guest. Kazekage-sama. It is an honor to meet you, the Otokage said, stretching a hand to greet me only for me to ignore it entirely. Thank you, I said, leaving him where he was and moving to Hiruzen. The gesture might have been disrespectful, but I wasn't going to shake hands with Orochimaru, and letting the snake drip his poison into my ears would be phenomenally stupid. Welcome, Kazekage-dano, Hiruzen said, and I nodded before taking a seat beside him after dropping my ceremonial hat on the table before me. The robes, designed for comfort above all else, flowed with my form as I settled and waited. After a few minutes, at some unspoken signal, Hiruzen stood up and began his speech to the general public as he began the 3rd stage of the Chunin exams. The first fight, Uchiha Sasuke v Dosa Hinata, was called, and both boys stood up and made their way to the field. Chapter 30. If there was one thing about the finals that I had to say stood out, it was just how much of it we got to see before the stone means sprung their inevitable ambush. Sasuke and Dosa Hinata had spent 10 minutes dancing around the arena in a display of good taijutsu until the Uchiha fell prey to the Sound Genin's device one too many times and ended the fight with a Chidori to the chest. I'd wondered if Kakashi would have taught the move without a psychotic Jinchuriki present to warrant the need for it. But maybe the incoming invasion from 2 rival villages was enough to give him the needed kick up the arse. Either way, the next 2 matches had been able to go on as planned, and after Uzumaki Naruto failed to even so much as land a blow on Rock Lee, and Kankuro forfeited after a long battle with Hyuga Niji, it was time for Shura and the Stone Nin. Daisuke, his name was. From the moment he stepped on the arena, I felt a tension in my bones. This was it. The Kage booth had been silent as the grave as we all watched the matches. The tension of what we all seemingly saw coming was enough to make things quite a bit awkward. After allying with Hiruzen officially, he'd been kind enough to let me know about the true reasons the invasion was being allowed to move forward. He needed the time to evacuate all the civilians, and he wanted to use the invasion as proper justifications for war reparations from Stone and Sound. I could see the reasoning. I wouldn't have done it if I sat in his place, but that was why he was the Hokage and I was the Kazekage. When Daisuke's match began, Shura jumped forwards to attack, and the boy smiled sardonically before my Sand snatched my Genin in a cocoon. It was not a second too soon as the Stone Nin exploded in the middle of the arena, covering the stadium in smoke from the shockwave. With my Sand floating about, I could just about sense what was going on in the arena, and it was pandemonium. Ninja ran across the aisles touching people and making them explode? Stone Nin, then. Definitely Explosion Core. Of course. Some other ninja were already moving to intercept them, but I could already tell that the death toll would be well into the hundreds. I checked in on Ebizo and my siblings with the clone that they had with them, and they were already halfway out of the village. Good. When my attention fully returned to the situation, Hiruzen had already been tossed to the rooftop and was faced with both Orochimaru and Inoki. They ignored me. How drab. In a blur of sand, I reformed on the roof right next to Hiruzen as 4 shinobi Kuratsuchi, Akatsuchi, and both of Orochimaru's hooded guards stood on all the corners of the roof and began to go through hand signs. I almost actually laughed as the barrier technique was formed. Guess the more things changed, the more things remained the same. Hiruzen, Hiruzen, Hiruzen. You've definitely lost it. The god of shinobi I knew in my youth would have seen this coming from a mile away and smited us all. He definitely wouldn't have needed an upstart to stand at his side to fight his battles. The Inoki I knew never needed such tactics. So I guess we've both changed with the times, the Hokage said with a smirk that shone through his voice as he took off his hat and robes to reveal his pure black battle outfit. The Tsuchikage, in a similar vein, floated into the air before removing his own coverings and appearing in a split-apart green coat divided into 4 sections with yellow trimmings and red collar. Floating in the air above us, he seemed to sneer. Orochimaru's reveal was much less dramatic. The Sannin just took off his hat while laughing hysterically. Such a surprise, Gaara-chan. Kukuku ignoring him was the best bet, and it was exactly what I did. When the battle began, it was on Hiruzen's terms as Orochimaru was forced to abandon his laughter in favor of weaving seals to form a water wall to shield him from the Hokage's great fireball. Spotting the opportunity, I weaved 2 seals of my own before slamming my palm forwards, enhancing and stoking the flames with my great breakthrough. Orochimaru's water wall was a poor defense in the end, and he was forced to dive into the roof to escape the explosion from the fireball. Inoki, on the other hand, just stared at the rest of us, not weaving seals at all. In the end, it was Hiruzen that saved my life by kicking me in the chest. I was about to scream betrayal, until a blast of light flew right where I'd been less than a second ago. The blast hit the roof and continued on as everything it touched ceased to exist. Inoki the fence-sitter is not just a master of the dust release. Like his sensei before him, he is also capable of camouflaging his appearance with water release. As Hiruzen spoke, the Inoki that had floated before us collapsed into rocks as another one faded into existence a few meters away from me. Unlike his master, however, Inoki's technique is not perfect. Watch for a telltale haze or use that sand-sensing ability of yours to suss out his position. I almost did a double take at Hiruzen, somehow figuring out that I could sense things through my sand. If either of you were going to live past today, I'd tell you that you'd get used to it. The monkey figures out techniques like yours in seconds. Inoki spoke with a scowl on his face, but this time I was ready for the surprise and my body flowed around the attack as I transformed my midsection into sand and let the light blast part as I opened space in my sandy form for it to do so. I shoved my inventory open and let the sand flow out around me and seep into the rest of the rooftop battlefield. It went around, forming a solid layer of sand on the flooring, apart from a 3-inch circle around where Orochimaru stood. Hiruzen seemed fine with letting my sand touch him, showing his faith in this marriage of convenience. Inoki just floated, unhindered and unbothered by the sudden change in the situation. Do you know why I have been Kage for over 50 years, boy? Do you know why in 5 decades, none has taken this hat from me? Do you know why I have seen 3 different wars from beginning to end without succumbing while prodigies like yourself fell by the wayside? It is because I, Inoki of Iwagakure, is the strongest. Now, be a good boy and die quickly. I have a fight to watch. As he spoke, he weaved visible hand seals for the first time. Thankfully, I could recognize them from another fight I'd seen years before. When the lava balls shot out from his mouth like they were fired from a cannon, I quickly countered with wind release. A whole storm of it, solidifying the magma into stone before blocking with my sand and turning the attack aside. This was a big building, but I could already feel the space constraints. I barely dodged another lance of disintegrating dust as I ran towards my opponent's position before commanding the sand at my feet to lift me in the air. My taijutsu would be useless in this fight. At his age, Inoki would be a fool to let me close the distance, and the third Tsuchikage seemed to be everything but. I was proven right when more hand seals heralded even more balls of lava being shot at my position. This time, it was child's play to dodge them all while keeping track of Hiruzen's fight to prevent Inoki's attacks from bleeding over the same way I was sure he was keeping track of my own fight. Of the 4 of us, Inoki was the most dangerous combatant in this situation. I counted myself as fortunate that he hadn't brought out the island-destroying attacks yet. It couldn't be because of Orochimaru. I'd eat my hat if the Tsuchikage gave a rat's arse about a Konoha missing mean allies or not dash, so my best bet was that he was keeping his reserves filled for either retreat or betrayal. Either way, it was good for me, and bad for him in that it turned nearly certain death into merely probably death. The sand around us rose into the sky before launching at the Tsuchikage in a mass of tendrils, forcing him to move from his position for the first time since the fight began. This time, I paid keen attention for the telltale haze Hiruzen had warned about when he used his invincibility technique. That was the only reason I noticed when the real him swapped out with a clone. The clone did a good job of miming the chase, pretending to be truly trying to escape. When the sand inevitably caught up with it and captured it in a sand coffin, I was ready. Quick replacement with a sand clone let me escape the light cylinder that disintegrated my clone instantly. But it seemed Inoki had been similarly prepared as a fist of stone clashed with the sand spear I'd sent at him, scattering the sand in all directions. I quickly took control of those fine grains of sand and sent them into the gauntlet, crushing the man's hand in a second, and when he screamed, I appeared in front of him in a blur of sand as Dark Sister appeared in my hand before separating his head from his body a second later. When the body fell apart into water, I was less surprised than I should have been. Of course he substituted the moment his attack failed. When the water that splashed on my body began weighing me down, it was already too late. The disintegrating pillar of light hit nothing but a sand clone as I triggered my own substitution not a moment too soon. Well, that's one hell of a sequence, Kuratsuchi commented from within her place in the barrier. I just stared at her before commanding my platform to juke me to the right to avoid a stream of lava her grandfather had sent to take advantage of my seeming lapse in concentration. The lava stream, in danger of crashing into Orochimaru, ended up being swallowed by a river of water before the snake Sannin triggered his summoning jutsu. The moment the coffins appeared, I knew shit was about to hit the fan. Could I prevent the summoning? Maybe. But I didn't want to. Part of me wanted to see the Hokages in action. Another part of me wanted to keep Hiruzen alive till the end of this. There was no guarantee Tsunade would keep his word, and having him owe me his life would be an invaluable bargaining tool for future use. So the sacrifices went ahead while Inoki and I flew through the skies in a constant dance of death. The third Tsuchikage had already seemingly decided to lay off the dust release for a while, preferring to instead blanket me with lava release attacks. It wasn't really something that people in the fandom, in my old life, ever bothered to take note of, but Inoki had to be the second greatest ninjutsu master after Hiruzen itself. It was a bit ridiculous that both of these men along with the third Reikage and third Kazekage had lived on this planet in the same time period. I guess they were the only ones who could keep each other in check and prevent any single one of them from just taking over the world with their army-destroying power. And then, I had to get some more exposure to army-destroying power as massive roots rose out from the rooftop and began to spread into the little airspace Inoki and I fought in the form of massive trees. Hashirama's deep forest emergence had come out to play. Fuck! I could barely dodge aside Inoki's flying form as he rocketed around a few trees, taking advantage of my reduced vision to get close to me. When he stopped on a dime and twisted around before slamming my head with a backhand, I decided that taijutsu with Inoki was only really dangerous to whoever he was fighting. If I couldn't turn my body into sand on a whim, I'd have been a very dead man from that one hit. As the Tsuchikage's eyes searched his surroundings, I took advantage of him disregarding this body as a sand clone to rise up with an instant attack. The spike of sand I transformed my forearm into was able to get him off guard, but not enough to get the killing blow. Still, his blood flowed easily as I got a deep cut in on the side of his face. First blood, I said with a cocky smile that made the man growl. An actual, honest-to-God growl. Say your prayers, boy. They will have no body to bury when I am done with you, he said, and I'm not ashamed to say I ran. With Gaara's clone. Well, we definitely hadn't seen this one coming, I thought to myself as I stared at the man that floated before me on a clay bird. If we hadn't cracked the secret to separating our consciousnesses with this jutsu, then the boss would have been in a really bad spot. Piloting two bodies in two different S-rank fights would have been a hell of a tall task. So this is Suna's prodigy, huh? What do you know about art, kid? He asked, somehow managing to look down on me even though we were floating exactly the same height above the ground. Not much, I said with a shrug, answering honestly while preparing for the inevitable reaction. I'll teach you then. From one prodigy to another, EY? Lesson 1, True art, he said, placing his hands behind his back for a second. Is an explosion. When the clay spiders flew at us, it was already too late for them. I collapsed the sand platform, letting Ebizo, Kankuro, Tamari, Shira, and I free fall towards the ground before surrounding the explosives with the sand and essentially suffocating the explosives. The same sand flew into my control once again to wrap around my siblings and their teammates before sending them to the floor in a controlled descent. As for me, my legs themselves transformed into sand to keep me afloat as I stared at the IWA missing Nin. That was a bit of a dick move, you know that, right? I asked him. Well, you're the one that asked for a lesson. No, I wasn't. That's irrelevant, he screamed as he flew right at me while tossing several clay caterpillars at me. You denied my art, so I won't rest till you become art, you fucking bastard. What the actual fuck? What kind of psycho was he? I transformed my entire body into sand before flying away and reforming on a rooftop some distance away. I took hold of the inventory and summoned enough sand to make another thick platform while I commanded the sand that had made up the first platform to follow me while I flew right at the mad bomber of IWA. His bounty would be a useful boon for Iwa's coffers, and I itched to see how I compared to the canon Gaara who'd lost to this bastard. Coming right at me, huh? Good. Let's see whose art is superior, he screamed at me. Where the fuck did you even get that idea from? What in all the words I've said to you makes you think I give a flying fuck about art of any kind? I asked him honestly as his screaming began getting on my nerves. He didn't deign to reply as more clay creatures came flying at me. The sand that flew behind me lashed out in a single concentrated tendril that slapped all of them out of position. The explosion scattered a few grains of sand away, but they all returned to position shortly. The tendril flew right at me and turned into a thick wall that blocked the next volley of explosives before I tapped the wall, and it turned into a barrage of bullet-shaped projectiles that shot at the Akatsuki member. Proving that ninja guns, Deidara was able to command his mount to dodge away from the bullets in time, before turning to me in a smirk. Another mental command sent another volley of bullets, but this time, I used chakra flow to surround my sand in wind release. This time, the bullets flew fast and true. True to his rank, Deidara did manage to dodge the most of them, but I was able to score 2 scratches on his arm and side. "You bastard!" the mad bomber cursed at me as he flew upwards, and I chased him. When his bird suddenly made a U-turn and dove right at me, I was ready. My sand platform boosted me into the air as I slammed right into Deidara and tackled him off of his mount. A kunai from my inventory found itself lodged in his right eye before I noticed the smirk on his face. It was too late as the clay clutched onto me and exploded in a massive conflagration. I honestly wondered what would have happened if I hadn't unlocked complete sand transformation before this. I gathered some of the sand around me into myself to heal the burns from when I failed to use the technique in time. In seconds, I was fully healed and unscathed from the blast. I enjoyed the look of the mad bomber's face as the smoke cleared to reveal me floating on a platform of sand, none the worse for wear. "Is that the best you can do, Deidara of IWA?" I asked with a smirk on my face that made my opponent scream in actual rage and toss several projectiles at me. This time, I sailed past them with ease as we rushed at each other once again. Like a medieval joust, when we clashed, it was with a ringing of steel as kunai hit kunai, and I quickly retreated as the body I clashed with exploded in a blast of clay. I'd gone over what I knew of Deidara's technique in my head and found that the easiest way to neutralize him would be allowing him to exhaust his clay supplies. I already had workarounds for every single one of his techniques, so there was little utility to be found in going all out and risking much when I could just win in a battle of attrition. "You want to see what happens when I run out of clay?" he asks, prompting a blank look. "What? You're trying to get me to run out of my shit so you can take me down, aren't you?" "No. Liar." "Okay. You caught me. What are you going to do about it?" "I'm going to turn it up, of course. You've seen my C1, but did you truly think that was the limit of my art? Die, you bastard." C2 Dragon. For some reason, every time Deidara spoke, it was in a scream. It wasn't like we weren't both ninja with highly trained senses who could pick out whispers across crowded rooms or anything. I watched, fascinated, as Deidara's mouth hands opened up and spat out massive amounts of clay. So this was how the technique worked. The clay clumped together and began to form into a massive dragon that easily dwarfed the bird Deidara had been flying on. When fully formed, it released a soundless roar and flew right at me. What I really wanted to know was how Deidara remotely controlled his clay creatures so easily. When the dragon was close enough, I weaved 3 seals and released a storm of cutting winds from my palms that tore straight through the creature before I collapsed my sand platform and fell into a free fall to outrace the inevitable explosions, and that was a thing of grace. I watched as several of the taller buildings around the neighborhood we fought above sustained heavy damage from the explosive material. Oh yeah, another reason I was content with letting Deidara use up his clay supplies was that it would cause the most possible damage to the village around me. Sure, the Hokage and I were allies, but we were still ninja in the end. I wasn't forgiving the stunt with the walk to the hospital, and even if I was, it wasn't in my best interests for Konoha to come out of this invasion in anything resembling a strong position. Sure, if I could trust them as allies then maybe, but they'd already betrayed Suna before and would do it again at the drop of a hat. That meant I had to put them in such a position that they could not even consider betrayal because they'd need us way too much. It was a careful balancing act though. I could not overweaken them because that would make them useless allies and render everything moot in the first place. But I also could not let them be any stronger than they needed to be for my purposes. The room for error was large, but the potential payoff was infinite. That was why I did nothing as a scowling Deidara tossed clay figures after me, content to dodge and allow them to do what damage they would. Was that the best you could do? This time, I included a fake played-up yawn to get even more of his ire, and it was the right thing to do as Deidara began to swell. His mouth spat out a positively massive amount of clay that he actually began to mold with his own hands. Once again, stopping him wasn't particularly high on my list of priorities. You want to see art, huh? You want to see an explosion? Just let me cook. Let me cook! Sadly enough, those turned out to be the Mad Bomber's last words as a hand covered in lightning shot out of his chest. I looked behind him to see Kakashi of the Sharingan glaring at me with that red eye spinning menacingly. "The both of you have caused a lot of damage today," he said, as Deidara's body fell. I almost laughed as the body turned black. Of course the Mad Bomber had a dead man switch. As Kakashi began his retreat, I scattered my body into sand particles. When I reformed, it was in a crater. A deep crater right in the center of the Hidden Leaf Village. The entire neighborhood and the surroundings were gone. It wasn't quite half the village, but surely more than a quarter, and I wasn't even the one to cause it. When I began to laugh, it was a full one that echoed in the empty space surrounding me. And then I sobered up and began to search. My siblings had already been evacuated out of the village by Ebizo before the fight had gotten intense, so my search wasn't for them. Instead, it was for one of the most notorious survivors of the anime. With everything for kilometers around being leveled, it was easy to find Kakashi of the Sharingan, or what remained of him. I scattered and reformed standing above him. His right leg was missing, and his arms were a mangled mess. What a shame. One of my favorite characters, and I never even got to talk to him. And then his eyes snapped open as he took several shallow breaths. How the fuck are you still alive? I asked him, and he opened his mouth and began to wheeze. Of course he couldn't speak. I bent down to him and tapped his chest. Internal bleeding in 7 different areas. His lungs were a mess, and the same was true for most of his organs. It was a miracle that he was still alive, and that meant I could actually save him if I tried. I stretched out my sand into the surroundings to make sure we were truly alone before I tapped his body again and sealed it in my inventory. Oh, what secrets Kakashi of the Sharingan could tell. Chapter 31. Have you ever participated in one of those ridiculous anime versus debates? Where it goes, oh, he dodged those lasers, so he has to be lightspeed? Yeah, those ones. Well, as I flew down, around, and sometimes through Hashirama's forest of wood, I felt like one of those characters. I leaned heavily on my sand and the fact that my body was more sand than flesh to push myself to speeds I didn't truly know I could reach. And even in spite of that, it wasn't enough. The dust release favored by the fence-sitter and his sensei has only one weakness. It could take a while to form large-scale attacks. That was why Inoki had stuck to narrow tiny blasts in the beginning. Anything bigger would have taken a boatload of time and even more chakra. But apart from that formation time, it was for all intents and purposes, a perfect jutsu. That's why I began my retreat the moment he drew his hands together. And even with that, by the time I flew down to ground level, the box had already appeared, covering the entirety of the airspace within the barrier. In a blink, everything there had turned to dust. Hashirama's forest, my sand. All of it. Not just that though, like I said, I was too late. Fuck, I screamed out loud, unable to quite stop myself as I noted the change in my body. My legs. Fuck. Most of my lower body was gone. Just one attack. One cube of dust that I'd barely managed to get ahead of and I was already crippled. Fuck. Was this what it meant to fight one of the pillars of the shinobi world? Was I actually in over my head? I thought myself ready. Thought myself on their level. The level of those monsters who remade the world into their will, and here I laid on the floor, maimed and bleeding. Scratch that, not bleeding. Sand was what leaked from my wound. Guess I managed to instinctively transform my body before the dust release technique closed in. Not unexpected. Inoki said, looking down on me with disappointment. This is what has become of the title Kage in this generation. Granted to an upstart with shiny techniques but no experience. He said, turning his nose up at me. I just smiled at him before dissolving into sand. What was losing a limb to me? My body no longer existed. Not truly, at least. I am no longer Gaara of the desert. I am the desert itself. I reformed my body, whole, right on the other side of the rooftop, right next to one of Orochimaru's ninja. I couldn't place a name to his face, so he had to be a filler character or something. This is a good barrier, I said, placing my hand on the secondary barrier he created around himself to protect himself from attempts to kill him and end the barrier. Not bad at all. For someone with no idea what they were truly doing. With a hand gesture, I cleaved his body in half with a wave of my hand. the barrier remained intact. All I'd done was twisted ownership of it until it allowed my chakra to pass through with no resistance. After he fell dead, it was only a matter of seconds until the 4 violet flames formation barrier fell. Fighting Inoki in an enclosed space like this rooftop was a death sentence if he was going to be throwing around attacks like that. I turned to my side and saw him staring at me in a mixture of surprise and respect. All I'd done had taken only a few seconds after all. Inoki the fence-sitter. I am Gaara of the desert. It is an honor to make your acquaintance. Let this battle be one for the ages, I proclaimed grandly as I dispelled my clone on the other side of the village and returned my chakra to close to full capacity and began to leak sand from every pore. My clone had really fucked things up. It both annoyed me and made me happy. With Deidara and Kakashi gone, it was all fucked. No more living according to someone else's script, I guess. Fuck canon. Fuck it all. No more holding back. No more acting to preserve some future only I could see. No more letting this bastard run roughshod over me and acting on the defense. Inoki the fence-sitter will die today. This is the beginning of my legend. Quest notification. Finally taking this seriously, huh? Objectives. Survive. Kill Inoki the fence-sitter. Kill Orochimaru. Save Hiruzen. Bonus objectives. Prevent Kuratsuchi from escaping. Prevent Akatsuchi from escaping. Kill Stone Nin, 3 out of 127. Rewards. 5000 XP. Legendary loot roll. Weighted boulder technique. Stone golem technique. Bonus rewards. Lava release affinity. Dust release affinity. I was drawn from my thoughts by a ping from the game, and as I read through the mission statement and rewards, I was almost overtaken by hysterics at that. Dust release affinity? Fuck. If there was one way to take things from 0 to a 100, then this was it. But there was also an alarming thought that this brought to my mind. What would have happened if I never decided to go for broke in this fight? Would I have never gotten the quest? And if I never got the quest, would I have gotten other opportunities to get access to all the rewards there? Most notably the lava and dust releases. Quests had been rare and scarce for a while. But this wasn't the time for such thoughts, as I was shortly interrupted by Inoki's arrival on the floor outside the stadium. With space to fight, this was shaping up to be the next phase of combat. Oh ho! I see you want to put up a fight, boy. Good. Make this as difficult for me as you can. I could use the exercise. If there was one thing Inoki had going for him, it was his trash-talking skills. No one could quite combine disregard with disdain in such a delightful cocktail while still making it sound badass at the same time. Admirable as it was, it still did manage to get on my nerves. You're going to regret those words, old man, I said in reply, still flooding the surrounding area with my sand. If I could, I'd turn the entirety of Konoha into a desert. My clone was a bit short-sighted in how he was willing to let Deidara blow the place to bits to soothe our wounded ego, but his heart was still in the right place. Konoha were still only allies of necessity to me. They'd only keep us around for as long as they needed us, and that was going to be for a good bit of time if I had anything to say about it. Inoki floated downwards and stood on a raised platform of earth before slamming his hand down on it. Multiple earthen spikes rose from the ground beneath my sand, but it only took a brief application of concentration for me to prevent them from rising any further, pushing down on the ground with the weight of my sand and chakra. A brief contest of wills followed until Inoki scowled and abandoned the efforts. I wanted to say something witty. To gloat. But I was cut off by multiple balls of lava firing my way. I didn't even raise my hand to command my sand to wrap around them and shatter them. The lava did well to melt a lot of the sand, but whatever was lost was quickly replaced from my inventory. I traced the origin of the lava to Kuratsuchi from our position still on the stadium rooftops. Inoki and I had since moved into Konoha proper. Multiple spears of sand were sent flying at the girl, and I wasn't surprised to note the fat one moving in front of her to block the attack. Killing her would have been an easy way to prevent her from escaping, but I had the strong feeling that something like that might make my fight with Inoki go very differently. Getting the old man so pissed that he stopped thinking logically would be hella stupid. My sand rose without my input to block a massive spear of stone that the old man had tossed, clearly hoping to take advantage of my inattention. You'll have to try harder than that, old man. I am the worst possible match for you. This time, when he flew at me, I did the same, matching his speed and approach by transforming my lower body into sand and controlling it to make me float in the air. Since the original parts were gone, it actually felt easier to use the limbs in their sand form. I'd have to leave testing out what might have changed with my essentially brand new limbs for a different day, as Inoki and I clashed in the middle of the distance between us. His fist passed by my head with so much force that the wind created by the approach sent my skin flapping. My own attack, a stab with Dark Sister, was similarly dodged by him as we began our dance. His hands flashed and a mud ball was fired at me from point-blank range. I allowed it to pass through my sandy form and used the opportunity to grab onto him with my hands transformed into sand claws reminiscent of Shukaku's. As I prepared to rip his body to shreds, both of the arms went limp as I was suddenly dragged towards the ground by their weight. Inoki's earth release, added weight rock technique. I fell to the ground for a few seconds before I suddenly detached my transformed hands from my body, forming replacements from the sand around me in an instant to allow me make seals for the wind jutsu I tried using to cancel out the lightning release jutsu Inoki had charged and fired in my seconds of inattention. Even with how fast I'd become, I was still too slow and the jutsu washed over me for a few seconds, sending me flying into the ground spasming. Even transforming my body to sand at the last minute had somehow seemed to make the effects worse, as I felt my body fall apart at the seams, collapsing into sand and failing to coalesce no matter how much I tried. Fuck. Fucking ninja magic. Earth would ground lightning any day of the week in any other situation. But now? One blast and I was putty on the ground. Fuck. Inoki floated down. I could sense him through the sand particles I had flying through the air, Gamer's mind shielding me from the disorientation that would have accompanied falling prey to something like this. Still, it was all I could do to keep my concentration on so many things at once while still consciously trying to recollect my body into one piece. I'll talk, Inoki said, looking down on me with what I was sure was a sneer on his old wizened face. When I felt his fingers come together, I knew I had to do something, so I decided to go with the nuclear option. Sand rushed at him, forcing him to abandon the attempt for a few seconds while I abandoned my attempts to reconstitute my body, instead forcing the sand to take a different shape as it rose towards the sky. For some reason, this wasn't affected by the lightning jutsu. I took advantage and coalesced massive amounts of sand into one shape. One familiar shape that my sand took with little coaxing from me. The claws formed first and slammed into the ground with a quake. Sand from all over Konoha that I'd sent out joined in creating a truly massive structure. The body was next, squat and solid. The head followed, and as I formed the eyes, I got my first look at the battlefield since Inoki hit me with the lightning jutsu. The tail was last, and once it formed, I swung it in the air a few times to test it. Checking my chakra reserves with the game told me this entire thing had cost me just over 3,000 units and seemed to be costing about 250 every minute that went by. In a matter of seconds, the Ichibi stood over Konoha with a roar. Of course, I was the only one who knew that this wasn't truly Shukaku. But if there was one way to cement this battle in the minds of the world, announcing myself as history's second perfect Jinchuriki had to be it. Lie or not, the look on Inoki's face as I watched him take in my new state was one for the history books. The only sad part about this was that since I wasn't truly a tailed beast, I couldn't toss out bijou bombs on whims. But since this was my body and not Shukaku's, I should be able to use ninjutsu just like I could with my normal body. Chapter 32, good try. I have to commend you for it. Anyone who's never fought a tailed beast before might even be fooled. Your bloodlust is great, but nothing compared to those chakra monsters. If you had truly transformed into the Ichibi no Shukaku, then I'd be having a much more difficult time talking or even breathing. My best guess? That technique of yours, similar to the Hozuki's clan hydrification technique, is letting you bring forth this facsimile. His smug voice was finally cut off as a massive arm of sand descended right at him. He dodged the attack, but that left him wide open for that same arm to shift into a cannon-like appendage that fired dozens of sand bullets. Inoki dodging them all was expected. Even anticipated if I was being honest. And it placed him in a position where his body floated right above the stadium Konoha used for the Chunin exams. When sand rose from that stadium and rushed at him, his dodge let the sand merge with my new body as I whipped my tail at him. He was fast. One thing about his gravity manipulation technique I'd noticed was that it was bullshit. It let the man just flow around attacks with such speed and flexibility that I found it doubtful that I was facing a man who'd been alive in the warring clans era, before hidden villages were even a thing. So willy and mobile he was. His movements accelerated as more and more sand flew at him in a bevy of attacks. He dove straight down, and as he touched the ground, I could feel an earthquake erupt on the ground beneath me as the rest of the world began to rise. What the fuck? No. Not the rest of the world. The ground beneath me was sinking in relation to the rest of the floor. Earth release, moving earth core Inoki in tone when the ground stopped moving, and as I prepared to make my escape from the poor trap, Inoki and Kuratsuchi suddenly appeared in the air above me. Now, granddaughter, he said as they weaved seals together. It didn't take a genius to predict that whatever was coming for me would be pretty unfortunate if I let it hit. So, I began to climb. The hole I was in was wide enough to contain my massive form, and claws made of sand ripped into the stone by my sides as I began my ascent. Of course, not as used to this body as I should have been, it took me a few seconds to get a good rhythm for the climb. I made good time, but in the end it was all for naught as they finished their seals in unison and began to spit out a whole-ass tsunami of lava. The first time it touched me, I felt nothing beyond the strange sensation of losing control of a few grains of my sand. With the amount of the stuff they were flooding with, it wasn't much of a surprise that those few grains began adding up in no time at all. One hand was gone, and then my legs as the lava began pooling at the bottom of the hole and rising. I tried my hardest to escape the cavern with only one hand to climb with. The lava hit my knee first. The left one. I lost control of it, and had an even harder time making my way up. Sure, there was less bulk to lift, but the effect it was having on my balance was enough to force me to slow down even more, letting more and more of the lava get more and more of me. In the end, it was a matter of pragmatism. I reformed my original body at the head of Shukaku's falling apart form and detached a large platform of sand to float me all the way to the top. When a cube of light captured the first sandy form to escape the hole, Inoki was successful in disintegrating the clone of me I sent to check the waters. Instead, I tore right through the ground and appeared beneath Kuratsuchi's floating form. The golem her grandfather made to slow me down was barely a delay as Dark Sister cleaved it in twain and I was face to face with the older girl. Her lava balls were dodged in a split second as my body shifted around itself and I encased her in sand from my inventory. 2 hand seals was all I needed to turn the sand prison to an actual sealing barrier as Fuinjutsu script spread across it and bound her in the cocoon, with not even enough space for her to breathe. She was just sealed shut. When I turned to Inoki, his eyes had narrowed into slits as his body flushed. Good. I was getting tired of this fight, as well. It was exhilarating, but Inoki was a troublesome opponent, and in a similar vein to him, I could not actually afford to waste so much chakra. The fight between Hiruzen and his sensei was beginning to hit a crescendo, and I needed to make sure I interfered before the old man offed himself with the Reaper Death Seal. The good part was that I doubted he'd be so bold as to use a suicide jutsu with 2 other Kage in the village. She can't breathe in there, I told him, watching his eyes narrow even further. At her weight and age, I give her about 30 minutes with chakra enhancement. But you see the seal I put there? She can't use any chakra. She's got maybe 5 minutes at the most before she's dead. You will release her. Will I? I asked, tilting my head and purposefully adopting an uninterested tone. You will, he said as he weaved seals and stone began to pour out of his mouth. It shaped itself in mid-air, and when it landed, it was with an explosion of dust as the giant golem took the field. You will, if you don't want to die screaming, he said, as the golem let loose a heavily telegraphed punch. Well, that goes the first minute. I placed my feet on Kuratsuchi's cocoon as I dodged out of the way, riding it like a surfboard. Inoki's eyes narrowed even further at that, making my smile widen in turn. The golem moved even faster as its arms lashed out in massive swinging attacks that were a doozy to keep ahead of. 2 minutes. My sand rose to my aid again as a swarm of it crashed into the golem before worming into its seams and eating into the stones that made it up. I stretched out a hand and clenched it as I concentrated on the sand. In canon, Gaara could make a desert with only a grain of sand. With all due respect to him, I was quite a bit stronger than he was. So, was it any surprise that my sand wore the golem down to nothing but sand in a matter of seconds? 3 minutes down. Inoki's attempts to get me with blasts of dust release fell short as my makeshift surfboard carried me well out of harm's way. The longer the fight went on, the more desperate Inoki became to get me. I could see it in the way he chased me for longer before giving up. In the way he crashed through sand tendrils without hesitation as he threw caution to the wayside. Wide dust release attacks were no longer possible as they catch Kuratsuchi in their range if they got me, and that was enough to stay his hand. 4 minutes. But even with that off the table, me pissing him off like this had brought something else on the table. Explosion release. His hand sparked as he tossed rocks at me at extreme speed. The first time I decided to just dance between them, the explosion had robbed me of my hearing for a few seconds until the sand could heal it. 5 minutes. I could see it as he increased his haste. He knew just as well as I did. The moment of opportunity was coming. I turned right around and flew right at him, riding Kuratsuchi's form. Just short of clashing with each other, when I knew his attention was fully on me, I flipped around and kicked Kuratsuchi's form right at him. His body twitched. He wanted to dodge. I could see it. The man was literally at war with his instincts. His hands twitched, and instead of moving aside, he caught her with a resigned look on his face, struggling to rip the sand off her face. And from there, it was over. The sand rose from her and encased him instead, the seal easily accomplishing its second function. Kuratsuchi's body fell to the ground while I watched the Tsuchikage fight off the seal with the weight of his chakra alone. The sand began to fall off of him, but it was too late. Dark Sister appeared in my hand again and I floated forwards before plunging the blade right where I knew his heart was. His struggles ceased almost instantly as the third Tsuchikage of IWA, Inoki the fence-sitter, breathed his last. When I was sure he was dead, I tapped him once with my palm, sealing his body in my inventory, and turned towards Hiruzen's fight. I'd kept an eye on how things developed over there, so I'd noticed when exactly the battle had devolved into a chaotic mess with several of Hiruzen's Umbu and Orochimaru's people swarmed into the fight when the barrier went down. Of course, interfering in a battle with 4 Kage-level ninja was a quick way to die, and they got to experience that firsthand as the ground was littered with bodies. Both Konoha Umbu, IWA shinobi, and randoms with snakeskin belts that marked them as Odo shinobi. But even with all the chaos that had unfolded amongst them, the Kage-level combatants remained standing, most looking unfazed. Hiruzen had a nasty cut on his cheek, and the fact that he hadn't healed it himself told me enough to know that he was feeling the pressure of the fight. Good. I had no interest in helping him if he still believed it possible for him to win on his own. What would the point of keeping him alive be if he didn't realize that I was the only thing that kept him from a certain death? Sure of my approach, I sailed at the battle on my sand platform while gathering and manipulating chakra in my left hand, my dominant hand. I arrived right in time to interrupt Hashirama executing another wide-ranged wood-release jutsu. With this one sending multiple sharp branches of wood right at Hiruzen. Flying past the Hokage, I came to a sudden stop right in front of the attack and threw the Raisen Shuriken I held. The amalgamation of millions of microscopic blades of wind tore right through the wood release and cleaved the man behind it in half in seconds. I clenched my fist at that, commanding the attack to execute its second stage by expanding a fair margin. My calculations proved right as I was right at the edge of the jutsu's radius. The expanded ball contained billions of microscopic blades of wind that tore apart everything within it, practically disintegrating everything within. When it ended, I was faced with nothing but barren earth and dust, Hashirama's trees being rendered to sawdust. I waited till I saw the telltale signs of Edo Tensei regeneration as it looked like bandages began to piece themselves back together from thin air. Raising my hands brought the sand around me under my control as it swirled around Hashirama's still form. I saw Tobirama flash towards me, but Hiruzen was in the way and a hit from his staff sent the second Hokage flying backwards before he weaved seals into a wind-release jutsu that instantly nullified the lightning release Orochimaru sent at me. Good. Once Hashirama was mostly reformed, the sand pounced, grabbing hold of him and holding him still as more and more sand pounced. When it was complete, I'd built a giant pyramid made of sand to hold down the first Hokage's reanimated body. Oxram Snake, I weaved the seals to complete the seal from the jutsu and Fuinjutsu script formed along the sand. Sand Mausoleum Jutsu complete, I said with a smile as the seal completed and locked, sealing away the first Hokage. When I could return my full attention to the fight, I found Orochimaru looking right at me with a snarl of deep hatred on his face. Well, messing up his plans twice would have that effect. You good, bro? I asked casually, walking forwards towards him as Hiruzen and Tobirama's fight went further and further away from us. I guess Hiruzen was going to leave me to finish my unfinished business with this particular bastard. I will enjoy ripping your skin from your flesh, boy, he snarled before darting at me so quickly it was almost beyond my ability to react. Luckily, my body was made of sand and responded to my desires just as quickly as my sand could, which was instantly. Dark Sister reached up and clashed against his blade instantly. I noticed it was the same sort of Kusanagi I'd taken off his body last time, and narrowed my eyes at him. Like my new sword? He asked, smirk on his face, and I responded with a smirk of my own as my arm swelled with increased muscle and strength before I overpowered him and slashed across his chest, letting the mud from the clone splatter across my face before I used the motion to turn around. Weaving seals with my right hand as fire bloomed in my stomach and a giant dragon of flames bore down on the mud dragon jutsu he sent at me and blew up. Ready to fight me this time? He asked as his voice carried over, sounding like it was coming from every direction. Suddenly, mist covered the battlefield. Have you ever faced the silent killing technique, boy? He asked, and I just smiled before taking in a deep breath and blowing out a veritable hurricane of winds that tore through the mist. Yeah, fuck that. Of course, the effort turned out to be a waste as the corridor of free air I created was instantly taken over by mist once again, and then I felt a sword pass through my back, and right through where my heart would have been. If I was made of flesh and blood, that is. Turning my head 180 degrees, I turned to face his shock mud as I let loose several bullets of wind that he had to backpedal to dodge. A lesser swordsman would have left their sword behind in their shock, but Orochimaru was of a much different breed as his hand remained attached to it all the while as he disappeared into the mist again. A variant of the hydrification jutsu, I see. But with sand instead of water. Fascinating. Just how fascinating. But the question then becomes, how? How can your body lose form when that body contains the Ichibi no Shukaku? Does the tailed beast become entrapped in one of the billion grains of sand that you transform into? No, that makes no sense. I see, then. I see the answer now. Thank you, Gaara of the Desert, you've solved a riddle that's bothered me for a while now. I'll honor you with a quick death as your jutsu has a single obvious weakness. His voice echoes through the mist, and I could hear the smug in his tone. Having already seen what Inoki could do to me, I had no interest in falling victim to the ninjutsu master of the Sannin. Copying what I'd seen from Hyuga Niji, I moved into a spin, sending out chakra from all my tenketsu, and forming a giant rotating shield of wind. When the mist electrified, my winds tore it apart and robbed it of its charge almost instantly. I finally stopped spinning, and was unsurprised to note that most of the mist had been blown away. Orochimaru was still nowhere to be found, but this time I could see my surroundings clearly. I turned to Hiruzen's fight and found that the second Hokage had the old man trapped in an actual river from his water release as the third tried his best to fend it off with his earth release. Transforming into sand, I flowed around the entire thing as I reformed mere inches from the man. When his kunai came for my head, it did nothing but pass through sand as I tapped him on the chest, placing a seal in the seconds of contact we had and then pushed him off as the exploding seal activated and tore apart pieces of his chest. Orochimaru's neck rushed at me as it stretched, but Hiruzen's staff was right in the way as the old man understood my request to switch opponents almost instantly. Just like I did with his brother, I once again forced my chakra to go through those 3 stages invented by their successor's successor before I added my own flair, forcing the chakra to compress itself as it began to achieve combustion in the center. The regular Rasengan was in 3 stages: rotation, power, and compression. Raisen Shuriken had a 4th stage which I termed spin, which was adding the blades of wind at the end and making the entire thing with wind-natured chakra instead of the pure vanilla variant. Fire release, Rasengan was different. The product of months of work in theorizing, it was a multi-layered jutsu formed with the power of an S-rank ninjutsu and the control of a medical jutsu. First came the core, the spark, if you will. It was a dense core of supercharged Fire Nation chakra contained in a spinning shell of neutral chakra. Outside that core was a collection of spinning blades of wind sealed off in another core. In truth, the jutsu was more blaze release than pure fire release, and it hit like a motherfucker. Jumping right at the second's reforming body, I planted the jutsu right into his midsection before hightailing it out of that. Without me to stabilize it, the jutsu instantly began to fail. It was incomplete, but even at that, the failure was a massive explosion that instantly evaporated the ocean he created with his jutsu and took out a massive section of the stadium with it. Konoha's repair bill was going to be a thing of legend. Hiruzen and Orochimaru brawled it out, fighting their way through the stands in a dizzying display of Tai and ninjutsu, and I left them to it while I waited for the explosion to die down. When it did, capturing the second Hokage in his own Grand Sand Mausoleum was easy. And at that, I collapsed to my knees, panting for breath as I allowed myself to truly feel the effects of the day. My chakra capacity was practically shot as I waited for it to regenerate while I watched Orochimaru and Hiruzen duke it out. To call it a fight would be generous, as Hiruzen honestly looked like a pissed-off father giving his recalcitrant son the beating of his life. Orochimaru got a few hits in, but the tired old man was nowhere to be found, and the traitorous Sannin was forced to contend with the might of the god of shinobi in full swing. Chapter 33. So, what do you want? The old man asked as he relaxed in his seat. If my perception had not been so high, I'd have been hard-pressed to see the minute twitch of his lips or in his cheeks that told of the immense pain he must be going through right now. After the fight yesterday, Hiruzen had only been able to remain standing long enough to invite Umbu to escort me to a hotel room, most likely so I would be too far to see what happened next. Of course, that was a thorough underestimation of my senses and range. I sensed it the moment when he collapsed to the floor once he was sure that I was some distance away. Fighting and beating Orochimaru to an inch of his life had taken a lot out of the old man, obviously, and when they finally got him the healthcare he needed, it was clear the man did not have long for this world. Not if he were to remain an active ninja, at least. That was why I'd spent the entire night watching the Konoha medic Nin as they went through surgery after surgery to fix the myriad of injuries he'd suffered and the general wear and tear from pushing a body like his so far to keep up with relatively young S-rank monsters. Especially when 2 of those monsters had endless regeneration and practically infinite chakra to toss around. The fact that they were even capable of keeping him alive was worthy of praise, and it was why I ignored all the other pressing things that I could have done instead and focused on the Konoha Medical Nin team. The entire ninja world knew and recognized that Konoha had the best medical nina, the best medical techniques, and the best tools in the world. Tsunade had revolutionized and changed the entire industry in practice, and as I watched them carry on business with the kind of efficiency and smoothness that only Chiyo and Suna could even dream of matching. We had only one doctor on that level. They had what looked to be dozens. Fuck. If life could be more unfair. I watched and did my best to commit everything I saw and sensed to memory and prepare to replicate it to teach Chiyo and the medical Nin back home. If Hiruzen and the Konoha doctors were going to give me an unknowing front row seat to their best practices, then who was I to refuse? What it did mean, though, was that my original reason for watching the process was forced to be scrapped at the end. Sneaking a seal or something on Hiruzen's person while he'd be unconscious and unable to do notice was one objective that I'd hatched once he collapsed, but with the level of detail and care the medical Nin were putting into their work, and their visible level of skill, I was reluctant to risk it. Getting caught would just set me back with nothing to gain for it. We already came to an agreement, did we not? I asked him, leaning back into my own seat as well. Don't play games, boy. I haven't the patience for it. Yesterday, you fought off an S-rank missing Nin, that Tsuchikage himself and the reincarnated corpses of the first two Hokage. Far above and beyond what anyone would expect from any form of alliance. So the question becomes, what do you want? Or are you just an insane child drunk on his own power and seeking more and more tests until you eventually meet the one that kills you? Would fit, I guess. If you're going to take inspiration from the Hozuki's clan hydrification, then might as well add the Kagaya's bloodlust and insanity to it. Kami knows they'd intermarried enough times, he said, looking irritated at me, and as the seconds wore on, I could see some of that irritation turn inwards as he realized that he'd broken the facade of the genial old man quite thoroughly. I guess for all the superhuman feats of ninja, having half your kidney and a whole lung replaced in the same night didn't leave one in much of a mood for political discourse. So, I decided to humor him. Fine. I guess the answer is a bit of a mixture of both. The fights yesterday were a good way to measure my own capacity. To see where I measured in the wider ninja world, and the answer was heartwarming to say the least. But it was not everything. I want to maintain my alliance with Konoha. Not just allies of opportunity, but true ones. Brothers in arms. Comrades. Suna and Konoha, working together to usher the shinobi world to an unprecedented age. Hashirama and Madara shook hands and the world changed. Why don't we do the same? To what end? He asked, covering up his shock well, but nothing beyond my capacity to detect. Peace. True peace in our time. A noble goal, but an impossible one. You think even together, we'd have the power? Yes. Yes, I do. IWA is basically a non-factor. They've lost their Kage, his heir, one of their most promising jounin, and their entire explosion core in one fell swoop. Kumo will not keep us both at bay, and Kiri is a mess that anyone with the time would pacify with ease. This is the time. Together we'd have it all at our fingertips. It would be war. One to end all the others. I riposted. That rhetoric, I've heard it a million times. Never from anyone whose war ended up ending anything beyond the lives of thousands, and the hope for peace. A voice spoke out suddenly, and only Gamer's mind prevented me from jumping in shock or acting startled. I simply turned towards the Toad Sage like I knew he'd always been leaning against that window, while internally freaking out trying to figure out how he fooled my senses so thoroughly. Mine will be different. I'll make sure of it, I said to him. You will, won't you? Pretty sure they've all said those exact words as well. How different will it be when the world burns around you as you chase dominance? When the mothers wail as their children are killed by angry shinobi? When the Jiraiya, that's enough. That was the first time I heard Hiruzen raise his voice. The previously soft tone was gone, and replaced with a hard look in his eyes that quickly fell apart as he nearly collapsed into a coughing fit. I made it like I didn't notice. Ignored it, but I could see Jiraiya itching to go to his sensei's side. Only something like village pride and the desire to not show weakness before a possible enemy Kage had him hesitating. But still, I took the time Hiruzen's coughing gave me for what it was, an opportunity. Jiraiya being here changed things. I'd wondered as to his whereabouts during the invasion, as I doubted that he'd just dedicated himself solely to fighting off giant snakes at the walls of Konoha. Part of me hoped he'd died. A small part, yes. The rest of me was just happy to see one of my favorite characters in the flesh. White long mane, flashy clothes, and a fierce expression on his face as he regarded me. He thought me to be a madman, and I could not truly blame him. I'd think myself mad too if I heard the things I'd said. I ached to run to me and tell him it was all a lie. A smokescreen to cloak my true intentions. After all, how could I tell Hiruzen that the goal was not to save his village, but to save enough of it so I could bleed it dry in a long war with the rest of the world, and then swoop in at the end to take all the heads and declare myself God Emperor of everything from this side of the continent to the next? Sure, I didn't have much reason for wanting what I did. No reason beyond the fact that I didn't know if I could achieve it, and that made me curious. In terms of long-term goals, beyond annihilating the Akatsuki, I had zilch, nada, zero. Nothing that drove me forwards. Sure, I enjoyed ruling Suna. Being responsible for so many lives must have been something the average person would have been scared of, shied away from. Not me though. I enjoyed it. I enjoyed the tedium of rulership. Maybe Pax Romana. That would certainly carve my legacy in the elemental nations. I would never die, not truly. No. But I wanted to be spoken of in even greater terms than Hashirama and Madara themselves. Let the world quake at my name and let it all crumble and fall until only I remained at the top. The sun will set on Gaara's empire, maybe. Nah, that was just insane. And way too much stress for a person who contributed to a Kickstarter campaign for someone to build a self-wiping toilet in his previous life. Nope, a quiet retirement would be it for me. When Hiruzen was finally done, he gave Jiraiya a look, unspoken words passing between them before he turned to me. Kuratsuchi of IWA and her friend, Akatsuchi, have escaped from captivity. What the fuck? That wasn't possible. I bound and captured the fuckers myself after they had the bright idea of attempting to run from me. The fight they put up hadn't even been worthy of note, so what the hell? We suspect that one of our own, Yakushi Kabuto, was actually an agent of Orochimaru's and is now seeking to rule over what remains of Otogekiru with his master now in our possession. Wait, if he was able to get Kuratsuchi and Akatsuchi, why not Orochimaru? I asked, while looking between the both of them. It ended up being Jiraiya who answered. With Orochimaru's familiarity with the village, and the possibility of him having agents we were yet to discover or notice, I made the decision of keeping him captive in the Toad Realm instead of within the village. The Toad Realm? I asked, feigning confusion. You're unfamiliar with summoning realms? Well, that's a subject that deserves its own rather lengthy conversation. To put it simply, summoned creatures use a form of energy that doesn't necessarily meld well with the elemental nations, so they form realms or domains around wellsprings of that energy they need to survive. The home of the toads, my summons, is called Mount Myaboku, he said, explaining it. Me nodding along at all the right places was enough to convince him that I got it because he stopped after that. But the main question I have is, why are you telling me all this? With all due respect, we ninja are rarely ever so forthcoming. That was my idea. Jiraiya spoke up. You want to be allies, eh? Why not be true allies? Comrades in arms, maybe. You help us, we help you. Konoha and Suna working together for a common purpose. You did us a favor by getting rid of Orochimaru the first time and foiling his invasion yesterday. We've done you one by giving you information, and dealing with a missing ninja of your own at the last words. He tapped his vambrace and unsealed a head that he tossed at me. Previously loosely spread grains of sand suddenly coalesced into a tendril that plucked it right out of the air before it got even close. I turned it towards me for a closer look and smiled at the familiar shock of red hair and the scowl on the face. Hello, Akasuna no Sasori. It's a shock to see him looking so young, I said, poking to see what exactly Jiraiya knew. He had some fancy technique he used to turn his body into a puppet. Once I found the core, it was easy to take him out though, he said, waiting it off. I narrowed my eyes at that. Sasori had something in his possession that I'd been interested in. Something that I was now sure Konoha had. If Sasori had to resort to using his personal body for the fight, then that meant Jiraiya had dealt with all his puppets in one manner or the other. Konoha had the third Kazekage. Well, fuck. This isn't an equivalent exchange, though. Sasori was nothing to me. Nothing to Suna but a missing ninja we'd have caught up to one way or another. We could just as easily say the same about Orochimaru. Jiraiya riposted weakly. It was clear to see that his education had been just a bit incomplete. A weak lie like that had no place in a civilized conversation like this one. To make my point, I stared meaningfully at the third Hokage himself before looking out the window at the smoking remains of one of the high-rise buildings that had once ruled over Konoha's skyline. I smiled as I spoke, let's not deceive ourselves. Enough. This meeting has two purposes. First to suss out what you want from us, and secondly to offer repayment for your services yesterday. Repayment? Yes. We have it on good authority that your village is in need of all the cash it can get at the moment. Konoha will pay you the equivalent of 2 S-class missions for what you did for us yesterday and offer you some important information on a threat to your own life. 5. What? I fought 5 S-class ninja yesterday. I'll take the payment for 5 S-class missions. Look here, boy. Jiraiya started only for Hiruzen to interject. Done. Now the information? The missing nin your clone fought yesterday. The one with the explosives. Jiraiya was the one to speak, even though he was clearly dissatisfied with how quickly Hiruzen had capitulated to my demand. Deidara. I know him. Yes, him. The cloak he was wearing. Black with red clouds, it's the hallmark of an organization I've been keeping an eye on. And this concerns me how? I'm getting there. It's an organization of S-class missing ninja. Being S-class is the minimum requirement for joining, and their goal is to hunt down people belonging to a very exclusive group of 9 members, of which you're number 1. He said with a significant look. Huge surprise that they were just going to come out and tell me about the Akatsuki. My best guess was that they thought the Akatsuki were going to come after us in order, and me putting up a fight gave them more time to prepare their cute little savior of the world superweapon. Oh, that must be so scary for you. In case you've forgotten, I beat 4 of them yesterday, I said, leaning back into my seat arrogantly. I was trying to sell an image here, and from what I could tell, it was working. Jiraiya was obviously suppressing the urge to march over and give me a good whack upside the head. Don't get ahead of yourself, kid. From what I can tell, Deidara was strong, but not that strong, and yes, Inoki was impressive, but he was also old, and you did take advantage of his granddaughter to get the killing blow in. Both the reincarnated Hokage were shadows of their old selves. Hashirama or Tobirama at full strength would beat you black and blue. Besides, think about this. S-rank ninja are famously prideful creatures. Just what kind of monster do you think it would take to bring people like that together and command their obedience? You're a strong kid, but definitely not that strong. He said to me, walking forwards till he was leaning over the chair I'd sank deeper in. My sand pushed the chair backwards till it slammed against the wall and I was on my feet, looking up at him, directly in the eyes in seconds. Think you can take me? I asked with a scoff. Anytime, any day of the week, kid, he replied, making me chuckle. Jiraiya had some tricks, but nothing I couldn't beat. Maybe I'd kill him and take his body to learn more about senjutsu from a corpse with the power to use it. Enough. The both of you. Jiraiya, the rest of your report, please. We stared at each other for a few seconds longer, until the Sannin backed off and I pulled the chair back with a tendril of sand before plopping on it again. The Akatsuki, to the best of our knowledge, has 8 remaining members: Kakuzu the Bounty Hunter, Hidden the Immortal, Kisame the Tailed Beast, Clan-Killer Itachi, Noel the Laughing Storm, and 3 others we can't identify, along with their unidentified leader. Noel? I asked, narrowing my eyes at him. What the fuck? Yes. Your opponent at your first Chunin exams, wasn't he? Word on the street is that he caused some mighty trouble up in Kumo and the Akatsuki guys bailed him out before the clouds could make him disappear the same way they deal with all their problematic ones. I see, I replied, deep in thought. Did I cause this? How? Noel hadn't even appeared in canon at all, and now he's a member of fucking Akatsuki. It was a notable thing, but not something I could see myself agonizing over. After all, I'd beaten him as a 6-year-old, and if he thought I was anywhere near that level when we met again, his bones would make an excellent trophy for my room. The Angel of God. Deidara is dead, Sasori said the moment his apparition appeared for the meeting. Nagato was silent. Not a word was said. Would have been glorious, complete silence if Haydn hadn't chosen that moment to burst into laughter. Guess we know who's art one now, don't we? Did you kill him yourself? The mad Jashinist asked before bursting into laughter again. The fact that we all turned to Sasori to answer the question was enough to almost drive me to tears. Where had Yahiko's dream gone so wrong? The Akatsuki, the Red Dawn of AIM. An organization of freedom fighters and idealists, now nothing more than a den for psychopaths and criminals. No, I didn't. The fool got into a fight with the Kazekage and didn't leave it alive. Sasori spoke in an unusually youthful voice. His Hiriko puppet was gone, I noticed. A sign he encountered resistance of his own. The fact that he returned to report before fixing the shell was also a portent of nothing good. Nothing good at all. And you? What happened to you, Hayden's partner? Kakuzu said with narrowed eyes in his baritone. Jiraiya of the Sannin. He said, making me snap my head to Nagato in shock. Jiraiya-sensei? Is he dead? I asked, doing my best to prevent anything entering my tone. No. He destroyed the third Kazekage and a few of my most important masterpieces, and after the Jinchuriki boy ended most of the invasion, I judged it to be needless to continue the fight and fake my death to make my escape. Jiraiya-sensei. Still as strong as ever, I see. Oh, what would Yahiko say if he were here now? What would you say when you see what we've become? Yahiko's body suddenly spoke, but as ever, it was in Nagato's voice. Cold and unfeeling like those purple eyes that now dotted Yahiko's face. I'd agreed with it when Nagato first came up with the idea. To see Yahiko's body brought to life again was supposed to give me some measure of joy. It was supposed to make everything better. But no, it didn't. It only served as a reminder of what I'd lost. Yahiko wasn't alive. Those eyes that stared through his sockets were lifeless. Same with the voice, same with the expressions. That unfeeling, apathetic look that was so easy to Nagato these days was alien on Yahiko's face. What I'd thought would be a way to get the man I'd loved back had become nothing more than a constant mockery of who he'd been. His bright smiles, his cheerful eyes, his voice, his personality. All of it was gone, replaced with the cold shell that was all that remained of Nagato after Yahiko's death. We both grieved in our own ways and I hated myself for resenting him for it, but his way of grieving seemed to make my pain worse over time. And then I could never tell him because I knew that if I asked, he'd stop. He'd always stop for me. I loved Yahiko, and Nagato hid it well, but I know he did too. So the fool asked for a mission that ended up getting him killed. Not a surprise, it was Zetsu's voice that brought me back to reality. Oh, don't be so mean, the creature's other half spoke back almost instantly. Another one of the freaks that diseased this Akatsuki. I only agreed to send you both on this mission because Deidara assured me it would give us vital information on both the Kyuubi and Ichibi. Tell me, what have you learned? Yahiko's body spoke again in Nagato's voice, and I buried my flinch with what had now become years of practice and experience with the sensation. Nothing much on the Kyuubi. A few of my agents got to see the boy during the invasion, but he was nothing special. The Ichibi, however, it took out Deidara, and didn't just stop there. It also managed to kill Inoki the fence-sitter himself after transforming into its full form. Sasori spoke in the voice of a teenager that didn't fit with what I knew was the consciousness of a man my age inside that body. This gathering of freaks never ceased to unnerve me. A full transformation? And the boy maintained control? Kakuzu interjected. As best as I can tell, Sasori confirmed, making the monster of the mist burst into his own laughter. I guess Kumo is finally getting a run for their money, eh? He teased, looking directly at one of our newest members, Noel Yatsuki. That one. More sane than most of the monsters I worked with, but still displeasing to me. Not because of who he was but what he represented. He was the second one, after Kakuzu, that the masked man had brought to us himself. Uchiha Madara was playing his own game here, and only Nagato's desire to adopt a wait-and-see approach kept me from killing them all where they stood. Madara thought of me and Nagato as his pawns. His tools in whatever grand plan he had. But he'd find that not to be the case eventually. Nagato was getting stronger. Soon, he'd be strong enough that we wouldn't need any of this. Maybe he'd one day even get strong enough that he wouldn't need Yahiko's body anymore. Chapter 34, Random Jounin of Sunagakure. Jinpa and I raced through the trees as we did our best to escape with our quarry. The monster, ever since it became Kazekage, was extremely useful. Somehow, it had known ahead of time that the forests of Konoha were going to basically become free land during the Chunin exams and had authorized the lot of us to hunt to our heart's content within the Land of Fire. And it was right. No ANBU to be watchful about, and very little in terms of border patrol. It was like strolling into land marshaled by one of the minor villages, and not one of the Great Five. We'd made good use of the opportunity along with at least half a dozen other two-man jounin teams. All the missions that we'd normally have been forced to turn down because of Konoha's strict rules about operating in their territory suddenly became possible again. Not just missions though, as we quickly found out. Bounties. Konoha was very strict about bounty hunting within their territory. By that, I mean it was a hard no on every request. When Jinpa and I first received the information that our target was within the Land of Fire, we'd given up and hung our heads as we abandoned weeks of work to find another quarry. But then, we'd been called into the monster parading as Akage's office and told that we could do as we wished as long as it all happened within a certain time frame. Jinpa had been wary. Not me, though. I distrusted the monster, true. Everyone with a lick of common sense did. But I also knew one thing. The creature had the success of Suna as one of its priorities for the time being. All the policies, taking Suna from the edge of poverty to something resembling affluence within a year, was nothing short of miraculous. Its hold on the daimyo and its innovative policies meant we were all making boatloads more money than we used to. Bounty hunting had turned Jinpa and I from jounin struggling to make ends meet to the richest people from our families in nothing but a few months. Jinpa had even saved up enough to propose to Jinpei. Wouldn't that be a sight to see? The spoilsport getting married. I couldn't wait. This last mission probably meant he had enough money to buy one of those fancy diamond rings they started selling in the capital. I could just imagine the look on my sister's face when she saw the thing. Jinpa's gasp drew me out of my thoughts and I turned to him, only for him to begin furiously signing at me in the Suna basic language. Fuck. A pursuer. Someone with a ton of chakra from the looks of things. Jinpa was never one to exaggerate needlessly, so when he advised me to pick up the pace, I did just that. We ran like our lives depended on it. Jinpa was right not to trust the monster. I'd gambled that it wanted our success, but now it was clear that it just lured us into Konoha to sick one of those tree-hugging monsters on us. Running at full speed, jumping from tree to tree, I was barely able to find the spare second to check Jinpa's expression, but when I did it was like a lead weight had dropped into my stomach. Dread. Pure unadulterated dread. We've got this, I whispered to him to reassure him. So what if we can't run? We'll just kill the tree-hugging bastard and go back and do the same to that monster of a Kage that put us in this mess in the first place, I said with confidence I didn't really feel as I came to a sudden stop on the next tree branch and turned around to face whoever was chasing us. Oh, is that so? I heard the voice come from above me and I was barely able to throw myself backwards quickly enough to avoid the black blur to shot through the space I once occupied and tore through the thick branch I'd occupied before landing on the floor. I got my first look at our assailant and cursed. Red clouds on a black cloak, black hair, and pupil-less eyes framing a face half covered by a black mask. S-rank number 12 in Suna's bingo book, Kakuzu of Takigakure, the immortal bounty hunter. You two worms seem to have something of mine. Hand it over and your deaths will be quick. He said, staring me right in the eyes like he knew I was the one carrying the scroll. Jinpa was never known for his bravery. Neither of us had been. Even got called the cowards of the class when we both graduated all those years ago. Sure, we were the only ones who had made jounin of the lot, but the insinuation still stuck. Both with them, and with us, that was why I was barely able to react in time when Jinpa suddenly dived into motion with a battle cry. His war fan was off his back in an instant before he swung the thing around, leveling most of the trees around us, but leaving our assailant standing right in the middle of a new clearing, completely unfazed. I jumped in, throwing my lot with my brother in all but blood as I weaved seals as I covered the space between us. Something flew at me, and I wasn't able to react this time as it collided with my neck. It wasn't until it began to choke me and I noticed the black threads connecting it to the man's still form that I realized it was his arm. His very strong arm. Cutting winds flew across the space between me and him, tearing the ground apart, but doing nothing for my situation. The bastard just reeled me in. Another monster, just like the one back home. But no! I wouldn't fall like this. Not like Papa did to the Achibi. I'm a Jounin. The first in my family, ever. I'm strong. I went limp, pretending to fall unconscious from the choking. It wasn't by much, but his grip slacked just a little bit, and I took the opportunity. My hand lashed out, kunai clutched in its grip and pump head with lightning chakra. The blade with my unique affinity cleaved through his hand instantly, freeing me from his grip and letting me instantly jump backwards to retreat. I watched with a form of morbid fascination as his hand pieced itself together again, threads ripping through his body to reattach everything and keep it intact. No blood, Jinpa whispered to me as he landed by my side, and I scowled. I'd caught the realization too. No blood, no muscle or tissue. Nothing within his body but threads, it seemed. Think he can survive getting his head cut? He asked, and I almost chuckled at the reminder of one of the first things our Jounin sensei had taught us all those years ago. You first, I said, and we blurred into motion in unison. Jinpa had dropped his fan, as it was clear that it would do no damage. Instead, we held our matching chakra metal kunai tightly as we ran right at him. Jinpa got to him first, always that little bit faster, and slashed right at his eyes. When the monster leaned back, I was there with my own kunai poised to puncture its heart. It caught me with ease before heaving and tossing me over its head with one motion. What was that? I landed and shunshined back in to help my brother, but there was nothing I could do as his next attack was parried instantly and a kick slammed into his midsection with all the force in the world, sending him flying into the air. I switched positions and just barely managed to snatch him out of the air and land on the ground with him. Still alive, huh? I don't want to use any ninjutsu to avoid damaging my target, so I guess we'll have to do this the hard way. Its voice spoke out and then it just disappeared. I could do nothing when a hand appeared around my head faster than I could afford to think or even avoid anything. Jinpa, I whispered before I felt the pressure around my head build up as he began to squeeze. It began with pain. Intensive pain that got worse with every second, and then it stopped suddenly. And you are sure of all this? Darui asked, looking very doubtful as we received the preliminary report of what had happened at the Hidden Leaf's Chunin exams. From the moment the invitation for the exams came in with Inoki's request for a meeting, I'd known that something was off. From that point, it was child's play to figure out what the old man and the snake from Konoha were up to. Storm had had a field day when they discovered the plot to take Konoha out of the running in one fell swoop. Yes, I am the agent, replied almost instantly, continuing his explanation of just what had become of Inoki's plot and the aftermath. It was underhanded, tricky, risky, and definitely against human decency. It was just all the things the Cloud Council under my father would have approved of. Just like they sanctioned that nonsense with the Hyuga girl, they tried it again with this attack. Luckily, I'd been able to find out about their actions in time, and my position was more than secure enough for me to dismiss the lot of them out of hand. Since then, we kept an eye on the developing situation, but did nothing beyond moving to secure our own borders even more heavily. If IWA and Odo succeeded in their plan, the chaos it was going to cause would have far-reaching consequences, and I had no desire to see that bleed into the hidden cloud. I wasn't a coward. Even those who whispered it behind my back knew it wasn't true. What I had was a healthy dose of caution and respect for Konoha. Only one man had ever managed to match my speed, and to destroy his village in such a dishonorable manner would eat at me for the rest of my life. Not just that, though, there was also the need to have a healthy level of caution. Inoki was being led around by Orochimaru like a dog chasing a bone because of his hatred for the tree huggers. What was the guarantee that this wasn't a long plot from Sarutobi himself? No Kage as wily as Sarutobi would ever truly let their own student turn into a missing ninja. What if this was the plan all along? Have the snake start a deep cover mission posing as an enemy to the least interest to draw in all the other enemies and eliminate them all in one fell swoop. I couldn't put it past the old man. One didn't live for so long as a shinobi without being a crafty bastard. Besides, even beyond the possibility of a trap, there was also the chance that Konoha could discover their next army killer in the attack. The village had a long history of being fucked and then managing to get right out of it at the last moment. The so-called Third Great Ninja War was one such example. They'd been on the losing end of a war on two fronts. Kumo on one side and IWA on the other. They'd been running Konoha's forces ragged, and then Namake's Minato came out from nowhere. Previously a jounin of middling repute, he smashed his way into the world stage in one day by killing thousands and routing thousands more in the course of a few battles. He changed the shape of the war all on his lonesome. Neither Kumo nor IWA would dare mobilize anything more than a few hundred ninja in the same area for fear that the army killer would get his hands on them. The monster knocked IWA off the board with a 1-2 combo. First was killing off an entire generation of shinobi at the Kanabi Bridge. Second was beating Rashi of the Four Tails and Han of the Five Tails so badly that an entire squadron of Iwa's explosion corps had needed to be sacrificed to slow him down to let them escape with their broken and battered Jinchuriki. With IWA knocked off, we had no choice but to sue for peace, and that experience had taught me a valuable lesson. Never get involved in battle when the odds of victory are too unsure. That was the truth of the attack on Konoha. Too many things were suspicious red flags, and it turned out that I was right. The young brat that had beaten Noel Yatsuki all those years ago had now become the world's next monster prodigy. S-class at the age of 12 was impressive enough, but being a perfect Jinchuriki and managing to kill another S-rank ninja, that Tsuchikage himself and then somehow sealing away reanimated corpses of the first two Hokage. The fact that Orochimaru had a jutsu like that in his cabinet made me shiver at the thought. The dead were supposed to remain dead. It was just like the hidden leaf to engage in things like that. Another perfect Jinchuriki, huh? B said, making alarm bells ring in my head. Those words hadn't rhymed. The only time that happened was when he was deep in thought. And while I loved my little brother more than anything else in this wretched world, his thoughts were not good things. He could come up with the most outlandish and foolish ideas. I have to meet him, big bro, he suddenly announced, making dread fill me as I blurred across the room and smashed my fist on his head. Iron Claw, I proudly pronounced. My fist sunk deeper as I applied more force and realized how much I'd missed the feeling. B and I hadn't gotten a true conversation in weeks. You wouldn't dare. The Kazekage brat is much more dangerous than I ever expected, and beyond that, and we need you here as Kumo's guardian. The world just became a much stranger place. IWA is bleeding, Suna and Konoha are closer than ever, and Mist is doing whatever Mist is doing. I said, pressing deeper on his head until he finally gave in. At that, I turned back to the agent giving the report and asked the question on my mind. What's happening next? I asked. Heavy militarization on the borders of both IWA and Suna. They seem about to break into full-on war between themselves even with both their respective Kages away from their seats. Kuratsuchi of IWA has returned home, slipping away from the grasp of her captors, but she is yet to be named Kage. Considering her age, lack of experience, strength, and the fact that her grandfather had died as a result of her being taken hostage, the elders of IWA are heavily considering stepping in and declaring their own Kage separate from Iwa's official line of succession. Kitsuchi of the Quaking Mountains is the frontrunner for the appointment. He's not even S-class, I cut in there. I knew the son of the third Tsuchikage well. He was a powerful shinobi, but still a disappointment. His father had had full command over 4 of the elements, and he'd only managed to truly make one of them his own. Sure, he was famed for monstrous capability with the Earth release and a command over his enormous chakra capacity that was unmatched by most ninja of his level. But all that was not enough to contest or compare with the present generation of Kage. Gaara of the Sand Waterfall was the first of the new generation, and he was already making his name known and whispered in the same breaths as the greats. Mei Terumi was another of the new generation, but the fact that she was well on her way to managing a truly unified Kirigakure was impressive on its own. Sure, she probably didn't have the strength for the position, but very few Kage had been Kage level when they'd taken up the hats. The shoes just had a way of forcing the legs within them to swell to fill them up. Still, thoughts of the new generation of Kage made me turn my own thoughts to my succession. Darui was the one most likely to take the position after me. A sparring injury as a child ensured that I would never birth a son of my own to take the throne after my inevitable retirement or death. Darui had enough of the blood for it though. He was my third cousin, and father had practically taken him as an apprentice. He knew the Black Lightning, and had the Storm Release, Kumo's only truly native Kekkei Genkai. But in terms of strength, he wasn't there yet. Not even close. Come with me, Darui, B. We're going to go train. My blood is pumping, I declared, walking off and dragging the two of them behind me. I could think about Konoha, IWA, and Suna later. I needed the stress relief, and I wanted to spend time with my little brother while I could. Kage were dropping like flies, and I'd never be so arrogant as to consider myself immune from the disease that was taking them. Time would come for us all, as the changing of the guard would always be inevitable. If even Dad had been killed when his time came, then I'd be delusional to think of myself as any different. No, my time would come, but I would not leave my people unprepared for it. The Lava Mistress. I stared out from the top floor of the Kage Tower at the quiet city beneath me. It was impressive just how much things could change in what was essentially just a couple of months. After losing an entire island to the actions of the power-mad child from Suna, things had taken a sudden turn for the better. The resistance suddenly saw an uptick in support from the populace. Yagura's decision to cover up what happened on the island had done him no help, as it had become accepted by many of the citizens of Mizu no Kuni that Yagura had done the deed himself. He'd weighed the effects of exposing that he'd negligently allowed a foreign S-ranker to operate within his territory with the effects of people thinking he'd done it and made the wrong choice. Yagura was mad, yes, but that particular decision went quite a bit beyond the pale. There was no reason with even an ounce of logic that I could find in it. Why not just blame the resistance for everything and move on? Still, Yagura's madness had worked in my favor. Eventually, even the nobles of Mizu had no choice but to call for him to resign. Bolstered by the support, the cowards had suddenly found their backbones and poured funding and support into the resistance. We were suddenly more equipped than the loyalists. We had better tools, funding, medical supplies, and then there were the trade sanctions from the Mizu nobles. They basically made it so not a single ship carrying goods ever made it to the major islands of Kirigakure. With all that happening, Yagura's own people slowly began to turn on him as hunger, disease, and thirst set it. We then began planning our final offensive. One last push to put paid to the reign of Yagura the Mad and the era of the Bloody Mist. That was the plan, at least. But then the reports came in. Yagura was dead. His body had given out on him and he died in his sleep, taking the sandby with him. I won't lie, I'd breathed a sigh of relief when the news got to me. As the Resistance's only S-class combatant, it was more than expected that I'd be the one to take the helm in the fight against Yagura, and whatever confidence I had in my power didn't make me delusional enough to believe I had any chance fighting against a tailed beast. All those who would name me a coward for reasonable caution were mad. The report I was reading lent even more credence to the thought. Gaara of the desert. When I'd fought him, he'd been all over the place. Powerful, but also hesitant to use it. He'd had so many advantages that the fight should never have even been close. The fact that he'd so casually annihilated the majority of that island with one jutsu was enough evidence of how dangerous the boy was. And now it seemed that the boy I'd fought was well and truly gone. He'd grown into himself. Killing that Tsuchikage was the ultimate way to say to the world, I am here. The boy who'd been too unsure of whether to stand or fight or to retreat had suddenly been the one to kill one of the last bastions of the old guard. That's who I'd have to compare myself against. The 5 Kage needed to be on the same level, or at least close to it, for the world to know balance. When Hashirama of Konoha had still lived, that balance had been non-existent and the world suffered for it. Sure, giving out the tailed beasts had helped, but it had also hindered his attempts for cooperation. He thought by handing superweapons to the other villages, they'd become less afraid of him and more willing to work together, but he'd had the opposite effect in his lifetime. What the villages had taken it as was a threat. I had no evidence that that wasn't his true intention beyond the words of my mother, whose mother had known the man's wife, but it still made a great story and a lesson on how desiring to achieve one thing might oftentimes have the opposite effect. By giving out superweapons, he'd basically told the rest of the world that he had no fear of them. That he could so casually subdue Jinchuriki was one thing, and that he could then afford to give them out with no fear of them being used against him was another thing. The world had not truly made any progress until Hashirama was dead and buried. Since then, all the Kage had been on roughly the same level. That was the balance of power. Now, we had another monster ascending, and if I didn't want to see the world sent into another period of stagnation like what we had in the immediate post-warring era period, then I had to ascend right along with him. But luckily the position of Mizukage came with just the tools I needed to do so. I put the report aside and pulled the treatise written by the second Mizukage on mist-based Jinjutsu closer to me. Chapter 35, Quest Notification. Quest complete. Finally taking this seriously, huh? Objectives. Survive heavy checkmark. Kill Inoki the fence sitter heavy checkmark. Kill Orochimaru X. Save Hiruzen heavy checkmark. Bonus objectives. Prevent Kuratsuchi from escaping X. Prevent Akatsuchi from escaping X. Kill Stone Nin, 42 out of 127. Rewards. 5000 XP heavy checkmark. Legendary loot roll X. Weighted boulder technique. Stone golem technique heavy checkmark. Bonus rewards. Lava release affinity X. Dust release affinity X. Explosion release affinity X. Bodies of members of the explosion core X. I looked at the rewards with a dispassionate eye as I noted that I'd missed most of the value. Most of the real value at least. The weighted boulder and golem technique were cool, and the information that just got downloaded into my head came with a lot of ideas about the practical aspects of the move. How to implement it in combat, how to use it to fly, how to use it on others, and all that. It was fascinating, but still nothing too special. Why? I could already fucking fly. In my opinion, that was half the utility of the jutsu right there. I mean, sure, what about the ability to increase my speed or to slow down opponents by increasing their weight wouldn't apply to a sane person? The problem there was that I could already move my sandy body quicker than my mind could even keep up with, so my body definitely wasn't the limiting factor. Weight didn't matter when you had telekinetic control over your body. As for slowing down or disabling opponents by increasing their weight, I still had to touch them to make it happen, and as good as my Fuinjutsu already was, in a few months, me touching anyone would be as good as a dead sentence for them. The stone golem jutsu was even worse. It was a chakra hog, I could tell. And I could do roughly the same thing with my sand with only a quarter the chakra expenditure and even more utility, mobility, and flexibility. It was like being given an inferior version of one of my favorite jutsus. Maybe the actual truth was that the reason I wasn't looking at what I got with much value was because of how valuable what I'd missed out on was. The lava release affinity would have been dead useful, but the real prizes were dust and explosion release. Sure, I didn't have a lightning affinity, but I was dead certain that getting the Kekiai Jinkai would come with the requisite affinity. Instead, I was stuck with two more jutsu that I'd probably almost never end up using. I tried to put it all out of mind, and focus on the future. Now, the next steps were unclear. Sound or stone? Suna had been getting ready for war for months now. I'd have to declare a target and let loose the hounds sooner or later unless the hounds would go crazy in their cages and attempt to eat me. It was a terrible image, but no less true. The tension at the village was already close to a snapping point by the time I left. If I delayed any longer, I wouldn't be surprised to return to a village in the midst of a civil war. I'd been mandating increased training, increased the reserves, called up all the inactive ninja and asked them to begin training again, changed the academy curriculum, and 1,000 other small policy changes. Only the blind and stupid could miss that Suna was preparing for something big, and now knowing what it was had caused a lot of raised tensions. People could only live with so much nervous energy for so long. But unfortunately, they'd have to live with it for even longer. Hiruzen and I had completed our agreement and the newly reviewed treaty between Sunagakure and Sunagakure. Now, all we needed was for our respective daimyo to consent to the deal. The Fire Daimyo had extended an invitation to both the Wind Daimyo and I to his court for the finalizing of the agreement. Normally, I'd disdain and ignore what was essentially a summons from a rival power, but now we were allies. And Hiruzen was also extremely weak. He probably had very little time left with the hat on his head. If I fucked up and offended the Fire Daimyo, I'd probably end up saddled with a new Hokage who'd go back on Hiruzen's deal, and then there'd be a war on 3 fronts for me to fight. I loved Suna, but we weren't Konoha. A war on 3 fronts would wipe us off the map almost completely. Besides, the land that Hiruzen had essentially granted us wasn't truly his to give. Sure, once Hiruzen ceded it to us, we could occupy it without fear because there was little the Fire Daimyo could do to stop us. His armies of samurai? They wouldn't even be fodder for our Jinin and Chunin. It was kind of a weird situation where the daimyo owned the land, but only because Hiruzen and Konoha were there to press his claim. So while Hiruzen had no legal authority to grant the land, he had the actual authority over it. It brought another thought to my mind though. Why didn't he just kill the daimyo and take the seat for himself? From my experience, that kind of thing wasn't that hard. Not too hard for the shinobi no kami himself, definitely. The only reason I could see for not doing it was the fact that he didn't need to. Maybe his own daimyo was essentially a rubber stamp. But if so, why would he issue this summons? Racking my brain over it was not doing me any good. At the end of the day, I'd find out what he wanted and what was going on. The games would reveal themselves to me sooner or later. Suddenly, a knock rang out from the door. Surely it couldn't be them. The message had just gone out this morning. Besides, I'd have definitely been notified if my daimyo was within the village and on his way to my hotel room. Before I got the opportunity to so much as reply, the door swung open, and one of the last people I wanted to see during my trip to Konoha walked in. Danzo Shimura. The Konoha elder with leathery skin spotted with wrinkles and a frown that looked to have been carved into his stone-cold face. No expressions. No tells. No small micro-movements to mark the passage of time as the seconds tick by with us staring at each other. Stone. That was a good word for him. He looked carved out of the thing. Like a figure, an effigy. Wrapped in bandages across one end of his body, leaning heavily on a cane, but still strong and unyielding. Like stone. Who are you? How dare you barge in here, I said, maintaining my sitting position but beginning to both flood the room with sand and preparing to transform into my sand form. Either I was more distracted in my thoughts than I thought possible, or Danzo had somehow found a way around my sensing. Both of those possibilities were equally frightening. I am Shimura Danzo, 5th Kazekage of Sunagakure, he said in a voice that was just like his face. Stone cold. No inflections. None of the pride that I'd have expected accompanying a declaration like that. No expressions. So I did the one thing from my previous life that was just as useful in this one. I got on his nerves. Ha ha ha, I burst into peals of laughter and giggles. I even doubled over, clenching my stomach with both arms, showing him the weakness to see if it would provoke any attack or reaction. But nothing. Not so much as a twitch. What the fuck was this, man? Was this even a man? You are the 4th Kazekage, an enemy to Konoha. My predecessor was weak in agreeing to a treaty with you. It is now rescinded. Do the wise thing and surrender yourself, Ichibi. Your death will go on to serve the great tree, he said, sounding like he was reading from a textbook and not basically declaring war on what was essentially his only ally in a big dark world out to get him. Another thing I wondered about was Hiruzen. Last I checked, he was alive and fine. He even had Jiraiya with him. So where was the Toad Sage and what was he doing? Oh, there he is. I disassembled my lower body and flew backwards out of the hotel as Jiraiya crashed into it from above, giant Rasengan in his hand. He smashed through the roof, and my penthouse suit before ending the jutsu and standing where I previously sat, staring at me with cold eyes that reminded me exactly of the man that walked forwards to stand right next to him. Well, shit. Ichibi, do not make this too difficult for yourself. Surrender or die. Now. A voice spoke out from my side. I ignored it. Using chakra to throw your voice was a cheap trick I'd outgrown years ago. The first time I'd fallen for it, Baki had beaten me black and blue. And then, a hand grabbed a hold of my neck from behind before I felt myself being bound up and body slipped through the bindings as it crossed the boundary between flesh and sand, becoming something more in ether for a flip second before I reformed meters away. I could feel the bastard's body, so their attempts to run were useless as my sand chased them relentlessly. And then a beam of white light shot out of the thin air to reduce my sand to nothingness. What? Dust release? How? Whatever jutsu had been cloaking him disappeared and I was faced with a body contained in bandages. Wrapped up from head to toe was the null man himself. The second Suchikage, Mu. His eyes, black and pupilless, told me all I needed to know about just where he was coming from. Fuck. Edo Tensei. Something should have told me I'd get fucked by this jutsu sooner or later. I floated up a bit higher to get a good look at my opponents, and as I took stock of them, I felt a smile break across my face. Danzo, Jiraiya, Mu, and several dozen members of the Umbu. This was what they brought to take me down. They thought this would be enough to kill me? Bold. Bold and very unfortunately stupid. My inventory flowed open as sand appeared all around me and began wrapping around my lower body in a half-dome as I used it as both a platform and gathering point to prepare myself for the fight that was coming. Danzo's hand whipped out in a blur as a wind-released shuriken was sent flying right at me. A single hand seal from him later, and one had turned into a few hundred as they tore through the skies. I became sand, allowing everything to cut through me and flow past. I could not be killed. At this point, it might as well be a fact of life. My body returned to flesh and I chose to return the favor as I flew right down at my assailants. Jiraiya's burning flame bullet whizzed by me as I dodged it by the skin of my teeth. In the next second, I was among the Umbu. The S-class ninja would give me a hell of a fight, but I'd always be watchful of them. These ones, when my guard was down, they'd be the most dangerous and were also simultaneously the easiest to take out. One slashed at me with a tanto that bit into my neck and did nothing more. The sand that made up my body held tight onto the blade. He wasted a second trying to pull it out like a bloody samurai, and that ended up being the last second of his life. I tapped him on the chest with 2 fingers and shot my chakra straight through his heart like a lance. Hyuga Niji's gentle fist was a thing of beauty. My mimicry from days of observation from the safety of my hotel room was anything but beautiful. Functional though? That it was. The next 2 to run at me were cut down in the same motion as a swipe of Dark Sister enhanced with fire-release chakras sent the fire flying at them and burned them to ash in seconds. Good riddance to bad rubbish. Another with purple skin touched 2 of his fellows, making them run at me with hands outstretched. Ah. The Aburame with the dangerous bugs. Nope. Not today, motherfucker. Dark Sister burned them to ash in a similar way. This use of the sword was just perfect. I felt like Yamamoto from Bleach as with every swipe of my sword I created massive streams of flames that cut apart my enemies. And then, right through the sea of flames I just produced came a man. Jiraiya, hair gleaming white and snarl on his face, punched at me so quickly that I was barely able to transform in time. Where my head had been was an explosion of sand. Sand that I commanded to wrap around the man's fist. His chakra lashed out, and I lost control of my sand and it fell to the floor. I reformed my head and looked up at the pissed-off Sannin. A Rasengan was building in his palm. Rotation, power, and containment came together in a beautiful medley that he thrust right at me, and I decided to try something risky. I met his Rasengan-clad palm with my bare one, stretching out my chakra and making it flow in the exact opposite direction. His chakra spiked for a second and the flow of his Rasengan changed in a split second before it tore through my arm and my entire left side. What the fuck? How was that even possible? That kind of chakra control would put him on the same level as some of the best medical nin I'd ever seen. Much better than mine, definitely. I retreated, reforming my body a few meters away before collapsing it instantly to escape the box of white light that encased the space I'd occupied less than a second ago. After I lost my lower body to Inoki, turning my body into sand had become even easier. Probably because I didn't even have a flesh and blood lower body in the strictest sense of the word. Instead of transforming my body into sand, sometimes it felt like I was transforming sand into my body and turning into sand was just reversing that. That increased ease was the only reason I'd been fast enough to escape Mu's attack. The ground audibly rumbled as multiple spikes shot out of it. Each spike was a gigantic thing that stretched to the sky. Not a single of them managed to so much as scratch me. What a wasteful jutsu with no clear purpose, was my first thought. That was until I flew close to the first one while trying to dodge out of the way of Jiraiya's fist. Mu's hand stretched out from within and grabbed at me. I let him keep the hand he'd touched as purple insects began to crawl on it. Fuck! They were working together even better than before. They were improving as the fight dragged on. Getting used to my tricks and adapting to all my tactics in seconds. This was the danger in Kaguya-level opponents. I tracked the mastermind here, Danzo Shimura. He was still in my penthouse suite, staring at the fight with a watchful eye. I blurred towards him in a sandy shunshin, Dark Sister clenched in my grip and outstretched. When I finally reached him, I stabbed him right through the chest, and felt a kunai enhanced with wind release stab right into my own chest. We both stood there. My chest had been turned into sand right before his blow landed, so I felt nothing from it. On the other hand, his breaths fell even heavier as he heaved and gasped, about to breathe his last. Juin, he shouted, hand leaving his grip on his kunai to tap my neck. The Fuinjutsu flowed across my body in seconds. Fuck! I staggered backwards, trying to rally my chakra to fight the seal's spread, but it was something that was nearly unstoppable. The seal just flowed through me and into my chakra. My chakra did its best to fight back, but the seal did not activate any of my body's defenses against intrusion. Fighting against it while my body didn't really care less was practically impossible, so I wasn't surprised when it ran its course and then activated. The only silver lining was that I knew it couldn't have been to kill me or to do me some serious harm. My body would have detected it. You couldn't lie to the human body like that. Not one with chakra, at least. While the seal ran its course, I watched Danzo collapse to the floor and then his body disappeared into mist before appearing a few feet away. Fuck! Izanagi. Guess he was wise enough to activate it before confronting an enemy Kage in the middle of his village. This time, his second arm was visible and no longer hidden by the brace. The red eyes within it, all 9 of them moved and writhed as if looking at their surroundings. This fucker. At least, there were only 9 red ones now. The 10th had turned white with blindness from the effects of the illusion jutsu that changed reality. I know I've said this before, but Sharingan bullshit is such bullshit. Another storm of shuriken came from him, and once again, I turned my body into sand. Or at least, I tried to. It didn't. I flipped the internal switch that let me change my body from one state to another, and nothing happened. It was like the switch got disconnected. Fuck. The cursed seal. But how? My automatic defense made the sand around me lift itself and push the weapons aside without my conscious thought. I wasn't even sure I'd have been able to muster the concentration to focus on that as I tried to figure out what Danzo had done to me. My automatic defense activated again to block Jiraiya's Rasengan as he jumped right at me from behind. I turned around, lashing out with Dark Sister, and just barely being able to nick his chest with the long blade as he instantly retreated. Mu was somewhere out there, I thought to myself as I stared right at both Jiraiya and Danzo as they walked in unison to place me between them. This was going to be a hell of a fight, I could tell. Sand transformation was no longer an option. I clapped my hands together, calling on my chakra, and transforming it to wind in the same breath. A dome of cutting winds built around me before spreading across the room, tearing it apart and forcing Jiraiya to jump out of the way. Danzo, on the other hand, just made a single seal and tore a hole through my dome that allowed the jutsu to pass right by him. Hiruzen was such a fool he spoke dispassionately. The gentle fist, the katon, and even some of the Inuzuka's sensory techniques. You've been spying on Konoha Ninja throughout your stay here. What foolishness to allow the enemy remain in the heart of your home. Maybe he, correctly, didn't see the need to view me as an enemy and thus make me one. Everyone who isn't loyal to the great tree is an enemy. His marble-like voice rang across the room, and I felt the umbu blur into the motion. They all essentially jumped at me at once, forcing me into taijutsu, and they were all instantly given cause to regret it. Since I was no longer capable of turning my body into sand, I shunted all my chakra output into physical enhancement, going as far as my body could safely handle, and then some. Everything slowed down just a bit and I was ready. The first one to reach me led with a straightforward stab at my head. I leaned backwards, allowing it to stop short of me, and caved in his midsection with a sand-encased fist. A whistling from behind was all the alert I needed. My sand rose to block the kick that had been making its way to my head, and the same sand tore the offending leg from the ninja's body with brutal efficiency. Blood sprayed everywhere, dyeing my red hair an even deeper red. The remaining umbu were powerless as my sand boxed them in from outside and within. They tried to run. Tried to fight. Some even tried to attack me, but their destiny could not be denied. Dread it, run from it, destiny arrives all the same. Chapter 36. The first attack that came from one of the S-rankers was from the Toad Sage himself. He thought he could take me by surprise with the earth-release jutsu he'd been preparing since I killed the first umbu, but I felt it beneath my feet. When his hands clapped the floor and the ground around me transformed to deep mud that reacted to gather whatever it touched into it, I remained stable. My own section of the floor, remaining untouched and unadulterated. Jiraiya's chakra was powerful, but not enough to overwhelm mine when he didn't even know the fight was happening. With the 3 or so remaining umbu being put down by Jiraiya's jutsu, I bent my knees and shot right at him from his position across from me. Dark Sister appeared in my hands with only a twist of concentration and stabbed right ahead at him. He lifted his arms and the blade slid right off his vambrace, making a harsh grating sound as the Valyrian steel blade failed to so much as scratch the dark steel that made up the gauntlet-like guards the man wore around his arms. Our eyes met, and he lashed out with a head but straight at me. Sand from my collar lifted up into a shallow shield, the best I could do in such close quarters and at the speed we were fighting at. His head, clad in the headband that read only a single word, passed through the shield like it wasn't even there and slammed into mine with all the force of a train. What the fuck? My head began to ring as I stumbled backwards. I was lucky that my absolute defense didn't need any conscious input, or I would have died right then and there. Danzo, from the corner, sent several bullets of wind flying at me that I barely noticed until my sand rose up to block every single of them off. Jiraiya's follow-up swipe, aimed at my head, was blacked in a similar way, except with way much more sand. ID leaned forwards, towards him, and took conscious control of the sand and used it to push right against his midsection. The sand scattered before it even touched him, and only another shield prevented his retaliatory kick from knocking my head off my body. I forced my sand to grab a hold of my body and lift me up and away from the range of the dangerous Sanin's limbs. My head was still ringing from that first attack he managed to land. I suddenly forced my sand to scatter and entered into free fall as a lance of light passed through where I'd once been. Moo! The fucking Tsuchikage. I fell towards the floor for a few seconds before I caught myself in my sand and avoided a splattery death. It was taking me a few precious minutes to calibrate my instincts to fighting without just being able to assemble and reassemble either my entire body or parts of it on a whim. It was almost like fighting with my hands tied behind my back. Or being blindfolded. I knew what I needed to do. My reflexes screamed at me to do it, but my body just wasn't cooperating, and this was all Danzo's fault. Made me wonder how he'd like to live without a head. I kicked off my sand platform, heading for the man, but Moo's pupilless eyes were in my way in less than a second. He reached out for me and I for him in unison. Heavy-weighted boulder jutsu we both incanted in unison, having both our flight paths destabilized for the precious second that deactivating the jutsu cost. Ordinarily, we'd have been equally disadvantaged, but I wasn't the one with allies here. A massive bullet of flame screamed in the air, turning the air around it sweltering as it rose at me. This sure would be a good time to know water release, wouldn't it? Sand rose to my command, the trusted ally that had been by my side since my first day in this world. The shield I formed had 3 layers, each one a few inches away from the last to allow some air to exist in the middle. I felt the first layer entirely leave my control as the sand was glassed almost instantly. The second fell to the same fate in more time, and the third ended up being barely enough to protect me from the attack. In that time, Mu had come back into the fight and was already aiming for me with that nasty dust release of his. For the first time in this life, I was forced to face the facts. My sand would run out. My reserves were already slightly depleted after the fight on the day of the Chunin exams, and Jiraiya's and Mu's combined attentions were not doing them any good. I was already robbed of one of my major trump cards, the ability to transform into sand, and these were 3 powerful S-rankers. Adding to that was the fact that Danzo still had roughly 9 lives left to go, and Jiraiya had Sage Mode still up his sleeves. If I stayed, and in the increasingly unlikely chance that I managed to somehow win this, I would never be able to make it out of here alive. The ninja of Konoha were already swarming about on the ground below us, and while I doubted they knew much about Danzo or cared that much, killing Jiraiya was one way to get myself on their bad side. Legends like Might Guy and Asuma Sarutobi would be deadly opponents on their own. Facing them while tired out and in the middle of their village, surrounded by thousands of their comrades, was a death sentence. There was no victory here. Not for me. Danzo had put me in the ultimate lose-lose situation, with only one way out. Retreat. Sure, it would be ceding victory to them, but I wasn't a samurai. No victory would ever be worth my life. So how was I going to do this? Retreat had to be both simultaneously quick and effective. I needed to make sure I was gone quickly and that they didn't have much of an opportunity to pursue. Although part of me really wanted Mu to add another Tsuchikage to my list, if you would. Without Jiraiya and Danzo to run interference, he'd be nothing for me to deal with. I blinked and activated one of my oldest jutsus. 2 clones of sand pulled themselves right out of the platform I was standing on. It had been a while since I used this jutsu in its truest form. Once I got the power to transform into sand, the jutsu had taken on a more efficient, less chakra-intensive and more integrated form, but part of me still missed the threefold vision I could get from having 2 clones to my side. Just how great would this be when I figured out how to add the Sharingan to my vision? I jumped backwards onto a smaller platform while both my clones jumped forwards at the same time. One for Danzo, and the other for Mu. Jiraiya was the biggest threat here, and he was the one I most wanted to kill before leaving. If there was any way to weaken Konosha after their betrayal, it would be killing the last loyal Sannin. With Danzo in charge and Jiraiya dead, there was no way Tsunade would ever be returning. At the end of the day, the trip would still be a success. Rob them of 2 Kage-level ninja in one fell swoop while causing massive personnel and infrastructural damage. A sea of sand rose from the ground, more a pond than a sea, but the point still stood. It covered his view for a few seconds before falling right down on him. I clenching off my fist later, and the sand tripled in weight, accelerating even further as it bore down on the toad sage. He lived up to that name of his as a giant katana suddenly cut through the tightly packed sand, scattering some of it before a massive water bullet ended the attack in its tracks. Beneath the man's feet had appeared a giant red toad. "Is this what you summoned me for, Jiraiya?" The toad asked, not getting any reply from its summoner, making it lift an eyebrow in irritation. "Oi! Jiraiya! I asked you a question. Don't ignore me." The creature shouted again, getting nothing in reply, and I couldn't resist the urge to interfere in the comedic interaction. "He can't hear you, you know," I said, echoing words that had once belonged to a charming boy from a book series only I knew of. "What ya talking about?" The toad screamed at me with narrowed eyes. "Oi, Jiraiya!" A massive tongue shot out from the giant's mouth and almost slammed into the man before he jumped over it and jumped right for me. Come back here, Jiraiya, the toad shouted at its fleeing summoner. Did you do this, brat? It suddenly turned its eyes to me with an impressive amount of killing intent. Nah. He's under some genjutsu from that guy over there, I said, pointing to Danzo, who was currently engaging in blazingly fast taijutsu with one of my clones. For a bag of bones, he sure moved quickly. Genjutsu, huh? I know just what to do, it said. Right as Jiraiya crashed through my automatic shield with a Rasengan clutched in his hand. My blade shot out instantly as Dragon had trained me to do, and I aimed for the head, only for him to react at the last second and my blade to produce a high-pitched clang as it clashed against the horned headband the man proudly sported. The blade slipped against the oil inscription before hitting the base of the horns and coming to a sudden stop. Our eyes met for a split second, and that second was all Gamabunta needed to execute his idea. A massive plume of smoke erupted from where he'd been while the equally massive toad yelled out the words, Kuchios no Jutsu. Since Jiraiya's summon seemed interested in taking care of his sudden madness, I could see the opportunity to retreat. I jumped backwards, and as the toad sage made to follow, two smaller toads, Ma and Pa, appeared by his side. It seemed Gamabunta had been very quick in briefing them. He tried ignoring them to make for me, but that failed as they both took deep breaths and erupted into song. More a scream than a song, if I was being truly honest. The music grated at my ears and bore down on my chakra like a sludge. The fact that I could even feel any effects from what was obviously mostly a genjutsu even when it wasn't directed at me told me all I needed to know about how terrifying the creatures could be. I took the opening for what it was and summoned a sand platform beneath my feet before taking off into the skies. The chance that whatever the toads were going to attempt to do was going to fail was much too high for me to stick around in the hopes of killing Danzo Shimura once and for all. Jiraiya was the biggest threat, yes. But the ability to continuously respawn with Sharingan fuckery and enough skill with curse seals as to apply them with only a second of contact was dangerous enough to warrant some element of caution on my part. My clones did their part and kept both the new Hokage and his underservant busy as I made my escape from the village's lines. Luckily, Danzo had not seemed to have accounted for this possibility and hadn't prepared anything to prevent my escape. The fifth Hokage, 7 hours ago. It's finally time, I said to myself and to the portrait of my master, the greatest Hokage the village hidden in the leaves had and would ever see. He'd only made one mistake in his lifetime, and that was giving the throne to Hiruzen over me when he passed on. But I understood that. I was the coward in that situation for failing the test and not volunteering to give my life for the village. But then, Hiruzen had proven that willingness to lay down one's life for the village and strength alone would not a good Kage make. After all, he was willing to lay down his life, but now in his old age, he had no willingness to lay down his morality and compassion on the altar of Konoha's strength and dominance. He had no grasp of what was necessary. The god of shinobi had been a fearsome Kage in his time, but now he stood as nothing but an old man well past his prime. His treatment of the Ichibi Jinchuriki exemplified that even now. Konoha had just been through its greatest test yet, and he allowed an enemy to roam with impunity within her walls, instead of mobilizing his ninja and taking the tailed beast to strengthen Konoha in the long term and deny their enemies of both their weapon and Kage in one fell swoop. That was what Sensei would have done. He surely would never have treated with the enemy and offered them land that would be useful in cultivating crops to feed the next generation. Hiruzen was too short-sighted. I was the one who'd lost an eye in the Second Great War all those decades ago, but he was the blind one. Not like the lack of an eye hadn't ended up proving to be a boon for me in the long run, but that was only because of just how resilient and resourceful I was. If Hiruzen had lost an eye, he'd have never had the strength to do what would have been necessary for Konoha's strength. Speaking of strength, I could feel it now. This eye was regaining its power. Shursui Uchiha's Manjikyu Sharingan, the greatest weapon in the shinobi world, was finally ready to use again. I tore off the bandages around my face and squinted at the mirror, seeing for the first time in years, the Sharingan return to its full glory. The Koto Matsukumi was finally ready to use again, and I had just the right target for it. He thought himself much wiser than he truly was. Yes, in his last visit he'd proven adept at discovering all my agents when I tried to sneak them into his bed at the whorehouses, but that was years ago. I was much better now, and so were they. I watched as they got him to drop his guard. Two women, blonde and well-endowed, just as he preferred them, but fully under my influence as they got to begin touching him and making him imbibe even more than he should have. Ideally, I would never need to resort to such tactics to get him into my jinjutsu, but Jiraiya was a wily man. All Sarutobi's students had grown into disappointments with time, but the most disappointing in youth had become the least so in adulthood. His name drove fear into the hearts of Konoha's enemies, and his strength would be a useful tool. That was why I was personally seeing to this mission. As for my old friend, his fate had been sealed for years now, and it was just a matter of delivering the final blow. I watched them begin to undress, feeling nothing where there would have previously been a mixture of revulsion and anger. This was Konoha's S-ranker. A waste, shadow of a man who could not even tell the difference between whores and trained operatives. He kissed them wholly and without reservation, swallowing their lips and tongues, exchanging saliva with abandon. It was quite concerning. Did this man have no fear of disease? Back in my time, even the most lewd of shinobi would never have dared to get so free with women of the night. His left hand reached up to grope the one on the left, as the one on the right began to pull at his kimono, slowly undressing him. I did not avert my eyes when his left hand finally pulled off the skimpy excuse of a top that the agent was wearing and then latched onto her right breast with his lips and began to tease at them. I watched as the fluid dripped from her nipples into his mouth with anticipation. When he jumped in alarm, it was too late. I bolted, gathering chakra at the heels of my feet, and exploded into motion in an instant. His hair had already hardened and torn the two agents to shreds with their sharp needle-like blades, a testament to his quick reaction time and strength. Still, it was insufficient. When he turned to me with a snarl on his face and the fourth Hokage's signature jutsu in his hands, we met eyes, and the fight ended in an instant. We found ourselves transported to a mountain, the man's inner mental plane. He was nothing but a blank slate before me as the Kodo Amatsukami began to do its job. All I needed was a single order. One order above all else. Be loyal to me and obey all my commands above all else, I intoned, and when he nodded, I resisted the urge to smile in satisfaction at a job well done. Here, away from any and everyone else, I still could not show weakness. I couldn't afford it. Not now, not ever. The mountainous regions faded away around me, replaced with the red walls of the whorehouse that I'd taken over all those months ago. One of many. What are your orders, master? Jiraiya asked, dropping to a knee and ending all his active jutsu and defenses. Good. First of all, bring me Orochimaru of the Sannin. Chapter 37. While my old friend's student was busy carrying out my orders, I went on with the next step of my plan. This was a plan years in the making and that had required decades of planning, foresight, and patience. So close to the finish line, I could not bear to fail. It would have been inconsiderable 10 years ago. Now, to fail the leaf now would be to damn it with my death. There was no one who would be ready or capable to do what was necessary to keep the great tree alive and healthy apart from myself. I'd stress about finding a successor when this was all over. When the smoke cleared with me on top. Maybe that side boy that was tearing his way through training and completing mission after mission. A natural talent for Fuinjutsu and a unique ninjutsu technique like that would make a great Kage with the right combination of training and individual effort. My thoughts left me as I felt the air conditioning flow over my wrinkled skin upon crossing the door. I did it alone, unescorted. No mere elder of the leaf ought to have an Umbu escort. Root still loyally followed and watched over my every step, however. It was one compromise I could not make. Fu was doing a good job in his surveillance over the Tsunekaze Kage, but I would be a fool to act like the threat of him slamming his immense power on the hospital and killing us all was an impossibility. Hiruzen had been foolish in allowing the boy remain. And even allowing the boy live for a second longer after Jiraiya's arrival. The Toad Sage was a pervert and a fool, but he was also a powerful and skilled ninja. All of my old rival's students were powerful but useless. I'd correct his mistakes when I took the seat. Please direct me to the Hokage, I said to the receptionist, a woman with the highest level of clearance to ensure that certain things in the hospital could be well looked after and taken care of. The doctors must have felt high and mightily while looking down on her, never knowing that she was more useful as a servant to the great tree than they ever would be. "Of course, Danzo-sama," she said, bowing, and abandoning her post to save as my guide. Hiruzen had been a fool among fools to allow me so much leeway. The second Tsunade had left Konoha, ostensibly never to return. I began to work. I sunk my agents, feelers, and tentacles into the hospital from all angles. If there was one place in Konoha proper that was under my complete control, it was this hospital. It was the only reason that fool Kabuto had been able to go undetected by the Hiruzen's people for so long. The hospital was a blind spot that no Kage should ever have allowed, and was another display of Hiruzen's weakness and sentimentality. He thought of the wrong things and had the wrong priorities. She led me on a winding route that I knew was filled with Fuinjutsu traps just waiting to go off, and watched over by invisible and nearly undetectable Umbu agents. Hiruzen suddenly slumping earlier this evening had been the cause of much worry and panic. At least, among those high up enough in the ladder to know. The Umbu were running around like headless chickens, and the rest of the village was in a state of confusion and uncertainty. The news was yet to be released, but people could be shockingly perceptive when they wanted to be. I walked past hordes of doctors, patients, and other staff who never hesitated to greet me with a quick bow and a Danzo-sama. None of the supposedly undetected Umbu saw nothing wrong with the show of deference. If only Kakashi of the Sharingan could have been here to see this day. I was not a petty man, but the last student of the man that had delayed my plans by decades being alive to see my ascension would have been a perfect addition to the day as it was. The day of perfection, May Ascension. Just outside the room stood another great disappointment that Sarutobi had allowed. His own son, Asuma. The boy watched me warily but said nothing as I stepped in. Inside, it was still. Deathly still. In his last moments, Sarutobi lay alone. I blinked. It was almost like I saw Biwako sitting next to him in this last moment. It would be painless. I'd made sure of that. After all, this man was still my friend beyond it all. He would not be the first friend I'd sacrifice for the great tree. Uchiha Kagame came to mind, but he would be the closest. It wasn't too late. I could slip him the antidote in my sleeve right here and now and call this whole thing off. Watching the man I grew up with, my friend, my rival, my brother, sit there made me ache to do it. It made everything that had previously been ideas on a drawing board suddenly become much more real and feasible. Could I lose him? The last echo of my childhood? My first and last friend? I asked the question internally, and the answer was a resounding yes. Yes, Hiruzen was my first friend, but Konoha was my first love. It was all for the great tree. I told myself that truth and steeled my heart. Shinobi, blade over heart, I recited mentally and stepped closer to him, out of the doorway. I would like to believe that I could see the moment when his body registered my presence and what I carried within myself, but I knew it was just a fanciful notion. The poison that did the great Hiruzen Sarutobi in was a subtle thing. Developed by our sensei himself in one of his variant interests. Nearly untraceable and entirely undetectable if one didn't know to look for it or its signs. It was a multi-stage poison, designed to operate separate independent doses of completely different components whose interaction would create the needed death, while simulating a completely natural one. As a sitting Hokage, any poison that was even slightly less complicated would have failed to the myriad security measures around him. In fact, I'd had to modify the poison itself to increase its speed to make all this possible. The first dose wasn't administered during the surgery. No, that was too obvious. And the doctors were watched by close to a dozen Umbu agents every step of the way. Instead, the poison had been introduced during the recovery, when things were far less likely to be so heavily scrutinized. Included in his medication, day after day, until today when the second to last dose brought him down to this state. The final dose wafted off my person in an aerosol. This was the one bit of sentimentality that I would indulge myself in. If my brother was to be killed for the sake of a greater Konoha, then I would be the one to deliver the death blow. He deserved nothing less. I watched and waited as he inhaled the final ingredient. There was nothing to show any difference. For this, I'd allowed the original formula take precedence. This final ingredient would take hours to work, and I sat to wait. My agents were doing what was necessary for the future of Konoha. I would leave them to it, and sit here to watch my heart finally die. For the next few hours, at least. When Asuma entered again, it was clutching the hand of the Kyuubi Jinchuriki. The normally exuberant boy's bright blue eyes landed on Sarutobi in the bed, and I watched as the finality of what was happening sunk into him. "Grandpa," he shouted before collapsing to his knees and crawling over to the bed to put the old man's hands in his. "How long?" he asked the smoking disappointment, and he replied, "A few days now." "He's been getting sicker since the invasion," the bearded Jounin said, answering the wrong question. "Not that." "How long does he have left?" the boy reiterated. "He won't survive the day." "That's what the doctors say," I replied instead, watching the Jinchuriki crumple in the face of that news and break into tears. Loud, ugly tears. Total and consuming. Normally, tears would irritate me to no end, but for some reason, they were perfect for this occasion. Sarutobi deserved these tears. To die while being sung to sleep by the wailing of the boy he would have given the world for. It was a fitting death that made me consider my own mortality. Who would sing at my grave? What eyes would weep at my passing? When he breathed his last, hours later, it was obvious. The doctors did not enter the room, pronouncing him dead from the doorway, leaving us to grieve. Those he had been closest to. The Kyuubi's tears had long since dried, and just when I thought he could cry no more, the pronouncement had him wailing anew. I stood, and walked towards the boy, placing a hand on his shoulder. Hiruzen Sarutobi was a great man. A great shinobi. Konoha will never see his like again, I said, before turning and leaving the room. I had work to continue. The first thing I did after Sarutobi's death was move for the Scroll of Seals. It was now a race for who would secure the needed things to take the throne first, and unluckily for all the other possible claimants, I was the first in line and I had a hell of a head start. That was why I didn't head to the Hokage Tower first. My agents could do that for me, move and make sure. I also didn't make for any of the public locations like the Umbu Barracks or Academy in the hopes of gathering G allies. No, I'd leave that to all the idiots who'd think themselves capable of standing in my way. The best thing to do to cement my position was hand Konoha a much-needed victory, and luckily we had an enemy right here within our walls just waiting to be killed and taken for the good of Konoha. Would be awfully rude of me not to take him up on the offer. I walked into the underground headquarters of Root and accepted the parcel that had been waiting for me. The giant scroll was hefted onto my back as I walked the rest of the way to the interrogation room where I should have been expecting a new guest. Of course, I wasn't surprised to see Orochimaru of the Sannin sitting still, hands and legs bound in chakra suppressing seals and mouth completely gagged, with his old teammate standing above him, watching with a blank expression. "Remove his gag," I said, exposing myself to the snake's acid tongue. "Ah. Danzo. I wonder what you've done to precious Jiraiya here to turn him to such a bore," he asked, looking amused and fully at ease with himself. "Are you aware of what this is?" I asked him, completely sidestepping the transparent attempt to lead the conversation and claim the power in the room. Orochimaru thought of himself as something special. But even now, in his 50s, he was still nothing more than a child struggling to be anything more than a pale copy of his sensei. Hiruzen could make you talk for hours without you even noticing the kinds of information you volunteered and just how little he given in turn. Orochimaru, on the other hand, was a clumsy conversationalist at the best of times. The only thing Hiruzen had succeeded with in all his students was turning them into fearsome warriors. But considering I, who was weaker than both of them by a wide margin, had them subjugated like this, strength was clearly not all that mattered in this world. The Scroll of Seals. I've seen it a few times. Here to offer it to me in exchange for my help in seizing the village? He asked, getting my intentions completely wrong. It was almost amusing just how he managed to get everything completely wrong. No. I am here to use it to put an end to the greatest threat to Konoha in the last decade. To do the thing Hiruzen refused to. I said, opening it with a flourish. There's nothing there that could take her care of me. Nice threat, cripple. But you should probably only bluff with something that your captive has never seen before. He said, making me almost crack a smile. Hiruzen had clearly shown his students part of the scroll but not the entirety, and definitely not the most interesting part of it. Tobirama-sensei had mastered two arts beyond any other. Ninjutsu, and Fuinjutsu. His jutsu were famous and world-renowned, at this point, but apart from the Flying Thunder God, most of his Fuinjutsu were more subtle and less well-known. This one, perhaps the most impressive, was completely unknown to much of the world as he'd cast it aside to this soul after he realized just what he had created. The first true cursed seal. The cursed seal of obedience. Spreading the scroll across the floor, I found the section that contained just what I was looking for and slammed my hand against it, unsealing the small scroll. Just by looking at it, one would never be able to tell that it contained the most powerful Juinjutsu in existence. Such a shame that it had spent so many years gathering dust when it could have been out there working for Konoha against her enemies. Another one of the things that Hiruzen allowed his pesky morality hold him back from using for the glory of Konoha and her safety. What is that? The snake Sannin asked, looking at the small scroll with a small bit of apprehension hiding in his eyes. You reckoning, traitor. I opened the scroll, allowing it spread across the floor and began to weave hand seals. The scroll began to glow and the script rose up from the ground, a wall of red ink that began to circle the room and increase in speed over time. The jutsu of the second Hokage. Cursed seal of obedience, I said, walking forwards and slamming my palm against the snake's forehead. The red ink, spinning and glowing, followed my hands and slammed right into his forehead, flowing around his body and forming script that spread across his body. First of all was the line of script around his neck. The ink then branched down in two streams. The first flowed down both arms to wrap around his wrists and the other encircled his ankles. The jutsu was complete, and I resisted the urge to double over as a wave of exhaustion hit me straight up. Unbind him. He'll behave himself henceforth, I said to Jiraiya, watching the man move to obey my orders with no hesitation. 2 out of 3. 2 of my goals were now complete. All I had to do was see to the third. Follow me, I commanded my friend's former students, wailing deeper into the rude headquarters. Torian, Sai, is it here? I asked the moment both young men dropped down in front of me in bows. Yes, Danzo-sama, they chorused. Good. Orochimaru had shown me just how useful the Edo Tensei Jutsu could be in combat, and that was to be the source of the reinforcements for dealing with Konoha's lack of powerful ninja. I walked into the chosen room, and was met with the mummified body of the second Tsuchikage. And the other teams? I asked. No word from them, but if things go according to plan they should all be returning with their quarries within the week. Torian replied. Well done, my boy. I said to him before turning to the snake Sannin. Use the Edo Tensei Jutsu to restore him, I commanded. I need a sacrifice, his reply was expected, and I waved a hand, commanding Torian to unseal the Earth Nation civilian I'd asked him to acquire on his way out with the body. He walked forwards and began the jutsu. Everything was just according to plan. Oh, I loved it when a plan began to come together. Chapter 38, Flight was a hell of an advantage to have over everyone else. Especially when the flight was something I needed little in the way of conscious thought to maintain at all times. Why was I saying this? It meant I could study the salves that had been placed on my person while I traveled to Suna in safety and with some measure of luxury. After all, a quick application of May-will had made the sand platform reform itself to have some shade from the blazing afternoon sun. My shadow clone was delightfully still as I picked over every line of script that surrounded my body. Examining my own naked body wasn't one of the things I ever expected to have to do, and doing it from the outside looking in was also unexpected, but the awkwardness of the situation was far overcome by the sheer curiosity spurred on by the seal that Danzo had placed on me. I was a cursed seal, of course. I'd not expected anything less, but the kind of cursed seal it was something that I could just escape out. My body had taken it in too quickly, so it couldn't be anything that had some serious negative consequences. For him to apply something like that, he'd have had to overcome my chakra in its entirety, not an easy task, I'd imagine. Instead, it had felt like he'd worked both with it in some aspects and around it in others. Now that I could see it, it was clear. Danzo used a different script language than I was familiar with, but enough of it was based off the Uzumaki style, like all the best and strongest seals tended to be. So there were a few things I could understand. First of all, if I was interpreting things correctly, then this cursed seal was, at least in part, based off on a medical stasis seal. It was designed to keep the subject in their base state and deny any attempts to change that. It was something else, ingenious and inspired, and just the reality check that I needed. I wasn't the only one in this world with a working brain and the ability to adapt to my opponents. I'd shown off my sand transformation willy-nilly, and people were already beginning to come up with workarounds and counters for facing me. It was a wonder how people like Minato Kamikaze and the Reikage were able to dominate the game for so long with their techniques out there and well known. It was a guarantee that people would have analyzed the living hell out of their techniques to prepare for facing them. But to them, it didn't matter. I guess that was where things like experience came into play. I'd only been in the game for about half a dozen years. These guys had been doing it for decades before they gained the degree of notoriety that they had later in life. I guess that was the difference between me and them. I needed to gain the necessary experience to make it so something as simple as having myself lose access to one of my principal techniques would no longer be able to essentially cripple me. I needed variety and adaptability. When it came to Danzo's seal, though, it turned out there was little I could do to deactivate it that would be more efficient than simply waiting for the seal to wear off. Like I initially estimated, it wasn't a permanent seal. My chakra would have fought that off much too harshly for such a quick application. No, it was a timed seal, and if I was reading things correctly, I had only an hour or so more to wait before it would run its course completely. I just drew the seal on a scroll for my inventory for later study and dispelled my shadow clone to focus on the other thing that the fight with Danzo and his fellows had left me with. This time, a positive thing, at the very least. Notice, hidden quest complete. Objective, escape Konoha alive. Bonus objectives. 1. Kill Danzo. 2. Free Jiraiya from Danzo's Jinjutsu. 3. Seal Move 4. Kill Orochimaru. 5. Prevent the daimyo and his caravan from being attacked. Rewards. 1. Legendary loot roll. 2. Hidden 3. Hidden 4. Hidden. 5. Hidden. 6. Hidden. Turns out that the game had turned the entire thing with Danzo into a retroactive quest of some sort. The fact that I failed literally all the bonus objectives was a tad annoying, but the sight of the legendary loot roll among the rewards was enough to draw all my attention and made me forget all about the bonus objectives and their lost rewards for the time being. A legendary loot roll. The last one had given me _Dark Sister _, the sword that I used as one of my primary weapons. It had literally been the weapon that did the deed for Inoki the fence-sitter, the third Suchikage. Needless to say, it was baller. Getting anything of that kind of class was just what the doctor ordered to improve my mood at this time when Danzo was making me nearly shit myself at the changes that I'd wrought by butterflying all over the elemental nations without a care in the world. I commanded the game to make the roll, and it did just that. The ethereal dice flew through the air and quickly changed into a wheel that spun at speeds so high that even I struggled to read its contents. It was in that position for minutes until it slowly began to slow down. Even then, the contents of the wheel were still hidden from me. I could catch the occasional glimpse of the idea of something, but then that would only last for a second or so before it was gone and replaced with something else. I mean, I was fairly certain I saw something like the dragon Smog there, but I had to be taking the piss. No way was the game going to gift me with a whole-ass mythical creature. That would be awesome, though. Very awesome. I could just imagine summoning a whole-ass giant dragon to the battlefield to run interference. Orochimaru and his snakes, and Jiraiya and his toads would be mincemeat in seconds. When it finally stopped, the wheel disappeared and was replaced by a floating piece of text. Loot roll complete, item skill book, wet tinkering. I gaped. I fucking gaped at it because the game seemed intent on messing with every expectation that I had about it. Skill books? Literally, nothing had given me the idea that the game would be able to create skill books for talents that did not even exist in this universe. Sure, scrolls that conferred elemental affinities were one thing, but whole skill books able to give me para-human abilities from an entirely different universe were a tad bit beyond the game. It made me revisit a question I'd once had: did the game have any limits? None that I could see right now. But how was this going to work? Was the game going to give me a shard of my own? Make me the host for an interdimensional entity with dubious intentions? I doubted it was going to do that. Gamer's Mind, at the very minimum, guaranteed that there was no chance of anything external being able to influence my mind or mental state. That was at least one worry that was gone. Another one that came up was wondering how the game was going to implement this particular skill set. Was I going to get a shard? Or was the game just going to pour a ton of knowledge into my brain? Well, there was only one way to know. The game had never let me down before, well apart from a few minutes ago when Gamer's body did nothing about the seal Danzo had placed on my person. I took the risk and lifted my hand to click the yes button next to the prompt asking me whether I wanted to integrate the skill book or not. The second I pressed the button, the ethereal book did a nice little animation of dissolving into flower petals before shooting right at my head. It took the better part of 10 minutes for the process to complete itself, but when it did, I suddenly knew. My mind was awash with ideas. A quick glance at my stat sheet told me that a wet tinkering skill had been created at level 50. Level 50 seemed to come with countless things I could already do. I had so many ideas of how I could improve my body as it presently was. Make myself stronger, faster, improve my reactions. I could already see 500,000 things I'd try with Kakashi's Sharingan before integrating it with myself to ensure maximum compatibility. I could probably even halt the blindness effect of the Manjikyu. What I could do to myself was impressive, but what truly awed me were the depths of improvements I could make to those who weren't me. My mind turned to Shira, and I was already having thousands of ideas of how I'd essentially jerry-rig his chakra system to begin to function. Fuck. The Shikatsu Myaku. I could see just how I'd integrate it into his body. What did it matter that Shiro was an adult? All bodies were nothing more than clay for me to play around with. That was the power of tinkering at the end of the day. It wasn't science. Not truly. Tinkers sometimes operated within the bounds of science or the laws of physics, but when dealing with powers granted by interdimensional beings, those laws we held so dear became nothing more than mere guidelines. What did wet tinkering care for? Things like organ rejection and compatibility. I knew that if I made changes, they'd work. They'd stick. Simply because that was how the power worked. Another advantage of wet tinkering as a new skill was the 10 points it had immediately added to my medical ninjutsu skill almost instantly. Just lovely. Completely lovely. Had to be the best roll I'd got from the game since ever. I banked to the left as I noticed that my sand had carried me closer to my targets in the moments of inattention brought on by the new ability. I'd go full mad scientist when I returned to Suna, but for now, I had a daimyo to save. I drew closer to the position of the daimyo's caravan as I saw the bodies of dozens of samurai strewn about. Danzo had been thorough in his attention. While he'd personally come for me, he'd sent this hit squad of immortal ninja after the daimyo. Zabuza Momochi, Demon of the Mist, Haku of the Ice Release, and several of his root ninja were working their way through the daimyo's guards. All that remained were the 3 guardian ninja he'd brought with him and about a dozen samurai that surrounded his form. He remained sitting on his throne, looking bored at the happenings. I watched as Kenpachi, one of the ninja guards, maneuvered into the Demon of the Mist's guard, and cleaved his hand from his body before cutting said body in half. In that same instant, the guard was almost sliced in twain by Zabuza's return attack. A tendril of sand around his waist was enough to pull him out of danger before he was sent to the Pure Lands. All eyes turned to me instantly. Kazekage sang more than a few voices intoned in relief. It was obvious that they were much out of their league in this fight. Dealing with reincarnated ninja was a different kind of ballgame from what the daimyo's guards had to deal with on a more regular basis. "Hello everyone. I heard you needed some help. Took you long enough, boy." I almost lost all my patience. The daimyo spoke, still seated on his throne. "I apologize, my lord. I came as soon as I was aware that your company was being bothered by a certain pest problem. I was delayed in similar circumstances myself," I said, ignoring the surroundings for an instant as I focused on the daimyo. "I see. I will assume that with you here, then the problem must have been dealt with at your end." "Unfortunately not. It would have presented too much of a delay, and your safety shall always be the priority, so I allowed the pests to claim another day or two of continued presence on this plane." "Such a shame. Well, there's nothing to be done about it at this point. Deal with these insects and escort me to my palace. I grow bored of watching them struggle." The daimyo spoke, dismissing me, and the moment he did I was forced to lean backwards on my sand platform to dodge out of the way of Haku's flying form as the young man came up, launched at my floating body. I looked down to see Zabuza holding the executioner's blade with the posture of someone who had just swung the sword as a means of launching someone else. I guess they were adapting well to undeath. Haku spun in the air and flashed his hands for a second. My sand platform lifted itself without any input and blocked all the Senbon sent flying at me. I turned my attention to the ice release user for a few seconds and flooded the skies that he dared infringe upon with multiple tendrils of sand. His best attempt to dodge was insufficient in the face of my approach. My sand grabbed him by the hand first of all, and then began to crawl upwards. I only felt victory for a second before a swing of the executioner's blade tore it from my grasp. Zabuza had thrown his sword up at the ice release user, and the young man, credit to him, had not hesitated for a second before cleaving his own arm from his body. I knew undead beings didn't feel anything in the way of pain, but still, it was something of an achievement to so carelessly mutilate one's form. Even the assurance that it was going to heal couldn't make anyone comfortable with that. Our brains had too many natural safeguards for any but the most insane or determined to engage in acts like that. Haku dropped to the ground and wasted no time in joining his master as they stood side by side, watching me. I commanded my platform to ferry me to the ground as it began losing altitude, and I finally alighted, placing my feet on the solid earth. "Do you know who I am?" I asked the reincarnated shinobi. "The Kazekage. I heard rumors about a 12-year-old Kage before I finally kicked it, but I guess it's good to know it's true. We in the Hidden Mist weren't the only ones to make the mistake of appointing one of your kind as Kage, I guess. What was that thing the old fart loved to say? History repeats itself because the whole world is deaf, or something like that." The missing nine spoke as he performed a few test swings of his blade. From what I could tell, whoever was responsible for this jutsu wasn't really keen on exercising fine control over their reincarnated ninja. They were probably just given objectives and then set loose. That was the only thing that could explain the way Zabuza was free to interact with me on his own terms. Fascinating. So either the user didn't have the expertise and control to control the targets from this distance, or more worrying, there were too many for them to bother to. I was already aware of 3. There could be dozens or even hundreds more. Danzo being the one in charge, if not necessarily the user of the jutsu, meant there really could be no limits to what the caster had access to or the means they'd utilize to achieve their aims, whatever those were. Fuck. I jumped in place for a second. I'd been fighting almost non-stop for the past few days, but this was the first time I was getting to do it with comparatively nothing on the line. Zabuza and Haku would never be able to beat me. There was no risk, so I could have an infinite amount of fun. And I couldn't deny that I needed the stress relief. Danzo had thrown a wrench into things and given me a lot to think about and plan around. The moment I returned to Suna, it would be working against Konoha and prevent them from working against us while we annexed what remained of Orochimaru's resources and took advantage of Iwa's weakness. I spread my feet about a few inches apart and lowered my center of gravity before smirking at my opponents. With a thought, Dark Sister appeared in my grip and I gave her a test swing before pointing her right at them as if to say, "Come at me." Unsurprisingly, Zabuza acquiesced. Flames danced across my Valyrian steel blade in the seconds it took Zabuza to cover the distance between us. His first slash was wide and aggressive. I leaned under it with no difficulty and used the opportunity to worm my way into his guard with my blade in my left hand. She licked at his side, hungry for blood as always. He dodged out of the way and swung Kubikuri Bocho at me again. Another dodge, but this time, the follow-up came quickly. Too quickly for me to close the distance. Dark Sister was not a small blade by any metrics, but the executioner's blade made her feel like a toothpick in my hand. My senses warned me of the shift in the air and I jumped backwards, performing a handstand before pushing myself further backwards onto my feet. It was luckily that I did, as several sunban littered the ground that I just covered. I ran forwards, moving in a zigzag to avoid Haku's attempts as I moved to close the distance with Zabuza again. This time, I was the one to swing first. I had bro hope of reaching him, or at least that was what he thought, until the flames that surrounded my blade like an aura shot forwards and followed the arc I slashed into the air. Getsuga Tensho, I whispered into the air as the attack cut apart the swordsman's upper body while setting most of it on fire. I was forced to jump backwards again as a waterfall slammed down on the space Zabuza and I had previously occupied, dousing the swordsman. I looked up at Haku with a smirk as the demon of the mist stepped out of the waterfall, fully healed and intact. I cracked my neck from side to side, a wide smile on my face. Zabuza reached me first, with Haku on his heels. His first swing was midsection level. I lifted my legs and stepped on the blade for a second before using it to boost myself into a backflip. Haku had followed me into the air with 2 senbon in each hand. He'd done a good job of closing the distance, but not enough of a good job to figure out what he was going to do the moment he succeeded. In his defense, I don't think there were going to be many 12-year-olds capable of keeping up with him when it came to pure taijutsu. We were level in the air, and he reached out with a stab that I moved my head out of the way of before grabbing onto his outstretched arm with one of my own. The other came to interfere as he tried to stab into my hand, but it was nothing for me to reach for his chest and amplify his weight by a 100. The Tsuchiki's jutsu proved its utility, as he was unable to move his body and crashed to the ground in seconds. My landing is more controlled as I practically floated down with precise control over the wind currents. Zabuza growled and jumped at me. I ducked out of the way of the sword, releasing Dark Sister out of the inventory into my hand and stabbing at him with the Valyrian steel blade. He was able to get the executioner's blade up in time to block, and the sword sang as they clashed. A beautiful rhythm if I was being honest. I reared back and swung her again, getting blocked by Zabuza's own blade a second time. I rotated my body to the left as I struck out at him, only to get blocked. A blade like his had many advantages, but there were 2 chief disadvantages I could take advantage of in a Kenjutsu battle like this one. His blade had good reach, but was clumsy in extremely close quarters. That was why I practically hugged his body, not letting him send me more than a certain radius away from him. The second disadvantage was that its size made it unwieldy for close combat that required multiple fast movements. That was why I was a blur, taking advantage of his own momentum as I swung my blade, hitting at him from 101 angles at once. Even with all of that, he was nowhere near being on the back foot. He took a step back before slamming on the ground with his strength, triggering a mini tremor as several rocks were tossed in the earth from the impact. He used that to gain space and began to go through seals. I almost sighed at him turning this into a ninjutsu battle. It had been fun. But I guess fun things had to come to an end sooner or later, and I did have a village to run. He went through the 44 seals for the water dragon jutsu at blistering speeds, to him, and when it was time, he did impressively enough to take advantage of the fact that he essentially had unlimited chakra and created all the water from thin air. It was beautiful, but a flick of my wrist and an application of my chakra control created a whirling Rasengan that spun with millions of microscopic blades within. You should probably get some distance, I told the daimyo's guards, waiting for them to disengage with their root adversaries and run further away. The root fools, showing self-preservation deserving of a Darwin Award, began running right at me. I threw the Rasen Shuriken with a smile. And when the light show ended, I was alone in a valley of my own creation. That was one impressive ninja technique, the daimyo said for the upteenth time as I flew us to the royal palace in the capital. Luckily, we were only a few minutes away, and I could deal with the performative fawning while we made the journey. There was no delegation to welcome us on our arrival, but that was not unexpected. The rest of the daimyo's family were not in the capital, so the place was filled with courtiers and the like, but little in terms of people of true importance. The Kazekage will escort me to my study. Leave us. We have much to discuss, the daimyo said to the approaching samurai and orderlies once they realized just who had arrived. The walk there was done in silence, and when we finally arrived at the giant double-sided red door, the daimyo seemed to let out a sigh of relief. We entered almost as one, with me leading the way, and after I spread my sand across every inch, careful to ensure that we were not being spied on, I broke down into laughter. I couldn't believe it had actually worked. That harebrained scheme. Across from me, my clone was similarly in fits. So no one have actually noticed? I asked, struggling to form words through the chuckles. Not a person. I just have to pretend to be an asshole, and not a single person has noticed that I've been pretending to be the daimyo for close to a year now, he said, reminding me of just how this came to be. Chapter 39. Those of you who have been reading my stuff for a while can attest that I'm usually terrible at responding to comments or reviews. That's because I generally have an aversion to confrontation and awkwardness. So when, over 3 weeks ago, one of my stories was placed on content review at Space Battles, I was justifiably crushed. The second I found out, I went to the chapter and deleted the risque scenes, which, mind you, were not full-on sex scenes, which was what I understood the website to prohibit. However, the story remains on content review for one reason or another. I do not blame them for this, as it stems from my lack of complete understanding of the rules. However, the subjective manner in which said moderators enforce rules leaves much to be desired. That is beside the point. I felt crushed by the decision and, as a result, found it difficult to post on that site or any other. But I feel that I've allowed my issues to limit me for much too long. I must lean on the strength of my fictional characters and post regardless of how I feel. So here's the chapter. This chapter is dedicated to everyone else who suffers from sometime crippling anxiety. As always, thank you to all of you. You rock! I returned home to little fanfare. There was no ceremony welcoming me or anything. After all, I'd pretty much returned in one of the worst situations ever, so I was not surprised to find no one waiting for me at the gate. What I was surprised at, however, was the meeting going on in the Kage building. The meeting of the Suna Council that I definitely hadn't called. Oh, this was going to be entertaining. I lifted my hand to my face and smiled at the unmarked skin around my wrists. My body then dissolved into sand in allowing the winds carry me across the air and through the windows of the meeting hall directly opposite my office. I entered and formed in a second, taking note of the gasps of shock. A few of them were even sharp enough to prepare to defend themselves. I just smiled and walked forwards to the empty seat that customarily belonged to the Kazekage. None of them were any threat to me. At least, they had the good sense not to fill in my seat. I am at least 90% sure that I left orders that the next council meeting would be upon my arrival, and not before, I said, speaking to no one in particular, waiting to see who would respond. I wasn't too savvy with politics or shit like this, but my charisma stats leveling up made things like this come easier to me. I just knew the perfect things to say and how to say them. Well, not perfect. The stat wasn't at a 100 yet. Yes, Kazekage-sama. But the report from Elder Ebizo and his students was most pressing. The news that you were embroiled in conflict with not one, but two S-class shinobi, one of whom was the Tsuchikage himself, was enough to bring up some need for urgency. Yura replied, face giving nothing away as he spoke with an earnestness that I knew he wasn't feeling. Indeed? Urgency, I can understand. But plotting for my replacement before my death could even be confirmed was most unusual, do you not think so? I asked sarcastically, pausing for a second as Chio actually chortled and burst into laughter from her seat on the table. He's got you guys by the balls there, she said, cackling. I resisted the urge to turn to her, unsure if I wanted to smile or glare at the humorous interruption. "Your treason at that," objections rang out across the table. "Or intentions thereof will be discussed at a later date. For now, I have news. The first and least important of which is that 2 Kages saw their lives end in the last week. Inoki of IWA lost his life at my hands," I said, enjoying the way the veteran ninja struggled to hide their shock. Telling them that there were 2 dead Kages was enough to get them reeling, but then immediately following with the fact that I was the one responsible for that death must have been scrambling their brains. They'd have a difficult time justifying their desire to remove me now. I'd proven that I could stand against the other titans of the shinobi world, and name myself their better in some cases. The other dead Kage is of course Hiruzen Sarutobi, Sandame Hokage of Sunagakure. He lost his life to Danzo Shimura, one of his advisors and former classmate. If Inoki's death had caused drops of shock to leak through their dams of composure, then Hiruzen snapped the dams in their entirety. That a Kage would die was a shock. That it was the one that most of Suna saw as an indomitable bastion of strength was even more shocking, and then that would have happened at the hands of one of his own ninja must have turned things up a notch. "And that's the least important news?" Ebizo said, with a look on his face that I found difficult to place. "Yes. The more important bit for everyone here is just what exactly Danzo Shimura has been up to. He's made himself the most dangerous shinobi in the world in one fell swoop," I said, watching the doubt creep into their faces. How could one no-name from Konoha be the most dangerous in the shinobi world, they must have asked themselves in their heads. "But how, Kazekage-sama?" Dragon asked, walking into the hall just as I finished the previous sentence. I guess he'd found out about my arrival and had come on his own to ensure my well-being with his own 2 eyes. It was difficult to explain just how much of a mother hen the Umbu captain could be when he got it into his head to be one. He has a jutsu under his command. Edo Tensei, the Konohanin called it. I had to face it during Sound and Stone's failed invasion. For some reason, the second Hokage had gotten it in his head to defy the path of the winds and find a way to return a soul from the Pure Lands with a sacrifice of a living being. I fought against a reanimated second and first Hokage during the invasion, I said, drawing looks of amazement from most of the room, but a few like Chiyo just looked doubtful. Thankfully, the user of the jutsu, Orochimaru of the Sannin, was not a master of it and I did not face them at their full strengths. "That fight might have been a bit too much for me," I said, admitting that I wouldn't have been able to slap literal gods of the shinobi world with a shrug. No one here could criticize that. We all either grew up on the stories or got to watch the stories get written in real time. Chiyo had been a little girl when Hashirama had sealed the tailed beasts of the world and bartered them away like curiosities. It was something else. Orochimaru of the Sannin? But how? We all saw his head. A counselor objected from the left, looking at me with some measure of suspicion on his face. I'd known exactly how it would have looked to them. I returned his body to Konoha to receive the bounty for the good of Suna, and somehow this led to humbling return to life. The third Hokage and I were able to defeat him again, but now I fear that even that would have not been enough to ensure that he remains a non-threat. As a result, all shinobi will be placed on alert. Orochimaru of the Sannin is a Category 5 enemy of Sunagakure. Any information on him is to be pursued relentlessly over and above anything else, I said to nods from my waiting audience. But to think that they would dare to rob a soul from the grasp of the winds and bring it back to the mortal coil like that. "Those damn tree huggers," Ebizo said, placing his head in his arms. The entire room was silent as the counselors stared at each other one at a time, realizing just what was at stake here. When I was attacked within Konoha's walls, it was with the reanimated body of Mu the Null Man. He regenerated from every attack. His chakra reserves refilled themselves instantly. The only way to defeat them is to seal them. In light of all of this, I will be implementing several new policies for the good of Sunagakure. First of all the Greys in the village are to be given priority 1 security. The bodies of previous Kazekage and S-rank ninja are to be exhumed and destroyed. "May the winds have mercy on our souls," someone said to the left. I ignored the interruption and continued to issue orders. Secondly, all ninja are to spend at least 30 hours in the next 3 months taking lessons at the SEAL Corps. The SEAL Corps are to increase their admission rates. Not a single team will leave this village without being escorted by a member of the Corps. For the lessons, begin with the Puppeteer Corps and extend to the rest of the village over time, I said, receiving a nod from Inasa, the head of the SEAL Corps. Thirdly, it is to now be the position of the Kazekage that all plans for war with the hidden sound be postponed and shunted to the wayside. We must instead turn our attention on IWA and Konoha. My present position is a blitzkrieg attack on IWA to knock them out of all war efforts in the short term. That will ensure that when we're faced with Konoha, we can handle the conflict with the full range of our attention and interest. I said to them, noticing the varied looks across the room. Kazekage-sama, I apologize. But I must ask. Are you sure this is to be the wise move? Why not retreat deeper into ourselves and prepare for Konoha? You yourself have admitted that Konoha is the biggest threat to us as it presently stands. Tsuyashiro, a counselor from the second Kazekage's administration, spoke out. She'd been his cousin, I believe. Yes, I agree with you. But on my way out of Konoha, I left a nasty surprise. Several key pieces of infrastructure, including the hospital, will find themselves spontaneously exploding. It was to be my trump card, a threat I would have held over Hiruzen in the long term, but once things changed, I made the decision to bring things to a head much more quickly. Unless Danzo wants to suffer mass rebellion in his ranks, he cannot turn his attention to us before putting out the fires in his own home. By then, we would have taken from IWA just what we needed. Techniques, Kekkei Genkai, and Kenjutsu that previously called IWA home, will all be ours. It is the best way I can think of to prepare us for Danzo when he eventually sets his sights here, I said. But will that truly be enough? Another counselor objected. I guess telling them that the opponent would have literal zombies at his beck and call must have spooked them. They've already brought out the first and second Hokage, what happens if they bring the fourth? Or even the previous Raikage, since they can get their hands on previous Tsuchikage. You forget who you speak to. What is my name? Gaara of the Desert Waterfall. There is one fact that you must all hold as true. In these deserts. In this land. In Sunagakure, Gaara of the Desert will not be beaten. That is my promise to you. Trust me as your Kazekage. I have never led you wrong before. I said, receiving a nod of approval from Chiyo and a smile from Ebizo. My words seemed to have sated most of their fears. In canon, most of Suna had legitimately believed Gaara to be invincible, and if I was being honest, that version of me was nothing compared to where I stood now. He'd struggled with A ranks while I hung out in the same ballpark as fucking Kage. With that, the mission was over, and I wasted no time in latching onto Chiyo as we made our way to her lab. I'd had a breakthrough in dealing with and extracting Kimamaru's Kekkei Genkai. And besides that, the body of Kakashi of the Sharingan had secrets to tell us. Well, beyond the Sharingan that I was going to be implanting into myself. I didn't have any Hashirama cells to stave off the blindness, but I had 1,000,001 ideas for dealing with that. Jiraiya the Toad Sage. Thank you, Ma. Thank you, Pa, I said to them as I finally came to. Their Jinjutsu, enhanced by Senjutsu as it was, had thankfully been enough to free me from the strangely powerful Sharingan Jinjutsu. Remembering just what I'd been forced to do and witness being done while under Danzo's control made me want to retch. It was sickening. Ma, Pa. Please grant me your aid, I said, bending down before them. I'd need Sage Mode if I wanted any chance of succeeding today. Of course, Jiraiya boy. We're here for you, Ma said, and I felt the impact as they both landed on my shoulders. The sound of them clapping their hands was music to my ears as my body began to get flooded by Senjutsu. Knowing just what I did, there was no chance I was going to attempt to take Danzo on head-on at this point. He had hundreds, if not thousands of root ninja under his control, and that didn't even include the regular rank and file ninja of Konoha who'd surrendered to his reign and were now subject to his authority. Would I succeed if I tried to wrest control from him now? Accuse him of killing Sensei and placing me in Jinjutsu? Fuck. He killed Sensei. Sensei was gone. Fuck. Snap out of it, Jiraiya boy. Sage mode or no, you will get killed if you do not move now, Pa said, and I nodded, swallowing the tears that threatened to spill forth. Sensei had been a father to me. Even more than that sometimes. I'd avenge him if it was the last thing I did. But not now. I had to be smart about it. Starting a civil war in Konoha's walls would be stupid. And I had no guarantee that the Kazekage kid would not be returning to bury us all in that sand of his for the attack on his person. Fuck. Jiraiya, I heard Danzo's voice bark out. But there was hesitance in it. A slight trace. And then things hit the fan. All around me, I could hear the sounds of explosions going off. Too many to count. The sound of stone rumbling drew my attention to the monument, and I watched with awe and disgust as the heads of the previous Hokage began to fall to the ground. Previous Hokage. Minato had given me one job. I won't fail you anymore, my blessed student, I thought to myself as I took advantage of Danzo's distracted form and jumped off the rooftop we were standing on. I ran across the village with the outstanding speed of Sage Mode, able to pinpoint the location of my target with ease. I dove through the window of the apartment building, having the glass bounce against my hardened skin. I found him in a corner. The ball of sunshine I'd come to know was gone, and in his place was the very image of despair. He was curled in on himself, shedding tears. Weeping with abandon. I couldn't even tell how long he'd been here. He hadn't startled at my entrance. He'd not even seemed to notice the property damage. Naruto? I called out hesitantly, getting no reply. Fuck. I could sense Danzo's root ninja scrambling to look for me. I almost vomited in my mouth. Even now, after all the damage that was just done to Konoha, he'd prefer to spend his time searching for me instead of trying to help. Naruto? I called again, still getting no reply. I reached down and touched his shoulder, but he was unresponsive to me. We do not have the time for this, Jiraiya boy, Pa said, and I agreed, despite Ma's objections. With a single seal, I summoned Gamakichi, Naruto's personal summons. Head back and have Bunta reverse summon Naruto to the Toad Realm. It's the safest place for him now, I said, receiving a nod from the tadpole as he disappeared. A few seconds later, Naruto himself was gone. Good. That was one mission accomplished. What next, Jiraiya boy? Ma asked. Next, we find our ally. The most unlikely of allies. I jumped through the same window I'd come in. Danzo had killed Sensei. For some reason, that thought never left my mind. He was Hokage now. For the good of Konoha, I could not start a civil war now. No, I'd have to come back with a kill squad of my own just for taking his head. From what I'd seen of his fight with the Kazekage brat, Danzo had been able to return to life from deadly wounds like they'd never happened. If there was one person who'd know about a jutsu like this, it would be that wretched former teammate of mine. I dove into the sewers with no hesitation after a few miles of rooftop running. The root agents were already beginning to locate me. Left, right, and left again, I mentally announced, following the route that Danzo had made use of when he'd brought me down here. Root headquarters. In the sewers of Konoha. I guess it was fitting for them to be based out of this place in particular. The first root agent I saw did not see me before he lost his life. I punched him in his midsection, cating in his chest with one blow, Sage Mode enhanced strength ignoring whatever pitiful chakra reinforcement he could come up with. I dove underneath the bridge before the rest of them could see me. The bridge was the connection between the entrance and the area of the base where my accursed former teammate was being kept. I used the tree walking technique and ran along the underside of the bridge, only switching to the top side when I was at the end of the bridge. I came face to face with a root ninja, and before he could sound the alarm, I covered his mouth with my hand. I reached out the other to the back of his head and snapped his neck in one smooth motion before he could react. Sage Mode was something else. My enhanced and improved Maisegakure no Jutsu was key in sneaking the rest of the way. I'd been hesitant to use it until now because of the technique's many drawbacks. When I finally reached the room, the seals covering it were easy to remove. I walked in, dropping my technique and looking at the still form of my former teammate. "Ma, Pa, help him please," I asked. "I really hope you know what you are doing," Jiraiya boy Ma said before they began to sing. Chapter 40, So now that you've figured it out, what do you want to do? Chio asked as we both stared at the specimen in front of us. A floating mass in a vat that had bones sticking out of it. It was, all things considered, quite a disgusting sight. Just a massive lump of flesh with white bones poking out of it. But it was proof of concept. I ignored the notice that I gained 5 levels in wet tinkering from finally completing the project. My wet tinkering skill worked a bit differently than all the others. Instead of getting better on a daily, or even hourly scale as I continually practiced, it was more like the skill leveled up with completed projects. I couldn't intuitively do anything that was out of the range of my existing skills, but that also wasn't a hard cap. Not when it came to this skill. I couldn't do it intuitively, but with studying, experiments, and even by leaning on other people's skills like I did with Chio. This was as much her project as it was mine, even if it was only the wet tinkering skill that finally gave us the starting point to work things through from. Obviously move on to human trials. I answered, only to get a resigned sigh from the woman. I knew this was coming, she said as I felt her fingers move with the sand that always floated in the surrounding air. Puppets sprung into action, moving from my body at once. I did an excellent job of pretending to be startled, in my own opinion. Eyes wide, mouth slightly ajar, and taking a few seconds to react. Of course, when I did, it was with maximum brutality. Sand, sharpened with wind release energy, floated around me in concentric circles, slicing every puppet that dared attempt to lay a hand on me to pieces. What are you doing, Chio? I asked, adding hesitation and shock to my voice. You know precisely what. You think I'll just sit by and watch you turn into Orochimaru? You think I'd let you kill dozens of children for you to accomplish your goals? The fuck are you talking about? The clinical trials. I burst into laughter. Full-blown laughter. Doubled over, holding my stomach kind of laugher. You think I intend to experiment on children? What kind of idiot psychopath do you take me for? The wolves are at the door. Konoha is coming. IWA is stirring, and Kuma waits patiently for a chance to strike at us. With all this to consider, do you think I would spend the majority of my time? Hours upon hours, day after day for weeks on a project that would see no return for years on end? I asked, looking at her like she had an extra head. I saw the betrayal and attack coming, but the rationale behind it was just ridiculous. But how would you do it then? Easily. Why do you think we've been experimenting on dead cells? We've been perfecting the process for integrating the Kekkei Genkai into an already existing body. All we need to do is perfect the process, so chakra rejection is not a problem, and we will have no difficulty integrating it into teenage subjects at the very least. Adults might be far off with the fact that their chakra systems are fully developed, and such things do not take kindly to change. I said, explaining to her. I could see where she was coming from, even if I was fine with making her sound stupid. To be completely honest, if I hadn't just gained 7 levels to the wet tinkering skills, I'd actually have been forced to use infant test subjects for at least the earliest part of the project. But 7 levels up, and I could see ways to skirt around the body's refusal to be changed. I could see ways to force the Kekkei Genkai in. Sure, with what I had now, the best I could do was with someone whose chakra network was so terribly mutilated that it would have no power to reject the imputed Kekkei Genkai. Even better, I could heal the chakra network with the Kekkei Genkai. Transplant Kimamaru's entire fucking chakra network along with the base genes for the dead bone pulse. It was ambitious. Ambitious and slightly stupid. Just the kind of project I'd love to undertake her, and thankfully I had the perfect specimen. Is the subject prepped and ready to go? I asked Chio, who was serving as my second set of hands for this surgery. Normally, there would be an entire team of medics attached to an experiment of this scale, but the truth was the team was small for a reason. I could not trust most of the village. Even those who were ostensibly on my side could be coaxed and cajoled into revealing something that they ought not to. No one would know what I was trying to do until I perfected it. When I finally figured out Kekei Genkai transplanting, things could finally begin to move. The last 2 months have been a tense affair on the borders. We had both IWA and Konoha Nin at their respective borders, itching and raring to go. War would come sooner or later, but while Danzo cemented his rule, he would not strike. Doubly so for whoever ended up in the Tsuchikage seat at the end of the day. Almost 3 months since the death of Inoki the fence-sitter, and the best that the Grumpy Rock heads had been able to do was narrow down the list of potential replacements to 2. A father-daughter conflict it was to be. Kuratsuchi was the one chosen by Inoki. She was the one that the Kage who had led them for decades trusted to lead them to the future. Kitsuchi, on the other hand, was the undisputed greatest ninja of IWA who didn't have a tailed beast in his belly. He wasn't S-ranked. But he was so high among their A ranks that the distinction might have simply been academic. I didn't have much of an idea as to his precise strength level, but what history had shown was that people could oftentimes grow into the seat. The secret techniques of the Kage who came before was a hell of a level up for any newcomer to the seat. Kitsuchi was the easy choice. The safe choice. But still, there were those who spoke that it was not Inoki's will. And when you add Kitch's reluctance to take up the seat himself, you had a conundrum on your hands. One candidate with no desire for the position, and another with all the desire in the world but very little in terms of support. I was proof of concept that a young Kage could work, but the fact that I'd not just beaten her grandfather, but also captured her and her bodyguards so thoroughly that it was only through the help of an outsider that she was able to escape, was a black mark on her record. And it was a stain that did not wash off easily. She was supposed to be the Tsuchikage's bodyguard at the end of the day. Letting him get killed was a failure on her part. I was not so blind that I did not see the similarities between her situation and mine. Yes, he is sedated and prepared for the surgery. The needed damage has been inflicted. Shall we begin? Chiyo asked me in return as we walked into the room. I kept my eyes on the specimen on the operating table. A young man. A boy, really. He could have been no older than 16. He was a genin from Iwagakure. When the need for test subjects became apparent, I'd sent a clone across the border to do some hunting, and of all the captured ninja, he was by far the least promising. That was why he got the rare pleasure of getting to go first. Temari. So, what do you think? Kankuro asked from beside her as they lay crouched with the rest of the Sand Special Force. She knew that she didn't belong there. Not with the greats that were assembled along here with her. From the left to the right, not a single person apart from her and her brother was below the rank of Jonin. Looking even further would give her a view of her Kage, standing at the very front, having a conversation with Granny Chiyo about one matter or the other. They were 2 peas in a pod. It made her a bit worried that her brother's closest friend apart from that Mabuki bitch was a woman old enough to have been his father's mother's mother. The old fart was that old, she was sure. About what? She replied, resisting the urge to tell Kankuro to shut up with the ease that came with long practice. The truth of the matter was that she wasn't even sure they should be talking. None of the Jonin were talking. Gaara was, but he was the Kage. And Kage's siblings or not, she was ill at ease with getting on any nerves as they were here. The mission, of course, he replied almost instantly in a whisper. At least her idiot brother was beginning to understand the situation. I don't think anything about it. Kazekage-sama-Kazekage-sama? Has given his orders and we must obey. Yes, Kazekage-sama. We're in public, remember. Calling him by his name in this kind of setting would do him no favors. If even his siblings can't show him respect, why should anyone else? She said, explaining to him. But I mean, he only gave us permission to come because I asked Ebizo-sensei if we could get in on the super top secret mission they were clearly planning, and he somehow managed to convince Gie Kazekage-sama. At least he managed to correct the slip there. But he was right at the end of the day, she thought to herself. Kankuro had indeed been the one to convince Ebizo to ask for them to get on the mission. He was also right that the mission was the worst-kept secret in Suna. All the Jonin and elders meeting up for hours on end about something, and then smaller groups of Jonin having private meetings with Gaara at different points in the past 3 months. It was certainly a worse-kept secret than whatever the fuck was happening to Shira. He said he was sick. He certainly looked sick when Temari and Kankuro had got to visit him at the hospital yesterday. But the fact that they hadn't been allowed to see him for close to a month since he had a meeting with Gaara that the rest of us had been excused from. No, something was definitely going on there. And then there was this. They were going to be part of the first act of war. San was going to kick off the fourth Great Shinobi War, at least that was what Gaara said about it. They were to be the tip of the spear. A first strike and push into IWA to acquire priority targets and sabotage their infrastructure. The goal was to basically take them out of the fight as quickly as possible before rerouting to strengthen our borders and prepare for Konoha's own push. That was why this mission was given priority security. Gaara was paranoid about anyone finding out the details of the mission. If they did, we'd get buggered in the arse from behind, as one of the Jonin, Chihei, put it. With all the strongest ninja away attacking, if any other village, namely Konoha, got it in their heads to finally attack us now, then we'd be pretty much over and done for. Gaara had announced that Chiyo was to head the village's defenses in his absence, and after training under Ebizo-sensei for so long, Temari knew the old woman couldn't be a slouch when it came to fighting. After all, she'd been widely recognized as the stronger of the pair in their youth. Even the bingo book still gave her a higher bounty and threat rating than her brother, even though they both carried the gleaming red rank at the top of their entries. It doesn't matter why we're here. All that matters is that we do our parts. We're under Ebizo-sensei, and Kazekage-sama would not have allowed us to come with if he felt that we weren't ready for the mission or to do what was necessary. Temari replied, hushing him finally as it seemed that they were going to move out soon. Gaara had left his conversation with Chiyo and was walking back towards us. The wind blew heavily as he walked, making his red hair wave about and ruining all my efforts to get it into some semblance of order this morning. His battle outfit, the red one-piece that he'd taken to wearing, moved little with the wind, with how closely it got to his skin. She wondered how comfortable that could have been in the desert heat. With clothing that close to his skin, any sand that managed to get under his clothes must have itched like crazy. At least it would have, if he wasn't Sabaku no Gaara. There's no need for fancy speeches or whatnot. You know your jobs. Don't die. Gaara said once he got close enough to us, having his voice carry through the winds to every pair of ears. We were a bit outside Suna's walls already, so we only had a few hours of travel between us and the Earth Country. Gaara lifted his hands, and with only a flex of his will, he reminded us all of why he was the Kage. Temari thought to herself in shock at the feet the sands around us rose from the ground, carrying us with them. It was a massive platform. Bigger than anything she'd ever seen him do. Big enough to carry all 30 of them, and it wasn't even cramped. No one reacted to the sudden change, as they began to float upwards, moving towards the sky. As Gaara had explained earlier, they would be approaching IWA from above to avoid notice for most of the journey and to preserve as much of the element of surprise as possible. There's no hidden village on the planet, including this one, that has a plan of what to do when enemies suddenly fall from the skies, Gaara had noted with a bright smile on his face during the planning sessions. The Lava Mistress. May Term was a beautiful woman. Breathtaking in every respect. She knew this. She never hesitated to use it to her advantage, but oftentimes it vexed her to no end. Whenever someone would underestimate her or cast aspersions on her skill as a shinobi, it all came from people who believed that she was nothing more than what they saw her as. A pretty face on the most amazing body to walk the earth. This was one of those times, she thought to herself as she stood across from her adversary. She cursed Ao in her mind for this idea. After Yogurt's death, the civil war had ended for the most part, but not in its entirety. There were still pockets of resistance across the country, and it was against the leader of the largest of those pockets, Mangetsu Hozuki, that she now faced off. So, Mizukichi-sama, he said the title with disdain, as if he had no respect for it now that she wielded it, May thought to herself as the Hozuki boy began to speak. What do you offer us for our allegiance? he asked with no small amount of audacity. His brother stood by his side, the young brat looking like he worshipped the very ground his older brother walked on. Your lives. You became rogue ninja of Kiridikure the day you fled after losing the war. But I will choose peace now. I will reunify our people, and this will begin once you bend the knee. Yagura is dead. I am Mizukage now. You serve me, she said, not bothering to be delicate about her words. These were rogue elements, and if that boy gave her that look for much longer, she doubted she'd be able to last much longer before plucking those eyeballs from his stupid head. Our lives? Ha ha ha, the brat had the audacity to laugh. To laugh in her face. She turned to Ao, only to see him shaking his head. He was advising patience. He saw a way to get what they wanted without consigning the miss to another war that she couldn't afford. He thought these boys, Mangetsu and his crew of wannabe swordsmen, could be reasoned with. She didn't. It was admirable of him to think so, but she was the Kage because of her superior judgment. And that same judgment was telling her to peel the skin from their bones. I will break you all over my knees, she said, threat clear. Fine then. Hozuki spoke instantly, straightening up and removing all traces of mirth from his face in seconds. I will duel you. If you win, I bend the knee. My swords, all of them, are yours. If I win, I become Mizukage, and you serve me, he said, smiling brightly. Oh, she was so going to enjoy dealing with him. He heard news from Suna and thought himself as Kiri's own Sabaku no Gaara. She'd enjoy breaking that misconception, and breaking the boy as well. I accept, she said, directing her ninja to give them space to fight as the Hozuki brat did the same. Ao walked over and whispered to her, please don't kill him. With the threats beyond our borders, Mangetsu Hozuki and his swordsmen are a vital tool for Kiri's future. She nodded. His counsel was wise, even if she found it difficult to completely agree with him. When the space was cleared and Ao stepped up to referee, she began molding her chakra in preparation. This duel shall be to yield or death, he said, getting some boos from the Hozuki brat squad. Of course, the bloodthirsty fools failed to see that the option to yield was for their benefit. On my mark, begin, he said, dropping his outstretched hand suddenly and jumping backwards. That's the end of this tale for now. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the finale. Peace.